Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the MetricStream GRC Summit here in London 2015. We're delighted to welcome you back. We had a great day yesterday, looking forward to a very exciting day today with a fantastic lineup. A few things just to run through before we get kicked off. There will be no fire drills today, so if you do hear the fire alarm, please make your way quickly and safely through the fire exits here and in the exhibition area as well. The toilets are located on the floor above us and on the first floor as well. So the easiest way to get there is just through the doors there on the right-hand side, and they're all signposted. The breakout sessions, starting around about 11 o'clock, will be happening on the first floor as well, and again, they will be signposted. If you need any help, just reach out to any of my colleagues from MetricStream. I'd like, again, to welcome those who are joining us live on the web. We're streaming this live across the globe, and certainly would encourage you to share the link with your colleagues that can't be here. Also encourage you to share your insights, your feedback on our social media. Our hashtag is GRC Summit, and we had a very active day yesterday as well. So it gives me a lot of pleasure to invite Gaurav Kapoor to the stage. Mr. Kapoor is the Chief Operating Officer of MetricStream. He has overall responsibility for customer execution, for marketing, customer advocacy, and the partner ecosystem. Until 2010, he served as the CFO and General Manager of GRC at MetricStream, and he's held various positions at MetricStream. He founded Compliance Online, which has grown to become the leading online GRC community and content provider on the web. And prior to MetricStream, Mr. Kapoor spent nearly a decade in marketing, finance, and operating roles at Citigroup. Mr. Kapoor serves on the board of directors of Silicon Valley Technology Company. And when he's not running all over the world, he tends to hang out with George Clooney. Mr. Kapoor, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. On behalf of the company and everybody here, welcome to the second day. We had a good session yesterday and got a lot of feedback from yesterday's session. And hopefully, we'll have a good day today with a number of leading thought leaders in the market, contributing today as well. We are very delighted to host you. This is our London Summit. We do a number of these around the year, but very happy to, get all of you together. It offers a lot of learning opportunities and is meant to provide all of you an opportunity to share with the community, with the rest of the community. And it also helps us serve making sure that we are committed to the long-term as well as the short-term commitment to GRC in the marketplace. Yeah. It's quite fascinating. We had our annual summit in Washington, D.C. Time really flies. About 6 months ago, where many of you were there, and just about a year ago here in London as well. And the intent, like I said, is to bring the community together. And sometimes it's important to just pause periodically and look at what has happened over the last few years, and we'll just cover that in a few minutes. Yeah. So as many of you know, MetricStream's journey as a Silicon Valley company, apps company, began over a decade ago, even before it was actually called GRC. Today, as a company, we stand at about 2,000 employees globally. 14 cities across the globe, many countries, covering several countries and customers across the globe. US, obviously Europe, Middle East, Africa, India, Southeast Asia, Australia, offices across all of these countries and locations. And we're proud to also state that this is our fourth or fifth year in a row that we've grown at about, just close to 50% year on year, which signifies both the demand for GRC in the market, but also, help from all of you in the room to help us, learn and grow as we've carried on now. Over the last year, since this is a European-centric summit, I did want to call out that over the last year, we've significantly expanded our base in Europe as well, both as a reflection of the market demand, but also serving our marquee customers in the region. Because many of you have probably met the people here, but I just want to call out and have our team from Europe actually stand up so that everybody puts a face at least, to who is actually locally serving you. So we have, Piyush Pant, he's our VP of Strategic Markets. If you can just put your hand up so that people recognize the face. We've got Michael Halbig here. Michael, he's probably serving customers. He's our head of professional services in Europe. Brenda Boltwood, who, is based out of DC, but keeps, coming in here very often to serve the market. Anil Jugani, who actually heads our operations. He's our head of both market operations as well as service operations. And many of the others who you see in the room, out here with presence in Spain, in Italy, in France, in Netherlands, also in Scandinavia. And we've expanded our base in Europe quite extensively over the last, a year or so. We also, this year we launched our first GRC Experience Center, essentially a space designed to bring the experience of GRC to life. It's in Palo Alto, and we'd strongly encourage and invite you to come there, especially in the winter months. It's quite warm in California, even in winter. But this is really engineered to, show how the past, present, and future of GRC is kind of evolving, with showcase of products and analytics and the cloud all in one, big center, if you will. And we're looking to expand that to other regions in the world as well as we go along. Yesterday, Piyush talked about our product innovation. Many of you were in the room, but we've really committed to continuing to innovate in the space. There's a lot of change happening, whether it's the regulatory changes that are happening or supply chain changes, cybersecurity that's emerging as a big threat, cloud, mobile, et cetera, et cetera. We continue to serve that market with a commitment to innovation. Yesterday, Piyush talked a little bit about making sure that we are really adopting on the cloud. The market is moving towards the cloud. And it's not just about putting your instance on the cloud or putting your application on the cloud. It's really harnessing the whole ecosystem of content providers on the cloud, data providers, the community, partners, et cetera, and bringing it together so that you can start to leverage not just what you're doing in your organizations, but what also intelligence is residing outside the organizations in the community, if you will. We also this year announced our GRC Cloud Business Intelligence with Tableau. That helps MetricStream cloud customers to discover, analyze, and visualize large sets of GRC data. And as you know, the explosion of data is quite high, within the enterprise and outside the enterprise, and just bringing it together again to enable you to make decisions, faster, better, and more efficiently to increase your, performance in the company. As you're aware, we had launched our Zaplet, which is our marketplace for applications, a couple of years ago. We've seen significant traction with our partners in Zaplet, and it's really an open and flexible cloud platform built on MetricStream core GRC platform to allow partners and even many of our customers that are actually building applications, that serve the long tail of GRC in the marketplace. And that adoption has increased quite significantly. The good part is that we try to make sure that these are curated and they're within the same boundaries that our core applications are being developed, so that it can serve you in a more unified environment, if you will. And then our GRC Intelligence, which is the cloud-based content portal. It's kind of, think of it as more like a Bloomberg for GRC. So we are starting to curate a lot of partners to bring in their content into this portal, and it becomes a one-stop shop for GRC content, regulatory feeds, market intelligence from a number of different sources. Whether it's the Unified Compliance Framework or companies like Lexis, Dow Jones, et cetera, it allows you to see content in one place and tie it to your core taxonomy and core organizational models within the enterprise. Just as an example, our partnership with Dow Jones, is their risk and compliance data now packaged with MetricStream applications, is allowing us to come up with third-party apps that allow you to singularly look at, fact checks on third parties as you're conducting your business. The next thing really is, partners are very critical to us. We can't do this alone. It's a very large problem to solve. And while we do feel that we're leading the market in many ways, but we can't do it without our partners. And we are very committed to making sure that our partners are fully embedded with us, and we are expanding our ecosystem whether it's the advisory firms, consulting firms, the system integrators, content providers, technology providers. Last year or earlier this year, actually, we announced a big partnership with KPMG, for example. We are one of the very few companies that they are building a practice on, as an example. We are also partnered with the other big four, working a lot in different markets with companies like PwC, Deloitte, E&Y, system integrators like HCL, who's here, but also extending into companies like Wipro, Accenture, TCS, Infosys, Tech Mahindra. So a lot of these companies are building practices around GRC, given both the complexity of the space and the industry, if you will. And then a spate of technology partners that actually help us power up what we are creating, into a lot of different areas. Companies like Everbridge, who's here, Semantify, on the semantic search side. Companies like BitSight, Navisite, who's our hosting partner for Europe. Analytics Boutique, who's here as well, and dozens of others on the security side, particularly that are powering the security market. But as our vision evolves to being the platform for a lot of these intelligence elements coming in to serve the business, if you will. And then last but not the least, a lot of the regional partners who have a lot of presence and intelligence around the local markets. You have companies like Dixtior, who's here, Metabyte in the Middle East, and many in Africa and regional locations in the US as well, that we are partnering with. And it's important to understand that, we are not just highlighting names here. These are embedded relationships that we want to create so that they can serve our customers, and the market intelligently and better because of the expanse of the market. And then we also, you may be aware, in the context of the partners, we launched our MetricStream University about 1.5 years ago that allows literally hundreds, if not thousands, of professionals to get trained on MetricStream applications, but also GRC in general. So these are people who are certified. By the end of this year, we'll have over 1,000 people certified on MetricStream. And we intend that in the next 2 years, we'll probably have close to 10,000, 10 to 12,000 is our goal in the next 24 months to get them fully certified, that they can serve the market effectively, not just on MetricStream, but understanding GRC in general. The next and a very important element is really our customers. So our customers have really helped us evolve in this market. And as you know, we are jointly in the journey with our customers. A lot of our product innovation has actually come not from any other source, but understanding what our customers are doing. It's sometimes an arduous journey, because things are evolving and rapidly changing, and we have to deal with that. But we are very proud, to have our customers who've stayed on this journey and continue to evolve with us on the journey. With 400 customers now, 450 plus actually customers across 26 countries globally in very discrete industries. Banking, financials is a big one for us, insurance, healthcare, retail, CPG, oil and gas. So we serve markets. Even in this room, the kind of problems, we are quite sometimes ourselves fascinated by the kind of problems we're trying to solve. And we have companies, of course, like Barclays, who have fairly evolved risk programs sitting here. It's interesting to see the FCA and Barclays on the same table. Companies like Emirates Airlines, where we are managing global safety for companies, airline companies like that. We have companies like EDF on the energy side who are in the room here. Of course, pharma companies like Johnson & Johnson, who have evolved with us over the last 3-4 years in the journey. We have David from Philip Morris here, who actually, interestingly, that project for us was to actually provide the compliance requirements for launch of a new cigarette, a new technical cigarette in the market. He doesn't want to call it a cigarette, it's actually a stick, which is interesting. Some of you who might want to see that can go to David, raise your hand, David, there. Okay, so, but these are the kind of, discrete things that we are trying to help with in the market and also learning in the process across multiple industries. Yeah. And we have had significant momentum in the last year in Europe, particularly. It's grown for us almost 150% in the last year alone. And while we are very proud of adopting new customers, we are significantly more proud of the fact that our relationship with current customers continues to expand. Today, we have 40% of our high growth business coming from current customers, which was actually closer to 15% just 2 years ago. And that's the single biggest validation of the relationship that we have, with our current customers, if you will. On the community side, over the last few years, we have again built a fairly thriving community, GRC community, whether it's online forums, our customer summits, the special interest groups that brings together people from similar industries or application areas together, roundtables across the world. This is, we do 3 such summits in the year, one in the US here and one in the Middle East, and we're expanding that as well. And it really provides anywhere, anytime access to, a whole network of GRC executives, experts who are enabling a whole new level of GRC maturity. Yesterday, you saw the panel with the analysts. One of the analysts mentioned that GRC is not really happening in companies. The 2 others jumped in and say it's really happening. So it all depends on, the level of maturity that we think we are benchmarking against and so forth there, right? Again, on the GRC Journey program, it's our initiative to actually, help our customers create a blueprint for success as they evolve their journeys. You can start small and then start to extend along the journey. And over the last year, we've, helped, or we have served probably dozens of customers in the GRC Journey blueprint. And it's, again, not an easy exercise because it incorporates not just technology or processes, but also the politics of organizations and how to navigate that as you bring, some of these things together. And then Compliance Online, I mentioned earlier, our portal, over the last few years, we've now hit a number of 80,000 people who we've trained across different facets of GRC, in the industry. Last but not the least, one of the big constituents for us are the analysts. And we are very grateful for the continued support, the insights, from the analysts. They provide us very critical feedback. They look at a lot of things in the market, about changing directions, landscapes, how the regulators are thinking, how they're bringing things to bear. So we have listened carefully. Obviously, there's a lot to absorb from the market, but we've carefully done that. We're quite proud to state that we're probably the only vendor in the space that actually is on the leadership quadrant of all 6 quote-unquote quadrants that come out, whether it's from Forrester, Gartner, Chartis. So quite proud to see the validation. It's a long journey ahead. It's just, for us, it's really a beginning in some ways. But, all the stakeholders really help out in this. So what are we focused on today? We actually very firmly believe that GRC has to be completely embedded and integrated in everything that organizations do, and also the extended enterprise. It can't be a post-facto function. It can't be just an assurance function, if you will. It really has to be embedded deeply in the day-to-day business operations. To that effect, it has to really become pervasive. You heard Shelly talk about it yesterday, our CEO, but that's really where we are heading towards in this market. It's early right now, but whether you look at what we're trying to do with our version 7 that you saw yesterday, our cloud to enable faster value, the GRC journey methodologies, the packaging of applications more and more so that we bring standards to bear, and it becomes easier, for companies to do that. It's simpler, easier, to adopt the programs. Also tie in, through the community, we're bringing in different elements, from the regulators, policymakers as well, to bear so that we can listen to what, these organizations are trying to do and try to get that adopted faster into our commercial organizations as well. And very importantly, have a very federated approach. GRC has a lot of connotations, if you will, a lot of different spans. And the intent really is to have a platform that can allow you to bring intelligence from multiple sources, whether it's our own applications or other systems, external data and information that could be flowing in, regulatory feeds, bring that all into a single platform. So at MetricStream, we are busy, and the world we live in and are doing business is rapidly changing. Sometimes really in a matter of minutes at times, you see fairly significant events emerging every day, from different industries, different, functional areas, different parts of the world, if you will. And, it is really the adoption of the mobile, the cloud, security, all of that is bringing to bear a new set of challenges and threats. We heard that from, Roger Bootle yesterday. Risk-informed information to make decisions that drive performance. Shelly talked about it at length yesterday. That's, again, becoming more critical. And the view of risk being transformed here. We're seeing an evolving attitude towards risk as voiced by, boards and CXOs, across the world. And yesterday, the CXO panel actually covered that, how risk and opportunity are 2 sides of a coin. We sometimes focus too much on risk. Really, a better governed, better risk managed company is able to seize on opportunities faster as well. And I talked to a number of the customers yesterday as well on how thinking is starting to evolve beyond just a risk governance program to an opportunity seizing program, if you will. Last thing, look around the room. There are 70 plus speakers thought leaders. There's over 200 attendees from 150 companies around the globe. And there are really very few communities globally on GRC that are like this. And this is just an extended arm. If you add this to what we're doing in the US, the Middle East, our online communities, we're quite proud of bringing this whole community together. And, and clearly, it is starting to extend. The conversations as well as the actions on this are starting to extend. Our time is really now. There's no time like the present. Now is our time, and MetricStream, the MetricStream team, along with our partners, the analysts, the government officials, the regulators, and of course thought leaders like you and our customers. We are all in this journey, and let's spend this day and hopefully the next day and the next month and a few years to bring this whole vision of getting GRC together. Appreciate it, and thank you again for coming, and let's enjoy the day. So it's my pleasure to actually introduce Mark Stewart, who will be the next person on the dais. He is the Director of Enforcement and Market Oversight for the FCA. Mark was appointed Director of Enforcement and Market Oversight in October of 2015, so it's pretty recent. Mark joins us from Hong Kong Securities and Futures Commission, where he was the head of enforcement. Mark's role brings together our enforcement function with the new Market Oversight Division, which was created by combining the UK Listing Authority and market monitoring functions in January of 2015. Before joining the SFC, Mark held several positions and senior positions with the Australian Securities and Investments Commission, and was most recently Deputy Executive Director of the ASIC for enforcement. He has been involved in corporate and securities regulations since 1987 in both Australia and in the UK, specializing in investigative work and resulting litigations. He completed a law degree at the University of Melbourne in 1989 and has practiced extensively in Australian courts. Mark, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. I was thinking to myself, in that last minute, it's very early in the morning to be talking about financial regulation. It's a very big topic, so I thought that maybe it's better and more appropriate to make some general observations about culture and governance, which I think fits with the themes of this particular summit. I'm fairly new to this position. In fact, I started, it'll be a month ago tomorrow. So a lot of my observations obviously rest on things that I've seen across, over 25, 26 years of doing this kind of work around the world. Leaving aside the global context, I'm very conscious that I'm now here in London, not just in London, but in a particular part of London near Lancaster Gate Tube Station, which, if you walk around the streets, and I did that on the way in this morning, it's an area of London that really is the result of the burgeoning middle class in London in the 19th century. Just not far from here in Westbourne Grove, the first department store was opened in the 1860s. A significant retail industry started to flourish shortly thereafter. As people became wealthier, they wanted to go shopping. So literally within a few blocks of where we are now, the notion of shopping was born, and so was the birth of, I guess, the retail customer. Not long after this birth, Westbourne Grove became known as Bankruptcy Avenue. Not all these shops thrived straight away. It wasn't an easy birth for the shops, perhaps not for the retail shopper either. However, by the 1870s, Westbourne Grove was back in business. Shopping was popular again. By the 1890s, and I'm jumping around quite a lot, but by the 1890s, Oscar Wilde was able to describe a cynic as the man who knew the price of everything and the value of nothing. So shopping, in a sense, had become something that was so influential, but also potentially corrosive of values. Today, I wonder, do we still grasp Oscar Wilde's wit? The man who knows the price of everything, in today's terms, might well be quite a highly prized individual, a highly prized employee. But if he knows the value of nothing, what is he really worth? So, in that context, culture and governance. I say culture and governance, but it's really mostly culture. Regulators have been talking about culture ever since the financial crisis. It's in danger, I guess, of becoming a buzz term, an integrated ideal of good governance, regulatory compliance and fair process. It's an ideal, it's intangible, it's theoretical, in danger of becoming something regulators talk about, but it doesn't really have any practical anchor. Yet another catchphrase, perhaps. Wilde's cynic would be unable to price culture, but by the same token, he would still not be able to tell its value. So can we tell its value? Well, what we do know is that without good culture, there is cost. That cost might be demonstrated in significant regulatory fines. It might be demonstrated in loss of customer confidence. It might be demonstrated in new, more draconian rules and regulations. So there are costs associated with not having the right culture. But we're still talking around the subject of what culture really is. What is it really? How to make it more than something that regulators simply talk about. How to make it easier for those who know the price of relying on the wrong values. So what is needed? Well, first, from a regulatory standpoint, I have to say this because it's what we do, we can start with rules and standards. Good rules and standards describe the expectations of the community and they set the boundaries. But the rules and regulations of a market, of a financial services industry, are not like the rules of monopoly, not like the rules of a board game, where the rules actually dictate every move that is made. The rules that we have in the real world don't operate like that. They don't determine what moves can be made. There's too much discretion, there's too much room in between. So alone, rules cannot create the environment in which good governance, regulatory compliance and fair process appear as if by magic. Much more is needed. So what is the more? Well, rules and regulations first. Secondly, a detailed understanding of the nature of the business that is being governed. I remember once, not here, asking a particular institution to provide its board papers in relation to the sale of a particular financial product that it had sold quite heavily to its customers. This was a very complex product, I should add, one that carried with it a significant amount of risk. And so what we expected or anticipated or hoped to see was something that was quite accurate in detailing the nature of the product, the risks associated with the product, the sorts of customers for whom this product might be useful and suitable, how the product was going to be sold within the organisation, what due diligence had been conducted to ensure staff really knew what they were selling, and what training had been provided to staff to ensure they could answer questions that customers might have, to ensure that they could sell the product in a suitable way. What we found was none of those things at all. The only piece of paper relating to the sale of this product that had earned quite a lot of money for this institution was a slip of paper that calculated exactly that, how much money was to be made. Clearly, working out how much money can be made from a particular line of business is not the same thing as really understanding the nature of that business. So a good, effective understanding of the nature of the business means knowing how the front line, the middle management and the senior management actually operate. It means understanding what the risks are for the business and having some framework in place to mitigate those risks or to protect the business from the consequences of those risks if they crystallise. So it's the second thing. Third thing, senior management cannot be watching everything at the same time. That's a truism. So there need to be effective systems and controls to ensure the business is operating effectively and in accordance with standards of conduct that have been designed and approved by senior management. I've seen organisations that have had terrific systems and controls, really fantastic, first-class systems and controls, but they've existed in a manual, in a book, on a website, intranet site. They haven't actually been implemented fully or at all. I've seen organisations where good systems and controls have been implemented, but they were implemented a long time ago and they haven't been maintained, they haven't been kept up. No one's even asked about compliance. Again, these are all examples where problems have emerged down the track that have been quite fatal to these businesses. Fourthly, there needs to be a healthy dosage of reality. Systems and controls by themselves, and this is a paradox, even the best systems and controls by themselves cannot protect a business all the time. One of the dangers is they can lull senior management into a false sense of security. You think the system is there to protect you, when in fact the system provides a predictable framework which can be exploited by someone who wants to exploit it. So what is needed to ensure that the inevitable gaps in every system are not exploited? Well, I think a risk-focused, almost counterintuitive audit of a system from the perspective of this cynic who is there to exploit the price of the system's gaps. A great example of that is some of the large rogue trading cases we've seen over the years. Most of them all involve someone, an employee, exploiting gaps in an otherwise system that is designed to protect the business. But the system was never looked at from the perspective of the potential rogue trader to ensure that there was some way of narrowing those gaps. So that's four things that can be done. There are no doubt more. What is needed from a values perspective to achieve any of these things? Because you can do all of this and still miss the point if the values are not right. Well, there can be no complete prescriptions, but prudent forethought, which in itself is something that's worth thinking about, prudent forethought is not enough unless it's accompanied by a sense of not only what should be done, but also a compulsion to set about doing it. No point having a good idea if it's not implemented. So an interest in execution, being able to think through what is needed and to actually do it, is vital. And then thirdly, the ability to lead and to engender leadership. And by leadership, I don't mean charging into the valley of death and having everyone follow you. What I mean is influence, the ability to influence across an organisation and to allow others to influence as well in a positive way. So leadership isn't something that simply sits at the senior management level. It sits at every level of the organisation. So a key challenge in making culture a pragmatic reality is the difficulty of knowing whether culture that exists is good or even working. So even if you accept all that I've said, how do you know when you look at your own organisations whether you've got a culture that works or not? Because a lot of what I've said is common sense, really, and a lot of you would say, yeah, we do that, or we try and do that. But how do you know it works? There's no standard regulatory metric, nor is there any prescription for culture. Is culture simply about the right vibe? You feel it, you sense it. You can't touch it, but you just sense it. If so, that's probably not very satisfactory, because what one person senses or feels, another one may not at all. One way of knowing when culture has failed is when things go wrong and get worse, or they just go wrong again. So looking at culture from the perspective of when things go wrong might be worth thinking about, because when you know it's not there, it seems quite obvious. So the sorts of questions that might be asked in relation to things that might go wrong, that are valuable for a cultural metric. How quickly does it take for problems to escalate to the right person or group of persons for effective decision-making or action? That can be measured. How fast? Or does something sit in the bottom drawer, or the inbox, or the draft box, or the not quite sent box, or a locked cabinet somewhere until someone's brave enough to raise the question or raise the problem? How many problems don't get fixed until effectively beyond their use-by date? How many problems don't emerge until they're really big problems? If they'd been identified sooner, maybe they would never have become big problems in the first place. How difficult is it to actually fix things in an organisation? A lot of organisations know what problems they've got, they just can't fix them. That's perhaps a sign that the culture isn't working the way it should be working. These sorts of questions, so interrogating what might go wrong or what has gone wrong, in order to develop some sense of how fast, how soon, how early, how difficult, may help us develop qualitative or numerative answers that measure the way an organisation deals with things that don't go well or don't go according to plan. And that metric in itself might be a proxy for culture. We know that problems that don't get resolved get bigger or more toxic. So the ability to nip things in the bud should be a vitally important organisational imperative. If so, can this insight become the right one for an effective cultural metric? I think this is achievable. In another context, that is not my context, in the wake of Volkswagen's admissions of cheating US emissions tests, one of the senior staff of Volkswagen said to Volkswagen staff, and quoting, this is in English, not in German, "We need in future a climate in which problems aren't hidden but can be openly communicated to superiors." So it pays to listen what is said from the depths of crisis. Let me now put this into my own context of financial services regulation and markets regulation. The fact of misconduct in our markets should not necessarily surprise or scandalise us. A degree of misconduct is inevitable, and that's sadly human nature. What I mean by misconduct here is some fault-based wrong. I'm not saying that that regulators should be in the business of attacking things that go wrong because Murphy's Law will always exist. Some fault-based wrong will always happen to some extent. So if that's true, then it is how we react that's important. When I say we, I mean we as the regulator, but also We generally, everyone else in the room. There's no drama about sitting on the same table with people from Barclays Bank. We are on the same table all the time. Misconduct that is detected quickly and effectively uprooted should engender confidence in our market. Confidence doesn't necessarily leak from the market when it occurs, but it can leak from the market if misconduct, or if it looks as though misconduct is not detected quickly. If it's not detected quickly, it tends to suggest that it might be tolerated, or that we're not effective in watching out for it, or our standards are too low. These are the sorts of things that can detract from confidence in our market. But if we are good at detecting quickly, uprooting it quickly, remedying it quickly, it should engender confidence. More confidence should come into our market because of that, because our reactions are so good. Where we are good at detecting and remedying misconduct, we demonstrate that our system, our framework, is up for the task. Users of our markets and financial services, including consumers of all hues, can then have confidence that the risks they bear do not include the risks of misconduct. So the benefits of nipping things in the bud, especially where there is or may be a misconduct issue, are real and tangible. But the balance really is a delicate one. Missing the opportunity, either because we're not quick enough or because we don't recognise the problem early enough, and allowing a problem to grow unchecked does erode confidence far more quickly than confidence can ever be engendered. This is why an organisation's culture is so important. Let me finish on this note. First, confidence and integrity in our markets and financial services are not abstractions, it's very real. And they can be made real and tangible if the will and the imagination is there. Of course, Wilde's cynic will miss the point and see that it is all about fines, when in fact it's really about the importance of our values. And then secondly, there's no point knowing the price of everything if the most important things are worth nothing. And thirdly, is culture achievable? Yes, it is. On that note, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. I'd like to invite French Caldwell to the stage. French is the Chief Evangelist at MetricStream. Before joining MetricStream, Mr. Caldwell led the research initiatives at Gartner on GRC, enterprise risk management, regulatory compliance, and third-party management, social media risk management. Mr. Caldwell led the White House-sponsored Digital Pearl Harbor wargame and the first ever strategic assessment of cyber wargames. He's also served as a nuclear commander and commanding officer on the US submarine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Okay, Mark, I thought your emphasis on culture and values certainly very appropriate. When we get down to brass tacks, though, you have certainly a very challenging job. We look at the number of sort of scandalous events, LIBOR manipulation, foreign currency manipulation scandals, and a number of other sort of key investigations and enforcement actions. So we've kind of seen that there is sort of a lot of choices to go after. Can you maybe just share a little bit around what your priorities may be? I know you're early in the job, but what the priorities of the FCA may be over the next year or so.
Yeah, thanks, French. You're right, it's very early days for me. But this is a question that I get asked all the time, and certainly asked a lot in Australia and Hong Kong. People want to know what the next enforcement targets are going to be. The reality is, none of us have crystal balls, and so we don't know. But the important thing is that we are ready. We can cover the field. We are able to take action quickly, that is, detect and take action quickly in all the areas of key concern for us. And the sorts of things that are always going to be of interest for regulators like the FCA, will be the way in which financial services are provided to all types of consumers, not just retail but wholesale consumers as well. Whether our capital markets are operating cleanly, whether our standards are being met, anti-money laundering, things of this kind are always going to be on the agenda. And it's very hard to say that we should operate a kind of pick and mix approach to enforcement, because the minute you say you're going to concentrate on A, the problems will emerge in B and C. So I think from an enforcement perspective, it's important that we are able to keep on keeping on across the length and breadth of the waterfront that we look at.
Well, so you're sort of saying you squeeze the balloon in one place, it's going to pop out in another? Is that? Well,
I mean, there's a risk of that. There's a risk of that. So that's why, I think from an enforcement perspective, it can be a little bit of a mistake to say that you're going to concentrate on this sector because you're sending an implied message that other sectors may not be worthy of the same attention, which I don't think is the right message.
When we see an institution come under investigation, it seems like sometimes the focus is on the institution itself, and other times the focus is on the bad actors in the institution. How do you balance that? When do you look at it and go, hey, there's sort of an institutional issue here, or rather there's a bad actor within the institution?
It's not something that I've ever really had to struggle with, to be honest. The reality is, whenever you have an investigation into something that may have gone wrong in any organisation, the key question is, well, what were the circumstances? What was the environment? And the environment is obviously the systems and controls, the way the organisation operated, the culture of the organisation. But by the same token, you have to look at the way individuals acted in that context as well. And so both are really part of the field of vision. You can't really disentangle the dance and the dancer so easily. It's something that comes together, and you need to investigate, forensically investigate, to see the extent to which systems may have created the environment for something to go wrong, and the extent to which an individual may have acted contrary to all those systems, contrary to all those cultures, contrary to all those directions from senior management, to do something that was completely contrary to the way that organisation behaved. I say that, back in the 80s, it was a time of excessive risk-taking in the corporate field, certainly in Australia, and it led by the end of the 80s to a significant number of large corporate collapses. So in the early 90s, there's a significant focus on investigating these collapses, and of course the investigations were concerned with both corporate and individual liability, and individual liability at the level of the board of directors, the senior management. And it led to a number of actions against both companies and against individuals as well. And I think the important thing to think about now is that in the same set of circumstances, you might have a problem with an organisation because its systems and controls were woefully deficient, and you may have a separate action against an individual employee who was dishonest, and the two things can emerge from the same factual matrix. And there's a huge number of cases that we did in Hong Kong where action was taken against both the firm and the individual. There's also a huge number of cases where action was taken against one and not the other. So I don't see it as a polarity in a sense. It's not one or the other. It may be one or the other. Often it's both.
Okay. I would tend to agree, but it seems though that many institutions kind of feel like they're kind of caught. They're putting a lot of effort into their compliance programs, their risk management programs. But as you pointed out, some of the individuals are the rogue traders and others are going to find that area that for one reason or another, is uncovered. And we even saw in one case where, the rogue trader had been part of the compliance function, right? And then, so we knew how to identify where the holes were.
It's often the way, actually. I did a case in Australia. There were four traders on a particular desk who, and one of them used to be in the back office, so he knew exactly where the gaps were, and they exploited those gaps.
Right.
And just to take this example of corporate or individual liability, in that case, I mean, the systems and controls were not right. They weren't right. They weren't kept up to date. They were, I guess, negligent rather than deliberate, of course. A huge amount of the regulatory focus was on remediation for the organisation. The four traders went to jail. But the institution itself went through an existential revolution in culture and practice. And very interesting, how that happened. They brought in virtually the whole board changed, brought in a new CEO. Whenever we met with the organisation, this is really, even now, really unusual, the CEO would attend every meeting with the regulator. Every single meeting, the CEO was there to demonstrate how seriously they were taking the remediation program that had to be put into effect. They weren't penalised in that process, even though their systems were deficient. In a sense, you could even argue their systems were partially causal, although I think you could argue the other way, but their systems were certainly at fault. They demonstrated the capacity and the ability to turn things around quickly, and that was important.
Does that go any ways towards mitigating the impact of any fines or penalties, your ability to respond to an incident?
Yeah, of course. What someone does once a problem has been detected, how someone reacts, whether they are whether they're cooperative, the way they behave is absolutely relevant to the outcome, and must be, as it is in any set of circumstances where someone is charged with any offence and comes before a court for sentencing. Their character, their personality, their reaction to what has happened is all relevant to the ultimate outcome. It doesn't mean there is necessarily always this kind of get-out-of-jail-free card for doing the right thing after the event. But is it relevant? Yes, of course it is.
Well, what do you see as, with some of the organizations that you've investigated or examined over the years, what are the leaders actually doing right? How do you the ones, certainly you've been in some where you've said very minimal comments or deficiencies, right? So what were they doing right?
Well, the example I gave before, it was in Australia, the CEO was hands-on for a start. And it's really impressive. And I think I've only seen that once since, where in every one of these larger cases involving a large institution, the CEO knows exactly what's going on. But for the CEO to actually turn up to meetings with people like the small guys, the regulators really aren't we're not big guys, we're not important, but for the CEO to turn up at every single meeting with staff who are well below his pay rank, to say we are treating this very seriously. It's sending a message not only to us, looking at the matter, it's sending a message to his own staff as well. Very powerful message about how important this really is. And I've only seen that, twice in 28 years.
My goodness. Oh, my goodness. So, you're faced with a multi-billion-dollar pound fine and the CEO doesn't show up.
Yeah, well, it's where there's a significant bleeding of reputation and confidence. Forget the fine. It's the bleeding of reputation and confidence in the organisation, and for a CEO to say, well, I'm going to put my body in line here and try and protect the organisation and say this is not what we stand for, is an enormously powerful signal. And to do that not after the regulatory outcome has been revealed publicly, but to do that beforehand, really early, is symbolically enormously powerful, and also I think very effective, and very effective in the way the organisation deals with us, and as well in the way the organisation deals with its staff and its key stakeholders.
So to shift gears here a little bit, one of the things that we've heard from a number of our speakers yesterday was sort of the impact of sort of disruptive trends. We have crisis in Europe, there's a crisis in China. From an economic standpoint, we have the emergence of new disruptive business models like peer-to-peer lending, in the bank, that's maybe an alternative to traditional lending in the banking industry. So in this rate of change and disruption feels as if it is at a pretty high pace, So do you have any thoughts on whether we need to sort of reimagine how we make policy to deal with sort of the emergence of new trends or new technology that's changing whole business models these days?
Just listening to the question, French, I was trying to think, well, when has it ever been different?
Yeah.
When I first started work, there were no computers.
Right.
On desks. People still smoked in the office. It's really extraordinary when you think about it now. And so we've seen so much. Financial services as a field of regulation didn't exist when I started work. It wasn't. This has been something that has grown and developed and emerged in the last 25, 30 years. So we've seen a huge amount of rapid change in the last 25, 30 years. Do we think that's going to suddenly stop now? Of course it's not. So the sorts of challenges that we face are going to keep coming, and we're going to have to keep finding new ways of doing what we're doing, and understanding what these challenges really mean. Do I have the answers? No.
Yeah. Well, are you seeing any increase in sort of cooperation between regulators on a global scale?
Of course. The initial impetus for regulatory cooperation was 9/11, actually.
Oh, okay.
That's where it really started, and then the financial crisis was the golden moment for global cooperation. Regulators did get together, and they are still working and talking with one another. And is the system perfect? No, it's not perfect, but the ability for regulators to provide assistance to one another and to collaborate with one another is getting better all the time, and it's absolutely vital. And it's vital that we become more consistent in the way we cooperate and collaborate as well.
Well, let's take two questions from the floor. If we have people here that would like to ask a question, yes, sir, right over here.
Hi, Mark. My name is Paul Skirrow from EDF Energy. You talked a lot about culture in your presentation, and to build a culture that we want, you need openness and transparency in a business. I'm just curious, with the sort of escalating penalties that we're seeing from misdemeanors, how do you as a regulator feel that you can help companies build that culture? Because ever-escalating penalties is going to sort of reduce the openness of companies for fear of these penalties. You say you're new to role. What new things can you do as a regulator to help companies build those cultures and not feel that they have to hide things away because of escalating penalties?
There's a bundle of problems in your question. Firstly, it would be quite perverse if the lesson that was learned from the last few years was that organisations should hide their problems. I don't think that's a good thing at all, and it's not the lesson that ought to be learned from what's occurred over the last few years. The whole point of what I was trying to say is that problems that can be detected early enough and nipped in the bud is the best way of avoiding this from becoming a bigger problem or a toxic problem in the future. And I think that the need for early detection and effective uprooting of misconduct or effective solving of a problem at an early stage is the most important thing that any organisation can do. And the same applies to regulators.
Any other questions? Right here. Riza?
Welcome to Europe. Much of the focus of the 2 days here is around analytics and rich analytics. And I guess my question is, in respect of the way in which your enforcement teams actually conduct their own activities, how you see the use of richer analytics within your own capability set?
What I haven't really... you put enforcement in front of my title and all anyone wants to talk about is enforcement. The other part of what I do is market oversight. So, London's capital markets, the UKLA, and of course trading in our markets, which is the only way you can carry out effective regulation of trading in our markets is through surveillance systems which capture all the data. We did this in Hong Kong. We had a system that would effectively throw a net around every transaction in the marketplace, and then we'd analyse it. And we had different software systems that are not that they're all third-party products. They're not bespoke products, but they're quite well-known products that are used by all the banks as well. We use these, perhaps in a slightly different way, to analyse what's going on. Do we need to be able to do this? Yes, of course we do. Of course we do, and we do it. Do we need to be continuously analysing our systems to ensure they're fit for purpose? Yes, of course we do. Do we need to be continuously looking at what's happening in the market to ensure we're not missing out on any data that we should be capturing? Yes, of course we must. So the problems that no doubt you've been talking about are also problems that we have as well, and challenges.
One more question. Thank you.
So I would like to ask you, if an institution, for example, identifies a big problem quick enough, as you said, and becomes responsive to it, so approach it essentially, would you recommend that this problem is then reported to the contact authority, or is just hidden, thinking that it may never appear as a problem in the past?
Can you answer the question yourself?
Well, I could, but I just want your opinion.
I think, look, as soon as you say the word hiding the problem, it's a real giveaway.
Yeah, so, all right, we'll take one more question. Well, right over here, I think this gentleman over here had, this will be it.
As we've seen in the U.S., we've had some foreign banks that have started to move some of their trading operations to other locations. How concerned are you with regulatory arbitrage?
It depends on. It sounds like you've got some particular examples. I don't know what they are. the regulatory environment is one that's far more cohesive than I think a lot of people think it is. You know, the regulatory standards, for example, in Hong Kong, I spent 9 years in Hong Kong. There'd be imperceptible differences in what is required in Hong Kong and what's required here in London or in New York, for that matter, or in Singapore. So amongst the major financial centres around the world, there is a lot of synergy and a lot of cooperation and a lot of collaboration, and I don't see too much room for arbitrage in the major financial centres around the world. And that's probably taking care of 99% of what we ought to be concerned about. Of course, there are going to be jurisdictions that provide some sort of safety for certain types of activity, but I think it's at the margins. I'm not saying it's not something that should be of concern, but I think for the most part, the major financial centres around the world are really in sync with one another.
Well, Mark, I think certainly the FCA is lucky to have your global experience. So you're bringing actually some experience from working in all these different markets to the FCA. So good luck in your new job. And thank you for joining us here this morning.
Thanks, French. Thank you.
Okay, so the next session is going to be one that I think a lot of people have been asking and requesting for. We have two people on the stage. We're going to have Isabel Smith from Johnson & Johnson. One of those people I mentioned in my keynote today, who have stuck very firmly in making sure that J&J adopts a good, strong GRC program, navigating the organization very effectively over the last 3-4 years as they've moved from one step to the other. I still remember, 3 or 4 years ago when we started, there wasn't a program, they're all very siloed approach to GRC. And Bell has been really, I'm sorry, but really a bulldog, within J&J, carrying the baton, if you will, and has very effectively transformed how J&J is managing their 400 distributed businesses. So Bell, welcome. We also have Renee Murphy. She is the senior analyst at Forrester, leading a lot of the Forrester practice now on GRC. Has particular emphasis on governance, risk and compliance, serving the security and risk professionals at Forrester. Works with a lot of companies. We have other people from Forrester here as well. Chris, who we've been working for many years. Welcome, Renee. And Belle, just be careful. She can be pretty incisive, okay? So.
Thank you. Thanks. Hi, everyone. So actually, I'm going to talk to you for a minute, and then Belle's going to talk to you for many minutes, and then we're going to sit down and talk. So what I want to talk to you about is a little bit about, what we're seeing in the research when it comes to adoption of GRC. And it's actually kind of important, right? Because it's not actually the easiest thing to do, right? Implementing an entire program from nothing actually takes a lot of work. And I want to actually talk about that a little bit, right? When you talk about, how do we mature this? How do we get better at what we do? What do we do with this stuff, right? Well, higher GRC maturity coincides with more stakeholders and improved coordination, right? At your organization, which top leaders or stakeholders are regularly involved in setting the vision and strategy of your GRC program? I think Bell can attest. It starts with internal audit. Audit is always kind of involved in the very beginning of all of that stuff, right? It's all about compliance. And I think as we mature in GRC, we get away from compliance and we start talking about risk, or we at least integrate risk into that conversation, right? The chief risk officer is definitely involved. In highly mature companies, they're very involved, right? In highly mature companies, audit is very, very involved. When we get to the head of IT risk, chief information security officer, the CISO. In highly mature organizations, they're actually a little less involved, right? Because we have better integration in that process. When we talk about how integrated this has to be, who are the roles of the people involved, it actually is very, very, very involved in the organization. We talk about risk culture, we talk about the tone at the top. This is it, right? This is the tone at the top. And we can see here the board of directors are highly involved, chief operations officers are involved, but not at the level at which risk people are involved or auditors are involved. I'd like to say that risk and audit go hand in hand, right? We determine the risk, and that's how we figure out what we're going to audit. And I think that as we mature, we understand that we're on the same team, and we definitely mean to do the same thing. And I think that comes with working together, getting more mature, and understanding how we relate that data to each other, right? When we talk about governance objectives, risks, and compliance efforts in traditional GRC programs, I mean, this is what it looks like, right? Who's in charge? What do we do in governance? It's about support, sales support. It's about business agility. It's about customer intelligence. It's about all of this stuff, time to market, right? When we talk about risk management, we talk about, fraud, inefficiency, malicious attacks, systems failures. Do you see how this is integrated across sales, marketing, security, compliance? Right? It doesn't sit in its own silo. It's not just risk management in and of itself. I'd like to give credit where credit's due on this one. This is a Chris McLean, brilliant piece of graphics. So thank you, Chris McLean. This is one of my favorites. And when we talk about demonstrating greater business value as technical capabilities mature, clearly with GRC enablement, technology allows us to get stronger performance out of this stuff. And it's actually truly a fact, right? We actually have a maturity model. We have a GRC maturity model at Forrester. And I think we decided really early on, you can do as much manual process as you want, but you'll never get past a 3. In maturity, right? Until you adopt some kind of platform that allows you to pull that stuff together in a reasonable way, spit it back out in a reasonable amount of time, you're not going to be able to make business decisions based on that data, right? What am I going to do? I'm going to sit around and wait for data to come back from an audit that may take 6 months, right? That audit cycle might take 6 months, and I may wait that long to get it back. And when I do, I'm going to make a business decision on that. That's really old data to be making business decisions from, right? So when we start looking at, where do we go from here? I mean, this is it. Integrated GRC is all about, bringing the whole business together, putting that data all in one place. And, we talked about it. I didn't talk about it. The panel talked about it yesterday, right? This idea that, not everybody's at the same level of maturity. And I have to say that that's probably really very true, right? I think when I talk to people all day long, and I talk to people all day long, it's kind of the gig, I keep talking to people who are still trying to figure out what risk framework they want to use. And we're not talking about, we're using advanced analytics and AI to, no, we're still trying to figure out if ISO 31000 is the way to go, right? So, and I talk to a lot of Fortune 500 companies. I think it's pretty universal. We're just getting to a 3. One day, 5 years from now, I'll be sitting here telling you this is the most awesome thing because we're all using advanced analytics, to talk about how risk is related to the business. But we're not there yet. We're really not. But I encourage you to keep going, right? Keep going. And it's really obviously a difficult path to take. And here's what I'll say. And Belle, I'd love to hear it from you after we sit down and talk. But, I remember doing my very first meeting as the brand new person who was going to deal with risk in an organization. And I swear, I knew people wouldn't come to this meeting. Who's going to show up to a meeting where we have to admit everything we've done wrong for the last 20 years, and you're going to get assigned the duty to fix it? Oh, and I want it done in 8 weeks. Like, who's going to show up to that meeting? Nobody. Nobody's going to come. So I used to send out these meeting invites like, please come to the risk management meeting. There'll be food. I thought I'm brilliant, right? I'm brilliant. People are going to show up for this. I got 30 emails back saying, what kind? What kind of food, Renee? So, it's not easy. The tone at the top has to be there, right? We have to be able to say, we want to do this. We're going to adopt this into our culture. We really want to be part of this. And we really need to get on that journey to go forward. And it is a journey. You're on the Pacific Crest Trail. It's going to take you like 300 days to get through it if you don't die and get eaten by wolves. So, you really do have to figure it out. So with that, I'd like to introduce Belle Smith from Johnson & Johnson. She's going to talk to us a little bit about their journey, where they're at, and tell us how it's going there. So, Belle.
Thank you. Thanks, Renee. I want to apologize to the veterans. My poppy fell off. I do acknowledge what the great contribution, so thank you to anyone who is a veteran. Do appreciate that. Oops.
Great.
Next. Yeah. Figure out the button that says next. Just quickly, there's a lot of words on the slides, and the reason I did that is a lot of times people say I would like to have the takeaways, so I'm not going to speak to each one of those words, but just wanted to let you know that the content is there. Essentially what I want to talk about is J&J, and we're a very large, very decentralized company. So let me give you a little context. Look around your table. Each one of your tables is a company. Each one of your companies is in a different part of the world. Okay, so imagine that. And each one of you has a different role. Somebody's a compliance officer, somebody's the financial officer at your table. And you've been told that your primary goal is to serve the customers in your region. That is J&J. It's all about the customer focus, and it's all very decentralized. And each one of you are running as a separate business with your own P&L in order to be able to accomplish those goals. So how do you make everybody around this room who comes with very different ideas, very different priorities, how do you bring those all together? And oh, by the way, you're in a environment and in an industry where life and death is at stake. So you got to be really careful about the kind of risks that you want to take on. So how do you make that happen? So that's the context in which we're working from a J&J perspective. So 265 companies, over 125,000 people in 60 countries. So that is our environment. The way we do this is really trying to start at the top and be able to put together some common things that everyone around the world is aligned with. And so although you may have very different ways of doing things within your country that are appropriate to your customer base, there are things that need to be aligned. And so when you talk about governance, risk, and compliance, I'm really lucky from a perspective of J&J has this in place. And so we from the executive group to the board, everyone has the kind of the aspirations and these strategic priorities. So you can, how you accomplish them may be different in your environment, but doing them will be according to these guidelines. So again, caring for one person at a time and will help 1 billion people live longer, healthier, happier lives. That's the aspiration of the company. So if you go anywhere in the world in J&J, that would be the where we're trying to get to. And then the priorities are through human health and well-being, leading growth and dynamic business responsibility, and stewarding a healthy environment. So one of the big things is doing this and also being sustainable. So when you talk about the culture and what's at J&J, these are kind of the background of things that are there. Actually, when you talk about a risk statement, J&J started off when they didn't call it their risk statement, but it's really our credo, and it's a common set of values that was been in existence since 1943, but it's really the key principles for driving risk and ethical behavior in the company. So again, when you talk about setting that baseline, that is something that's there. So again, although I may have gone out and been kind of the initiator of starting the GRC, I really was given a step up because of the existence of the credo and what it says. It says your customers first, your employees are second, your communities are third, and if you do all that right, then your stockholders should make a profit. And that is truly ingrained within J&J. It's actually used as a construct to make decisions against. So again, this is one of the things as you go out and talk about it, I don't usually talk to people in terms of GRC. I talk to them in terms of the credo and compliance because those are kind of the two big pieces that are well known within the organization. We have an enterprise strategic framework, which is again said by the credo and our aspirations, and it has the 4 elements of how, what's important across the strategy. And then in the growth drivers, they actually have a center that is driven by things that are aligned with our HR program and how people are rewarded. So you're rewarded obviously in supporting the Credo, in connecting with your other business partners. So one of the things is if you're sitting at table 3 and table 5 has an idea, there's a reward for connecting and being able to leverage the ideas. It's not mandated, but it is that reward structure around it. And then underlying that, within the last several years, we've created an enterprise risks framework. And that goes back to what Renee was talking about. We did have the discussion about which framework should we use? Should we use COSO, OSIG, 31,000? What do you use? And so J&J has adopted the COSO framework, but it has influenced a great deal by the ISO 31000 and OSIG. So if you talk about that conversation, we did need to have that, so we had a construct that we could refer to. Everybody always wants to know what's your referential framework that you're looking at. So we have put that in place, and it took us a while. We had to get representatives from each one of the tables to bring together, to have some dialogue, to inventory what they were doing. We went through and understood how they were interpreting those specific guidelines about what was there. We looked at the people, where were the people in their turning? Obviously, we've had mergers and acquisitions, so we needed to bring people who are newer to the organization and determine how much of the Credo construct has permeated. Is it, because there's always a question, okay, is it those are the nice words that are up on the wall, or are they actually how things are done? And I can tell you there are many, many times when there's a tough decision to be made that they've actually pulled out kind of the Credo in the conversation and said, hey, wait a minute, what is the impact on this longer term? Not what is it, not how much money are we going to lose? Obviously that comes into the conversation, but that's not the first place they're starting. They're starting with, what is the impact in the longer term and to our customers, and then before they get to it. So it's a really a big piece of the platform. But when I went through and looked at and said, okay, what are the things I'm up against? So, it's a very consensus-oriented culture. Other than the Credo and ethical issues, there's not much that are said mandated, thou shalt do this or thou shalt not do that. Everything else is really based on what's going on in your table or your part of the world, and how you're managing your company in order to be able to do that without violating that. So a lot of consensus. So every time you want to do something, you need to bring lots of people together. Processes, again, very, very different. One of the big things we've been doing is looking for places to harmonize processes, and then obviously you can automate those. Systems, again, if you're in a company, originally you were able to pick your own systems. So think about every one of your table has different systems for compliance, different systems for risk. So one of the big things that we did going on was to get alignment from our tone at the top to say, let's at least pick a standard that we would say we would back. And then as opportunities arrive, people would adopt that system rather than something else. So it's not the best way to do it. I can assure you, if you have the ability to get everyone aligned and say this is what we're going to go with, definitely do that. But in the absence of that, rather than letting the 700 and some systems that are out there proliferate throughout the organization, pick one or two and try to drive towards standard. It gives you a better opportunity as you're going forward. Again, these are the challenges faced. We did get alignment in our objectives. One of the things we did do is we had agreement in our executive group. We do have an organization that's called our compliance committee that has representatives from every one of the functional silos together. And we brought them together for a GRC journey workshop where we actually took them through common elements of, do you recognize what the impact of not having common terminology is? Do you understand the impact of every one of these groups having their own sets of policies and interpretations of laws and regulations, and how hard that is to bring it together? And by bringing out those examples in a workshop with the executives, we were able to get them to see the question about, do we want to be on a journey? And once they saw some of that disparity put out in terms of governance, risk, and compliance, the answer was, yes, we understand we're in a very fragmented state, very immature in that journey, and and got commitment to say we do want to move up that value curve. And that was very important for us because up to that point in time, we had individual, and I'll use the table analogy, individual companies or tables saying, yes, I want to join. But this was the first time where we had all of the leaders saying, okay, I recognize it's a journey, I want to come on the trip. And so we've used that journey to get us from here's our risk framework. The next piece was establishing a priority list of saying, if we recognize we have these things we need to fix, what's the sequence in which we do them in? So we've developed a strategy that says these are the top priorities. And one of the big ones is just awareness. A huge communication program across the organization to talk about, what it is we're trying to do and how existing things fit into it. It's not that we're saying this is a whole new initiative because there's new initiatives all the time. It's how do we leverage the things that exist today and pull them together. Business challenges. Again, we have vision, mission, and alignment. Again, that was through that executive committee, and once we had that they said they wanted to go on the journey, that then enables us to take the conversations to individual groups. Key projects prioritized. Obviously, I think everyone's talked about the fact you need to talk about the change management, which is our awareness. We've worked with our HR group and our communications group to align the initiatives in people's goals and objectives, so the executives have in their goals and objectives, moving forward on the process. And then the third piece is the common language. Now, there's lots of other ones that were in the priority list that are sitting right there and saying, I'd love to get these done. But the one good thing that the steering committee said is, we're only going to do 3, and let's get those 3 right because they're foundational to everything else that we need to do. So we've done that. And again, with the silos inventories, we're able to see where in the individual groups are there what I call spark plug spots, where somebody may have a little bit of energy and said, okay, I want to play, and so we bring those together. So one of my roles is to connect the dots. I go around to find the table and find, okay, who's sleeping, who has an interest in, coming and working together with us to try to make this happen. And then those are the people that we bring together. Technology is an enabler. We have lots of different systems within J&J that are there, but one of the things we do have is metric stream solution. And what I talked about on the right-hand side are areas that we have deployed. So our Sarbanes-Oxley was one of the first ones, and that's a global deployment. And that is in all 265 of our companies now do all of their Sarbanes-Oxley documentation, testing, reporting, and issue tracking in one system. And I can tell you from going from 265 companies with different spreadsheets and getting them to this point was a huge amount of work. Number one, I was 6 feet tall when I started. But the benefit of that is, for the first time, without taking 5 weeks to gather the data and someone normalize it, we're actually able to see what's happening in that space very quickly. And the very interesting piece and where this has gotten traction is once the executives saw, we got to a tipping point where they almost said, wait a minute, this is too much effort to be able to get this. But once we got over the top and actually got that deployed, and now they can see real time what's happening and they understand where the risks are, it has been huge. It has made a big difference in how we go forward. I can tell you our CFO has taken huge credit for it, and you said, you look what we've done. This is, and it's true. I mean, he and our chief audit executive were real sponsors behind us and stuck behind us to say, this is what we're going to do. We know it's hard, but we're going to make it happen. And the huge difference that has made has been very, very beneficial. Our IT regulatory issue management. So if anybody here is in the IT space, you know that you may have CAPA from privacy audits, security audits. For us, it's FDA, GXP, GLP type audits. So there's all types of different audits that come around that they had to do remediation on. And one of the things they found is they had some issues that would be picked up the same issue in different audits. And what this has is one consolidated place, so they have one place for all of their audit issues. And again, because we are a an FDA-regulated industry in the US, it means that these records need to be available should the FDA come in and want to look at the system of record for our IT CAPA. So it means that we're in a validated environment, which again, if you're in life sciences, you understand the rigor that has to go into that. Our supply chain, globally, our supply chain is using this risk management. They analyze their location of where they're manufacturing risk as well as the product risk. So, understanding, what products may have single supplier, what may have single source of manufacturing, those type of things. And it's a big benefit to the board to be able to see where the risk is, because it helps them identify where to put their investment based on truly, factual risk-based things. And then audit planning and execution, we've rolled it out in our clinical research organizations, and we're working on that with our corporate internal audit, although that one hasn't been rolled out yet. So we've used 5 modules, and again, we have what I call the condo association, and this is all of these groups on the left-hand side who have deployed. Those organizations are, again, the individual silos. We come together, and for the condo is just like it says for a condo, there's common areas that you have to have oversight and governance. In those common areas, that group of people is the ones that decide what can and can't go into that group. So they're more on the application governance side of it. And again, one of the things is we've learned as we're working with any of the vendors on this, if you're getting ready to do one of these pieces, even though you may be disparate, located around the world, when you're starting to deploy this, make sure you at least have that first face-to-face meeting, because after someone looks you in the eye and you kind of can see the body language, it makes those next conference calls or WebExes a little bit more real. Successes and benefits, I think I've described some of these. One of the big things is, again, taking, especially in Sarbanes-Oxley, did a measure of the amount of time people were spending on operational risk mitigation versus strategic risk. Spending a lot of time on the tactical pieces rather than saying, hey, wait a minute, this is telling me I have a much bigger systemic issue, and those pieces of data pop out much more quickly than they did before. And one of our other areas is that, being a huge company, we have 9 or 10 different silos of various forms of compliance and assessment, and each one of those was going out, and if you're the company here, you would have 9 or 10 different sets of auditors coming to see you for different pieces of the topic. And so one of the things we've been using this for is to try to get people to align and share what risks they're auditing, because it allows us to get a bigger picture more quickly. We're absolutely not there yet. That there's a lot of cultural things we have to address with that, but that's part of the process of what we have in the offing here. Best practices. One of the big things is start with the end in mind. If you know what you want to report on, make sure you have those reports in your first user sessions. One of our big mistakes was to go through, and we used all the user requirements, we had everybody involved. We didn't bring the reports in until the end. And one of the things we found is that if we put that in the beginning, we would have realized there was some other data we needed to collect. So a key thing to remember is, if you know what you want to report on, make sure you've got that up front. Stakeholder commitments, stakeholders versus players. That's a nice way of saying it. When I introduce to the people, I always say, are you a chicken or a pig for breakfast? The pig is committed, the chicken is involved. I'm looking for the pigs to be playing in where we're doing this. I need the people who are committed to actually doing this, not just showing up to the meetings to get their name on the meeting minutes as they're going forward. Another key one is your business analysts and your data architects, invaluable. If you don't have them in your project team, don't start. They are absolutely invaluable in making this move forward. So that's one of those absolutes. That's an absolute I would go for. Everyone has said it today in multiple ways. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. If the tone isn't right when you're getting ready to start the project, it won't happen, because people can either make it or they can break it. And so we've actually had a couple of things that we've stopped because the people were not ready for it. And so, if it's not right there, forget it. The other piece is at the bigger level, because our culture is really driven by Credo and compliance, it's how do we relate what we're doing to those existing things, not to trying to add another layer of something else that people have to worry about. And the last one is the change management, making sure that you have people, I think it was Umar the other day that was speaking about, he's a change management expert. That's the kind of person you need to make sure is on your team, because as you're doing all of this, you really have to get people to change. And I forget where we were talking about yesterday, where they're saying, in order to get something to be a reflex, it takes 1,000 times to exercise a skill. Mm-hmm. And so think about people who've been doing something for 5 or 6 years the same way, and now you're asking them to do something new. You're going to give them 1 day of training, and then, oh my goodness, they didn't follow the rules. I wonder why. They're doing what's reflex. And so, it's getting that type of mentality to work, and that's a lot of work. Best practices, collaboration. You have to talk to everybody. And more than talking with them, you have to give them the opportunity and listen. Listen to what they're doing and why they're doing it, because a lot of times I would have a perspective because of something I'd seen, and I'd realize afterwards when I finally listened to people that I was wrong and that they really had a very valid reason for what they were doing. So if you can't address those things, you'll never bring them along in the process. Things we're continuing to do, obviously we're trying to work on our risk language. Again, making sure it's linked to what exists there today. And so that language piece is something that will continue, and it'll take us a while to do. Harmonize our policies. We have thousands and thousands of policies. Again, if every one of you had written policies in your particular areas, they all have to be brought together in that life cycle harmonized. So that's a huge amount of work to do, but we need the language first and then the policies. So those are the things that we've done. It's been an incredibly interesting journey. A lot of it has to do with somebody being crazy enough to want to go out and do it. Again, I'm driven by connecting the dots. So for me, this is where the passion lies. But if you don't have the passion for it, don't start the journey, because it's a trek. Yeah. But if you do, it's really, really rewarding to see some of the things come to life.
Oh, well, come sit with me.
Okay.
Yeah. I promise not to be scary.
Oh.
So a couple of things. First, GRC PMO. I have never seen that. And I talk a lot. I got to tell you, it's been 3 years of talking a lot about GRC. Talk to me about the PMO. Clearly, it was meant to put the project in place. Will it stay after the project's done?
I believe it will. It's actually become a subset of the larger compliance group. What we call as a compliance committee. So the way J&J is structured is we have the board and then our executive committee, and they have a what they call a triage committee and a compliance committee. And the compliance committee is, again, representatives from everyone there, and they're actually the ones that are kind of the PMO for GRC, and then the work that we've been doing in the past is linking into that. So someone else said yesterday about when it's not your own, it's a good thing. Well, the thing is that's been adopted by the compliance committee, and it's now their PMO, and so everything we've done is now feeding into that, and it's taking off on other projects. Nice. So it's been very beneficial. No.
And so the other thing I think that's struck me was, when I talk to people all day long, it's this idea that, they'll get on the phone with me and like, this is the 4th time we've started this. If we don't get it right this time, no one's going to trust us to start it ever again, right? And, yep. And you're like, oh, I feel your pain, but how do we make this one stick, right? Yep. So how many false starts did J&J have in this arena, and what made this one stick?
Well, I think no matter how many times you do it, they build on each other. This has actually been the 4th time. This is actually the fourth time is the charm. Over many years, and several of the people have been involved from there. And some of it is the organization wasn't ready. Mm-hmm. Some of it was that, hey, wait a minute, we already cover this in our credo, or we already do this another way. And so that was very important to try to figure out where the things were that were in place versus what are the things that you need to work on. And that's really where that journey workshop was really helpful, because we had a few of the people who had been through every one of those trials. Mm-hmm. And when they saw that was the context, that it put everything in context with enough detail, they said, now I see where we're trying to go. So some of it is just readiness. It's like anything. You you try a different sport, try something else, and your golf swing after 5 times is like, okay, now I'm maybe ready to play this game of golf.
Right, I was like, right, I'm not ready to play golf. I really don't think I'm into it. Yeah, I still play, but I don't think I was into it. So the other thing is, there's this idea that it kind of, when I hear you talk about it, it's like, it's such a nice story, but how long did it really take, right? I mean, from the time you sat down and said, listen, we're going to do this, to the time where you feel like you're successful, how long did that really take?
Well, I've really been at this. As a matter of fact, I think the very first time I met Shelley and team was in 2009 or 2010, when they came and I was kind of the lone voice saying, hey, I really want to try to do this. And, if I'd recognized the journey, I might not have.
Yeah.
but at the time, we did it, and from a partnership perspective, have really worked very hard together. We actually had a failure, and it wasn't a failure from the MetricStream side; it was a failure from the J&J side. We actually built across the combination of bringing all the regulation feeds in, having them parsed into what the cross-functional alignment was, how they mapped to each other, which ones were redundant. We had all of that in the database, including the change management process to say what policies need to be updated. And then we had an organizational change, and it wasn't a priority.
Yeah.
So, but it was the concept, and a lot of the energy for going forward were people who had been involved in that, saw the value of it, went to different parts of the organization, and later on came back as some of the advocates for some of the things we needed to do. So, it's one of those you try again. There's a lot of that in the process.
Did you feel at some point, I mean, everybody who's gone through this, and it's taken multiple years for them to find, the ability to say, I feel like we can use this data, it's really relevant to me. Did you feel like during that process you might have failed a couple times? Everybody tells me, like, once the platform's in, like, I still can't do anything with it, so I feel like a failure, right? And so, and you run the risk of saying, that's it, I'm done. This one didn't work for me. Like, we can't do this, right? Did you have those moments where you were like, this isn't going to work? And how did you get past those? Because I think it's really important that we get past those, because too many people quit at, I got the platform, it's not working.
Well, we had 2 of those in the Sarbanes-Oxley, which was global, which was very difficult. One was the reporting piece. We did all of the functionality, had everything we wanted, but at the end of the day, what people really wanted were the reports from the system, and we didn't have them all built first. So there we are, feeding the beast, lots of people feeding the beast, but not being able to get everything they wanted out of it. So that was definitely a lesson learned. The other one was when we were getting ready to roll out, we had so much noise from the organization. So think about, again, each one of you is a company out there, and I'm going to take away how you've done something for the last 6 or 7 years and replace it with something coming from the corporate headquarters, and this is how you're going to do your work. Well, in a decentralized company, one of the things is if you can make things not work, and so at that point in time, the chief audit executive is the one who said, no, I don't care how much noise it is. This is the system of record. This is what is going to the board of directors as your certification for your Sarbanes-Oxley. If you're not in this, it's a non-compliance. And so it was that kind of effort. And once he did that and got past the noise, then we had all of the benefits. But it's the users, because the real beneficiaries of getting everything together is really at the reporting level, not at the end user level.
Right.
So that took a little bit of push to get it over the top. And since then, I think we try to work much harder at making sure there's a real benefit for the user in there, not just for the people getting the information out the other end.
So we talked to chief information security officers, right? And they're responsible for things like security awareness training and things like that. And one of the things we've imparted upon them is you really need to market your skills. You need to market what you're doing. You need to be able to do this in a meaningful way. And by the way, but I mean market. I mean, go to marketing department, tell them you'd like to sell a big idea, and ask them how to do it, right? And if they don't want to participate, you'd be surprised how chief marketing people are, like freelance marketers. Just go hire somebody to put together the big marketing idea. When you communicated where you wanted to go with this. You wanted to bring people in because really, if it's truly a collaborative effort, right, you can't really mandate a lot. It's
No.
thou shalt not can't exist in a collaborative world, right? So how did you communicate that? What was the marketing effort, and how much time and effort did that take, and how much does it continue to take as you pull this forward?
So initially we weren't smart enough to go and use the marketing group. We did use some of our communications team. So we ended up using a lot of effort from the project team to do communications. And they did a marvelous job. They did podcasts and all kinds of things out there. They a very, very creative group of people, but again, took a lot of time that was probably not the best use of their time. So since then, J&J has a very good communications department. And so trying to engage the communications group, which has somewhat of the marketing piece, but it's more internal marketing communications, to use them in the process. But it's a place where we need to get better at. When I talk about the people change management, we didn't really put enough time and effort into that to make it easier. So I think there's ways to improve on going forward.
I mean, it's a continuing challenge,
Absolutely.
though, right? I mean, you're going to, as you roll more and more modules out, you make more and more communication. So it's definitely something that can't fall by the wayside. One of the other things I actually wanted to talk about is compliance. It seems like it's sorted out, right?
Yeah.
You feel confident about it. Governance, it seems like you're managing your policies. You're getting your taxonomy and your vernacular together. You're all going to speak the same language. What has been the challenge in risk management? What's been holding you back, or what's the effort been like?
Well, in the risk space, it's mostly that it's not a language that has typically been used. Very much risks are identified, but they're usually identified in terms of compliance. Again, when you're talking about pharmaceutical products, consumer products, knees, hips, diabetes, and kind of things, you're worried about the compliance. So you're always looking at risk, but it's not in that terminology. So getting people to express what a risk is pretty easy when you're talking about internal issues, because they're usually the inverse of the issue is the risk. But when you talk about emerging risks and the things that are coming strategically at you, there wasn't necessarily the terminology for that. And so a lot of it is when we finally got the organization to build an enterprise framework, which didn't exist before. We had siloed risk frameworks, but we didn't have the enterprise one. And the enterprise risk framework was the first time where we started to talk about, hey, we need to look at these emerging things with this. So if you think about, cybersecurity, you think about, 3D printing impact in manufacturing, things that are out there that could come out in pretty quick velocity at you. What are the terms and things that you use for that? And so that's been really is getting that mindset to say we really want to talk about it in risk so that we can start to track what's happening there. But it's mostly been a terminology because, again, governance, if you think of it, the Credo is there, and that's a wonderful envelope to put everything in. Compliance, because we we're inundated around the world with different regulations and that kind of thing. But the risk piece is shifting that discussion has been taken a lot of work.
Yeah, and I don't think that's I think that's very typical. I don't think we come up and we pull the business in and we expect them to be able to just have this really fluent conversation with us about risk. It's not possible. Same thing happens in security. We pull everybody together. We want them to have a fluent conversation about security that's very technical, and they can't. I think it's part of our job to make the reach to them.
Sure.
And you know what? If I'm talking a part of the organization that doesn't talk risk but talks quality, I'll talk quality with you. I'll translate it to risk later, right?
Absolutely.
So there's ways to get around that. So we have about 5 minutes and 17 seconds left. I'm going to open it up for questions. I mean, we have a really great resource. Someone who's going through this right now has some really great ideas. Does anybody have any questions for Belle? Seriously? Oh, there's one in the back. Thank you.
In terms of collaboration internally and externally, and with your auditor, I mean just the external auditor, were you able to leverage the work that you've done, especially for SOX, perhaps lower your fees, in the audit fee?
Interesting, yes. We work very closely with our external auditors, and so one of the things is it allows our internal audit department they've been able to leverage a lot of the work that's been done there. And one of the things is this made it even easier for them to leverage the work. And again, not so much lower the fees, but to take and put the effort that we would have them do into other higher value added areas. So absolutely, it has been a benefit in that regard. But I think across the board, internal auditors, external auditors, it also is enabling us to do more continuous auditing so that we have the data available and do those audits. The other piece is because we're global, we always go, from an internal audit perspective, go on site and spend 2 to 3 weeks within whatever operating company that we're working with. This allows us to do a lot of pre-work before we get there with the data and get a lot of insights as to where the higher risks are to go and work on it. So absolutely, it's been a gold mine that way.
Question. In terms of the transition to the COSO, the 2013 edition, did this GRC journey help you, or did it create more work?
No, it actually helped. So the new COSO, one of the things we're doing right now is we're taking a look at the updated COSO framework that's just coming out and seeing whether we need to adjust our framework. The other piece is our framework is reflects our as is and how we're doing. It's the mission and stuff is aspirational, but what it reflects is how we actually manage the risks. And as we're getting a little bit more mature, our intent is to update the framework as well as incorporate any of the changes from the COSO 2013 update into the framework update. I believe the new COSO update for 2016 is going to be available sometime in the first or second quarter of this year. So we're always kind of taking a look at OSIG, ISO 31000. We have several ISO 31000 certified trainers, and COSO, and trying to blend the best because they have different strengths and weaknesses that we want to try to bring together. But it's always updated to reflect. Once you put it out there, it's published to the external world, so it's a discoverable document. So we have to make sure that it reflects what's actually going on.
Oh, there and then there. Yeah.
I was just interested in terms of your initial business case and the return on investment proposal that would have been put together. What lessons have you learned as you've gone through the project in terms of what was achievable and what wasn't achievable?
Yeah. So quantifying Sarbanes-Oxley was a pretty straightforward one. That's a great business case on being able to take all those manual things and move it forward. And that's continued to. Once we had the data there, people have gotten creative about other things they can do with that, like with the continuous auditing perspective. When we started talking about supply chain risk management, it was, again, most of it is taking things from manual to automated, and the business cases are built on those basic assumptions. But what we've seen is there's other things that come out after that, but we've been very conservative about that business case so that we can actually put hard numbers against it. One of the things they frown on a lot is, kind of blowing out that these are, going to change the world and, return $1 billion when that's not really the case. So we really try to search for those hard and fast wins there. Some of it is a little more intangible because, again, so I'll take, for example, policies. Every company that was maintaining policies may spend, for round numbers, $500,000 or $1 million a year on doing those policies. But then when you look at how do you look at that holistically? Someone who does business around the world then has to internally harmonize all those policies. So they spend a lot of time doing that. So gathering those numbers of the inefficiencies due to variation is one of the factors in the business cases that we're starting to get better at.
We like to tell our customers always how important it is to have that executive buy-in. You seem to have had that. I don't know if you had that initially or whether there was some work that was needed. If there was, or even if there wasn't, do you have any suggestions on how that you might be able to give some advice to folks here, as well as to myself?
Sure. So I had executive buy-in, and then I had a lot of people change roles And I lost the executive buy-in because they had other priorities. Not that they weren't bought in, they were just focused on other things. So having to go back and constantly bring forward the ideas, and most of it was speaking in the terms that they were interested in. So our chief compliance officer was obviously interested in, what's it going to do for me in compliance. Our chief quality officer is, what's it going to do for me in, quality related to the product. And so really going in and speaking to them on things that were important to them at the moment. I can tell you, probably been unsuccessful more times than I've been successful. It's I guess tenacity is probably the word. It's like she's back again. So if you can get it related to, I know that for our chief audit executive, who has really been one of our bigger supporters in the executive group, he was actually responsible for a lot of the Sarbanes-Oxley things. So it was for him, it was helping him satisfy a personal goal. And in doing that, it ended up being, helping him, but then also making him a greater advocate. So it's kind of finding those, human nature is what's in it for them, So finding out what's in it for them and trying to see if you can translate. It's always nice to have the advocate at the bigger level, but primarily it really is getting into finding something that means something to them at the moment.
Appealing to people's greed. There you go.
It's not greed so much as it is their, I guess, personal internal beliefs is more that I think is the better way to look at it. If you get into their internal beliefs and say, I'm going to help you achieve that, then I've been successful that way.
And thank you for sharing the stage. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for everything you said and did. It's really an extraordinary journey. You're still on it. I would hope you'll keep in touch.
But a lot of it is just tenacity.
All right, so that's all we have time for. Everyone, please, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Belle. Thank you very much, Renee. So we're going to break now for coffee. At 11 o'clock, we will be observing Remembrance Day, and we'll observe a minute's silence at the ring of the bell. Then just after that, we'll go into our breakout groups. So check out your agenda. We are running 4 groups. The business track is running here, and then we've got the other 3 tracks running upstairs. Also, delighted to inform you that Navisite will be running their presentation in the partner theatre just out here during the coffee break. So look forward to seeing you out there. Thank you.
Services and goods to market.
Development cycles are shrinking. Innovation cycles are shrinking. The cloud is a perfect platform to be able to provide that flexibility, that agility, that scalability. And hosting providers need to provide the infrastructure to meet those agility requirements.
Most organizations depreciate their equipment over 3 to 5 years. What happens if you just change the whole paradigm and you don't worry about those things at all anymore? It's truly on an OpEx model. You work with your provider when it's time to get to the new piece of infrastructure, the new piece of an upgrade. To have a true partner that is doing capacity management and is working with you side by side day to day is how you're going to have a better experience for your organization.
Navisite is an organisation that provides managed services for mid to large enterprise customers, covering cloud, managed hosting, co-location and managed applications.
We're really able to provide all of those offerings in a very personalized manner with a strong managed services lens. We want to be truly a partner that they view as an extension of their team. And we have a variety of folks globally that focus on that day in and day out. We can deliver an end-to-end proposition where we're extending the benefits of the cloud over a private WAN and delivering an end-to-end SLA that takes into account latency, performance, beyond just the data security and the governance aspects.
The breadth of our services and the breadth of our portfolio solutions will alleviate those tasks from a customer's own IT group, allowing them to focus on their core competencies, their business, their strategic initiatives.
It becomes very critical for companies to not just have the right cloud strategy in place, but to enable that strategy with the right partner to unlock the full value of the cloud.
The VMware vCloud Air network is an ecosystem of nearly 4,000 service providers in over 100 countries around the globe. The breadth and depth of the vCloud Air network can address any business need, compliance requirement, data sovereignty, and vertical market. And VMware is excited to team with Navisite as a strategic member of the vCloud Air network partner community.
So Navisite and VMware have had a long-standing partnership going back over a decade. As a longtime provider of managed hosting services, Navisite has used VMware technology really since the early days in a traditional hosted way, but very early in the days of virtualization. As we went into the cloud space back in 2010, our partnership with VMware became even more significant and continues to grow today.
vCloud Air network partners like Navisite could help extend customer networks out into the cloud using similar VMware products and management tools already in use at a customer's premise. With similar tools at each end of the hybrid cloud, Navisite can assure 100% compatibility, providing customers with choice on where they run their workloads.
Navisite's deep-rooted partnership with VMware benefits our customers in a variety of ways. Not only do we leverage VMware technology and deliver services out to our customers, the access we have within the VMware organization and the early access to technologies through Technology Alliance partnership programs, beta programs, allows us to be first to market with many of VMware's new offerings.
Navisite has been very successful as a VMware vCloud Air network partner. In fact, they achieved the VMware Service Provider of the Year award both in the Americas region as well as globally over the years. VMware's criteria for this award is based on alignment with our hybrid cloud vision and strategy, and also the depth of adoption of our VMware products and technology, as well as the ability to deliver compelling business and value proposition around the hybrid cloud service based on the VMware platform. Navisite accelerates and executes well across all of these areas, and VMware is pleased to partner with Navisite.
As we look forward, we look at things like L2 gateway connectivity to ease seamless hybrid deployments, as well as an MSP model where Navisite can deliver managed services on top of vCloud Air itself.
VMware and Navisite are deeply engaged in a highly collaborative design win relationship that delivers true business value to our mutual customers.
As the market continues to evolve and customers look at all the different ways to deploy infrastructure and run applications, the future is very bright. Between VMware's position in the market and market leadership in virtualization, Navisite's long legacy of providing managed services, and deep partnership with VMware, the customer will have more options than ever in terms of how to go forward with their IT strategies.
Compared to physical desktops, virtual desktops can offer enhanced scalability and ease of management. Virtual desktops can also enable bring your own device initiatives and strengthen existing business continuity and disaster recovery strategies. That said, establishing an on-site virtual desktop infrastructure, or VDI, can be complicated and capital intensive. Implementation alone requires significant upfront investments, leading many organizations to question if they'll ever see a return. NaviCloud DaaS, Navisite's desktop-as-a-service solution, provides cloud-based virtual desktops for a predictable monthly cost, all with no upfront capital expenditure. Navisite provisions and oversees everything from physical data center space to the VDI software, leveraging VMware's robust Horizon DaaS platform. Customers are only responsible for OS licenses, virtual desktop configuration and management, application provisioning, and end-user devices such as laptops and thin clients. Through an add-on service, Navisite can also provide managed OS patching. NaviCloud DaaS users can access their virtual desktops through any web browser or via an app on mobile devices. The service leverages split-level tunneling to securely connect users through unique VPN tunnel, while they otherwise continue to access the internet through their default connection. After logging in, users are either connected to their default desktop or application, or presented with a list of desktops or applications to choose from. Once loaded, a full virtual desktop looks much like a standard Windows desktop. A generous amount of cloud storage is available to every virtual desktop. While many users never exceed this storage capacity, customers can purchase additional cloud storage on a per gigabyte basis, and customers with existing SAN storage systems are free to remap them to be accessible through NaviCloud DaaS. Considering that all virtual desktops are provisioned from one of Navisite's flagship data centers, enterprise-class bandwidth also comes standard. To further empower customers, 24/7 end-user help desk support is available for purchase as an add-on through one of Navisite's trusted partners. While traditional VDI environments are often complex and difficult to master, NaviCloud DaaS is managed from just 4 concise menus. The default dashboard provides key information about users, desktops, pools, and data centers at a glance. Virtual desktop templates, known as gold patterns, help to streamline virtual desktop creation. Common gold patterns such as Windows 7 32-bit and Windows 7 64-bit come preloaded. Navisite also supports importing supplemental gold patterns from our library as well as custom gold patterns. Additionally, customers can elect to have Navisite fully manage their gold patterns through an optional add-on service. The primary construct in NaviCloud DaaS is the pool, or a collection of desktops that share the same basic properties and can be managed as a group. A series of step-by-step screens guide admins through pool creation. First, admins select the Navisite data center from which a new pool should be provisioned, and then they select a pool name and gold pattern. Using checkboxes, admins select which protocols users will be able to leverage to connect to the virtual desktops in the pool. RDP is designed for connecting via Windows or a standard browser. Lastly, admins enter the number of virtual desktops they want in the pool, and then select if the desktops should be static or dynamic. Static desktops provide an experience similar to using an individual company-provisioned laptop. Changes, such as customizations and files saved to the desktop, remain between logins. Dynamic desktops provide an experience similar to using a shared public computer to complete brief tasks. Each time users log on, the virtual desktop resets to its default state, ensuring they aren't distracted by changes made by previous users. NaviCloud DaaS can also be configured to bypass the desktop and connect users directly to specific applications. This helps prevent employees from being sidetracked by virtual desktops with functionality beyond what their roles require. After selecting the basic settings for a new virtual desktop pool, admins can either create the pool as is or configure it further through the pool customization walkthrough. On the provisions screen, admins can alter defaults such as the computer, OU, and domain. From the remote applications screen, admins can enable remote access to applications such as Internet Explorer and Microsoft Word. Admins can adjust the virtual machines that will host the pool's virtual desktops on the VM configuration screen. Pool configuration gives admins the opportunity to change the maximum and minimum number of VMs in the pool and to set the default session timeout. On the last screen of the pool customization walkthrough, admins can set the default connection protocol and select which devices will be accessible from virtual desktops within the pool. For example, printers and the clipboard can be disabled to make it harder for users to create local copies of sensitive information. Based on complexity, it takes between 30 to 90 seconds for the system to create each virtual desktop. A pop-up at the bottom of the screen makes it easy to monitor progress. When the pool is ready, admins can assign existing users and add new users through the mapping screen. New users will receive an email prompting them to create login credentials, and then they're ready to get started using their virtual desktop. Customers can extend the core functionality of NaviCloud DaaS by purchasing Managed Web Content Filtering and Managed Agentless Antivirus Protection. Both optional add-on services can provide an added layer of protection for DaaS customers and their end users. To access a free 7-day trial of NaviCloud DaaS, visit the Resource Center menu on navisite.com. For more information or to schedule a live NaviCloud DaaS demo, please contact us at webinfo@navisite.com. When building IT infrastructures, most organizations traditionally planned for peak capacity and accepted a degree of underutilization during slow periods. Today, given the demands to accomplish more with less, while still supporting rapid deployment of test dev and production environments, it's increasingly difficult to predict compute and storage requirements cost-effectively. Navisite's NaviCloud Director, a scalable infrastructure-as-a-service platform, helps take the guesswork out of IT utilization. The platform makes it easy to extend your environment into the cloud by providing virtualized servers, storage, memory, and bandwidth on a predictable OpEx model. NaviCloud Director is based on VMware's vCloud Director. While the platform's main constructs are similar, Navisite provides a robust, user-friendly interface backed by 24/7 support and comprehensive SLAs. Users can connect to NaviCloud Director through any standard web browser. The home screen provides a summary of new features, access to the online help center, and support contact information. Navigating the platform is made easy by the simple menu that's always open on the left of the screen. V data centers are the highest level construct in the platform. They contain compute power, memory, storage, and bandwidth. Everything found in a traditional data center. The V data center screen provides an overview of all V data centers and their key attributes, such as memory and CPU usage. Creating a new V data center is as simple as clicking the Create button and then following the prompts to enter a name and pick the location from which it should be provisioned, such as Navisite's Andover Cloud node. From there, users can adjust the V data center's max number of CPUs and enter memory and storage limits. V data center limits are not required, but they help to establish spending limits, and admins can adjust them at any time to align with business needs. The gray maximum cost box updates in real time to show the impact that resource adjustments have on max monthly cost. V data centers are further divided into virtual applications, or VApps. VApps include everything required to power an application. For a traditional 3-tier VApp, this includes web servers, database servers, and networks. On the VApp screen, users can see a list of all VApps along with their key attributes, such as allocated storage capacity. As with V data centers, users can create a new VApp by clicking the Create button and then following the prompts. Selecting an existing VApp displays a diagram of its networks and virtual machines, or VMs. Clicking once on a VM opens a pop-up window showing its key attributes, such as allocated resources. Clicking a second time brings up a screen that allows users to directly manage the VM's attributes. While NaviCloud Director is designed to support simple, robust VM management for self-service users, Navisite's team of experts can also provide full VM management as an add-on service for an additional cost. For customers who prefer to manage their own VMs, users can power off or suspend a VM from a simple drop-down menu. On this same screen, users can tweak the VM's resource allocations, like memory, by clicking the gear icon next to the attribute and then typing a new value. CD-ROMs and other media types can be loaded via the media dropdown. Admins can also access the online server console for troubleshooting. At any time, users can review a list of VM changes from the My Tasks pop-up on the bottom right of the screen. Users can also gain further insight into a VM by viewing its performance over time in a simple chart. Viewing and altering a VM's drives is made simple through the hardware screen. Users can add new disks or delete existing disks with little more than a few clicks. They can also alter the size of an existing drive by clicking the gear icon next to its name and entering a new capacity. Behaviors are one of NaviCloud Director's most powerful features. Manually configuring a VM to be accessible to the internet can be complicated. Instead, users can add the public service behavior, and a simple, step-by-step wizard will walk them through the process. To make a VM accessible to other VMs in the environment, users can add the internal service behavior. At both the VM and VApp level, users can toggle on automatic backups with optional offsite replication to protect their environment. Users can also create ad hoc VM snapshots. VM snapshots make it easier to revert back if an upgrade has an undesired outcome. Beyond NaviCloud Director's primary screens, users can view the Network Overview screen, which shows how all VMs are networked together. Another view, VMs, displays a list of all the VMs in the environment. Filtering adds particular value to this view. For example, users can find all the VMs running Windows Server 2012 by searching for 2012, and can then export this list into a CSV file for further examination. While NaviCloud Director comes preloaded with a selection of VM and VApp templates, users can also turn their existing VMs or VApps into custom templates. Templates save users from having to configure VMs and VApps from scratch. Everything available through NaviCloud Director is listed on a virtual rate card and billed on a point system. At the end of the month, all points accrued are converted into dollars. Within the billing section, users can view usage by month and see where points were spent from the V data center level to a more granular level, such as a specific VM's memory allocation. To better stay on top of spending, admins can also turn on alerts to notify them if VApps exceed certain point thresholds. Even with all the functionality NaviCloud Director provides, there may be times when users will want to leverage existing tools or other aspects of VMware's vCloud Director. That's why the platform provides portal access to VMware's vCloud Director and native access to vCloud Director's API. In addition to the standard NaviCloud Director functionality, admins can enable add-ons such as cloud-to-cloud replication, backups, monitoring, and antivirus protection. Add-ons can be configured on a VM by VM or vApp by vApp basis and are designed to integrate seamlessly. For more information on Navisite's NaviCloud Director Infrastructure as a Service platform, or to schedule a live NaviCloud Director demo, please visit our website at navisite.com or contact us at webinfo@navisite.com.
The mission-critical nature of technology really has evolved to a point where companies need access to state-of-the-art technology, not just to run and manage their infrastructure, but to innovate and bring new services and goods to market.
Development cycles are shrinking. Innovation cycles are shrinking. The cloud is a perfect platform to be able to provide that flexibility, that agility, that scalability. And hosting providers need to provide the infrastructure to meet those agility requirements.
Most organizations depreciate their equipment over 3 to 5 years. What happens if you just change the whole paradigm and you don't worry about those things at all anymore? It's truly on an OpEx model. You work with your provider when it's time to get to the new piece of infrastructure, the new piece of an upgrade. To have a true partner that is doing capacity management and is working with you side by side day to day is how you're going to have a better experience for your organization.
Navisite is an organization that provides managed services for mid to large enterprise customers, covering cloud, managed hosting, co-location, and managed applications.
We're really able to provide all of those offerings in a very personalized manner with a strong managed services lens. We want to be truly a partner that they view as an extension of their team. And we have a variety of folks globally that focus on that day in and day out. We can deliver an end-to-end proposition where we're extending the benefits of the cloud over a private WAN and delivering an end-to-end SLA that takes into account latency, performance, beyond just the data security and the governance aspects.
The breadth of our services and the breadth of our portfolio solutions will alleviate those tasks from a customer's own IT group, allowing them to focus on their core competencies, their business, their strategic initiatives.
It becomes very critical for companies to not just have the right cloud strategy in place, but to enable that strategy with the right partner to unlock the full value of the cloud.
The VMware vCloud Air network is an ecosystem of nearly 4,000 service providers in over 100 countries around the globe. The breadth and depth of the vCloud Air network can address any business need, compliance requirement, data sovereignty, and vertical market. And VMware is excited to team with Navisite as a strategic member of the vCloud Air network partner community.
So Navisite and VMware have had a long-standing partnership going back over a decade. As a longtime provider of managed hosting services, Navisite has used VMware technology really since the early days in a traditional hosted way, but very early in the days of virtualization. As we went into the cloud space back in 2010, our partnership with VMware became even more significant and continues to grow today.
vCloud Air network partners like Navisite could help extend customer networks out into the cloud using similar VMware products and management tools already in use at a customer's premise. With similar tools at each end of the hybrid cloud, Navisite can assure 100% compatibility, providing customers with choice on where they run their workloads.
Navisite's deep-rooted partnership with VMware benefits our customers in a variety of ways. Not only do we leverage VMware technology and deliver services out to our customers, the access we have within the VMware organization and the early access to technologies through Technology Alliance partnership programs, beta programs, allows us to be first to market with many of VMware's new offerings.
Navisite has been very successful as a VMware vCloud Air network partner. In fact, they achieved the VMware Service Provider of the Year award both in the Americas region as well as globally over the years. VMware's criteria for this award is based on alignment with our hybrid cloud vision and strategy, and also the depth of adoption of our VMware products and technology, as well as the ability to deliver compelling business and value proposition around the hybrid cloud service based on the VMware platform. Navisite accelerates and executes well across all of these areas, and VMware is pleased to partner with Navisite.
As we look forward, we look at things like L2 gateway connectivity to ease seamless hybrid deployments, as well as an MSP model where Navisite can deliver managed services on top of vCloud Air itself.
VMware and Navisite are deeply
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. I'm delighted to welcome George Suelis to the stage. George Suelis is the Managing Director of Decision Making for Barclays Personal and Corporate Bank. Currently based in London, he has responsibilities for the areas of capital and credit risk modelling, price optimisation, and operational risk modelling. Prior to joining Barclays, George held analytical leadership positions with Citigroup, General Electric, JP Morgan Chase, and TD Bank. His particular areas of expertise reside in price modelling, optimization, and advanced analytical techniques within the model development space. George, thank you very much.
Thank you. I had to get a lot of executive coaching to say price elasticity too for a long time, so it's okay. I'm going to talk a little bit about advances in risk decision making with better data and analytics. A little bit of a different twist. Obviously, the conference is very focused on compliance, audit-related type things. I'm going to kind of move us in a little bit of a different direction today, talk a little bit about data analytics in the credit risk space, but we'll have open to questions around operational risk modeling and things like that. I also want to touch upon big data. So let's just walk through the agenda. I think we'll have about 20 minutes through the presentation, and then we'll spend about 10-15 minutes doing Q&A. Okay? I want to talk a little bit about big data and industry. When I say industry, this is going to be specifically focused around the financial, within the financial institution space. Some statistics that are kind of eye-opening. What's going on in banking with big data. The regulatory environment and how that's been evolving. Data architecture space and how that's evolving as well. Some emerging analytic trends we'll talk about. And then things in credit risk and asset liability modeling that may be of interest from an advances standpoint. And then offer optimization and how financial institutions put offers together to do the right thing for the customer, et cetera. We'll have a wrap-up or Q&A. So big data and industry. Some quotes here. So obviously a lot of buzz around big data over the last 2-3 years, right? I think banks have been a bit slow to adopt. I would say the rate of adoption has increased exponentially this year. But as you can see, powering the race for the White House, involved in the political scene, big data is everywhere, right? There are certain companies that, within which it's their bread and butter, like if you talk about Amazon and things like that, companies that deal in social media, they live and breathe by big data. I think the financial institutions, a bit behind, but catching up now. But clearly, huge buzz. Couple of stats here. I don't know if does anybody know this statistic or this measure, the zettabyte? So we produced 1 zettabyte in 2010, i.e. the world produced 1 zettabyte of data. And by the end of 2015, we're estimated to hit 8 zettabytes. So look at the exponential growth of data in this world, right? And I don't mean data within financial institutions. I mean data everywhere, right? Texting, social media, data that flows between mobile telephony, et cetera, et cetera. It's incredible, the rate. Every minute, 30,000 tweets are sent worldwide, right? And the most, I think, staggering statistic of all, 90% of all the data worldwide today was created in the last 2 years, right? Isn't that staggering? 90% of the data in the world today was created in the last 2 years. It's growing at an incredible rate, right? A couple of quotes in terms of what's going on in banking. And obviously, we've moved from the kind of bricks and mortar model to catering for tomorrow's customers, right? The so-called millennial generation, right? Where everything is online, mobile, and social. One advantage I think that the financial services industry has in terms of taking in data, right, or having access to data, is the accessibility, right, to the demographic, the financial data, and things of that nature, and the insight, right, that can provide as well. And so how do we get into now analytics? How do we utilize all that big data, identifying patterns within the data that represent customers' needs, attitudes, their preferences, and things of that nature, right? That's really where the marriage between big data, the operational platforms or the data warehouses and the big data Hadoop type platforms that house this data, and then the analytics, right? That's where the marriage actually takes place, right? The so-called inferencing. Well, I want to talk about the regulatory environment a little bit, right? I think, and this is a very good thing, I think there's increasing, obviously, much more focus, much more scrutiny on better data management practices within financial institutions coming from the regulators, right? And that's a good thing. One of the key things is, what does the data infrastructure look like? What are the systems that financial institutions, what are they using currently? What are the analytical platforms? What are the storage capabilities? What are the archiving capabilities, right? Data quality is an extremely, extremely big theme, has been for many years now, but again, is becoming increasingly important and has a tremendous amount of focus on it. Consistency, reliability, integrity, completeness, all these things. DQ, I think, has taken center stage in financial institutions in terms of how they capture their data, how they manage their data, and how they conduct quality assurance against their data. It's a massive, massive initiative. Data governance as well, extremely important. Formulation of committees, so-called stewards. You'll see one key thing that's taken off over the last 3-4 years, which we haven't seen over the last, let's say, decade, is chief data officers emerging in different institutions, whether it's banking or whether it's different types of institutions. The concept of a chief data officer has emerged over the last 2-3 years. And that plays into the accountable executive piece. And then better data mining, segmentation, modeling. How do you use the data to optimize offers? And then finally, where does it all lead to? Better business decisions. So better capital and portfolio management for the banks, right? So really, it's how do you capture your data, how do you ensure you have quality, and then how do you use that data to make decisions that lead to better capital adequacy for the bank, right? Guarding against, insolvency, right? Better risk management practices and better portfolio management practices. All these things tie in together. Essentially, it's almost like a sequential process that culminates with this last piece. In terms of the architecture space, I think this is an interesting one within financial institutions because in the FI space, I think most banks have been, working with legacy systems, old mainframes, some relational data warehouses, the whole concept of structured data, right? And even that's not always done very well and is problematic, right? If you ask anybody in the financial institution space, right, what is the data landscape and the legacy systems that they're dealing with, you always, get a number of complaints saying, well, our systems are not great, our data is all over the place, et cetera, et cetera. We've got multiple repositories. There's no good data, dictionaries or data definition or metadata. And so the transition has to be made from this type of, let's say, prevailing state to how do we integrate big data within the business intelligence and data warehousing environment, right? Generally speaking. How do we utilize unstructured data, right? And this could be somebody picking up the phone and calling a bank and saying, XYZ, here's a situation. How do you take that, let's say, telephony type data, right? And create structured data out of that, right? Or surveys, or, other things that are coming through the call centers, for example. Right, banks traditionally don't work that way. They deal with transaction type data. They say, here is the debits and credits against a particular customer, right? Here is their performance at a credit bureau, for example, right? And I'm speaking very much in the retail banking space now, of course. Commercial banking is a little bit different, or the large corporates, but they follow similar principles. There's not a lot of unstructured data that gets captured, but there's a movement into that, right? And that's a big thing that's been taking off in the financial institution space. And of course, you've heard of Hadoop and Apache Hive and all these different types of technological platforms that can deal with with unstructured data, process them at high speed, right? And there's also a cost benefit to this as well. So it's not just the processing power, which, by the way, could be 1 to 10 orders of magnitude better, right? 10 to 100 times faster, but it's also cheaper. So very, very important that banking, as well as maybe insurance industries and industries, financial institution type industry, players move into that space quickly. Emerging analytic trends, how analytics is kind of moving to the forefront now. We'll take a moment and look at this quote. So it really boils down to, again, better business decisions, right? As a byproduct of capturing data, ensuring that you have the requisite data quality, okay? And then applying the right customer analytics against that to ensure that you do you make the right business decisions. That's really what it means. And if you think about a closed loop system, it's really data capture, right? Then it's basically drawing inferences and then testing and learning around that with customer offers and things like that. So it's kind of like a closed loop system, the way it works. And it's interesting because I think technology, the advances in technology, is actually creating so much more opportunity and demand, right, around how we use data, how we look at it, how we derive inferences from it, how we analyze it, right? That it's almost, analytics almost have to advance to keep up. So it's interesting, it's kind of two different spaces. You have the data space, which is how you capture data, how you process data, how you produce data. Then the analytics space is how you deal with it in terms of how you analyze it and how you visualize it. We'll get into that as well. This is a very often quoted cliche, but it's always true, right? The right offer to the right customer at the right time. Again, primarily in the retail banking space. And what you within banking and retail banking anyway, and also card businesses, you talk about, there's a lot of buzz around life moments. How do you understand a customer's life moment, where they are in their life, right? So how do you foresee a potential life moment? Well, what's a life moment? Well, it could be, buying their first car. It could be, anything. And it could be positive or it could be a negative situation, right? But the question is, how do you utilize data to understand that and kind of like tailor the right offers to the right customers based on where they are in their both in their life cycle as a customer within the financial institution, but also within their own life. So here I talk a little bit about a closed loop system, testing, data mining, extraction, modeling and analytics, implementation, and then monitoring. So this is critical because this kind of like plays into, this is kind of like the end all be all in the financial institution space around data and analytics, marrying that, right? You start with a test, which is a hypothesis. I'm going to issue this type of a marketing offer to this type of a subsegment, right? You use data methods to mine and extract the performance of that hypothesis, right, to that subsegment. You use modeling and analytics to understand what drove that customer responsiveness or non-responsiveness to the product that you issued, right? If it's successful and it passes certain criteria or predefined thresholds in terms from a performance standpoint, and it makes sense, both first and foremost for the customer, but also for the financial institution, you go into what's called an implementation phase, and then you monitor performance, right? So this is the so-called closed loop system. I've got a quick example, and this is, by the way, predicated on experimental design. This is a very old methodology, right, that was actually used, has its roots in agriculture, the early part of the 20th century. So this was used a lot to kind of understand, and then it made its way through quality assurance testing in Japan a lot. You may have heard of the Taguchi method and things like that, and that kind of drove a cultural change in Japanese manufacturing around quality assurance testing. Was all predicated on experimental design, i.e. how do we move this factor while holding this factor constant and test what response or what reaction it elicits from either a customer or some sort of a mechanism. So it has its roots kind of like in agriculture first and foremost, but then made its way into manufacturing. It's a technique that's very, very widely used in the credit card business, in the banking business, for example, right? So different types of offers, and I'll provide an example here. So for example, you might want to test interest rate, fees, and things of different types of offers to a customer and see how they react to those types of things using experimental design techniques. And then one thing that comes up often is really, well, to whom and how much, right? So you know, and it's kind of like something that's very, I don't want to use the word portable, but it's a commonplace issue amongst all types of companies, right? It's what percentage of your budget do you allocate to product testing versus champion product pricing combinations, right? It doesn't matter if you're a car manufacturer or a bank or any type, you know, it doesn't matter what business you're in. But you know, what proportion of your budget do you allocate to testing out a product where you don't necessarily know what the outcome is going to be, right? I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but you know, I'll give you a classic. Don't want to bore everybody with this, but I'll give you a very classic example. You take two credit card offerings, right? Or credit card, let's say credit card tests, right? Where you have an introductory rate to the customer for a duration and then an ensuing go-to rate once they come off their intro rate. We've all seen this before, right? You've all gotten a credit card or some type of offer that says you'll have a promotional rate for X amount of months, right? Then you may or may not have a fee, and then you'll go to an ensuing go-to rate, right? How do we use analytics to understand how the customer base reacts to that, right? Well, you conduct what's called an experimental design, right? Where you have three factors within your introductory rate. You have you've got three factors rather, introductory rate, duration, and go-to rate, and you've got multiple levels within. And in this case, over here, and for everybody on this side of the room, on the left side, it's basically a 3x3 design. So you're testing 9 cells. So you're going out to the customer and saying, you know what, I'm going to test, you know, this rate with this duration and this go-to rate and see what kind of responsiveness it drives, right? When you do these types of tests, then you can then read what drove the customer sensitivity. Was it a low intro rate? Was it the fact that you didn't have a high fee? Was it the fact that you had a low ensuing go-to rate, et cetera? What's important to the customer? That's the whole premise, and that's what we're trying to find out. And then, of course, there's a concept of a bridge point, right? And that's kind of important within price product testing, is what does the macroeconomic environment look like? Because customers' elasticity to a particular product price combination, again, it doesn't matter what business you're in, will also be influenced by the prevailing macroeconomic climate, right? And it's important that when you build these regression or modeling type analytics, that you take that into account and you have so-called bridge points. What does that mean? You test, when you link these experimental design tests together, you have a common point. So therefore, you can, they're linked by a common bridge point so you can understand what impact the broader macroeconomy had on things. And in this case, that's our bridge point. Talking a little bit about tools, right? These are some of the methods and techniques and analytics that have been around over the last 20 years. And I think what's very interesting is probably the last one. It's been around a long time, but it's used in fraud detection a lot. Neural networks. And there's a lot of, let's say, vendors out there that specialize in this type of thing. And there's a lot of big companies out there that look at, that are in the space of pattern recognition, right? So fraud. So neural networks have had a big role in fraud over the last, let's say, 20 years. They're playing a very big role now in AML, the AML space, in the anti-money laundering space. Actually, just pausing there for a moment, in the AML space, I personally am seeing a big shift in pattern recognition type tools and methods vis-a-vis some of the older. So again, in the end, it's all about algorithms, identifying patterns, creating algorithms, and using different tools. I noticed Semantify is here. They do some good work. They're doing some good work in the semantic search space, which is similar to some of the things that I'm talking about here, as well as many other vendors as well. Model monitoring, I think, this is an interesting concept. I'll just spend a minute on it very quickly. When banks and analytic teams put their algorithm out there, and it could be an algorithm designed to detect fraud, or it could be an algorithm designed to detect, let's say, a customer sensitivity to, let's say, a particular product offering. Or it could be an algorithm to detect likelihood of default, credit risk, right? The way that is monitored, and I think this is a very important point, the way it's monitored is of paramount importance. First of all, it has to be monitored, right, for efficiency, right? So models and algorithms that drive pricing decisions, capital decisions, fraud detection decisions, things like that have to be monitored on a periodic basis, on a high frequency basis, right? But more important, just as importantly rather, the way they're monitored and the way the performance is actually tracked is very important too, I think. And I think it should be of interest to a lot of, let's say, control and oversight functions, right? So if you're a control oversight function and you're looking at testing the efficiency of, let's say, some sort of an algorithm within a financial institution designed to detect, let's say, fraud, you'll be interested in how that algorithm is performing through the course of time, if it's doing its job, because if it's not doing its job, if it's degrading from a performance standpoint, you have what? You have reputational risk that you're taking on, right? Because if it's saying this person is going to commit fraud and the person is actually not committing fraud and the model is not predicting accurately, right? You will take on a reputational risk. So it's important that the model is doing its job from a performance standpoint. And the point I'm trying to get across here is what's important is how the model is degrading. So you could have a model that basically has this type of a strength at its inception. Okay, I just put an arbitrary metric, 90%. We don't have to worry about what that means for now. And then all of a sudden, through the course of time, it loses its predictive power. That happens to algorithms, right? They have a shelf life. Not dissimilar to, let's say, an engine in a car. If you have an engine in a car, it produces horsepower. Its horsepower is at a peak point once the car rolls off the assembly line. Through the course of its life, its horsepower lessens, right? Cylinders get weakened, rings, all these types of things, and the horsepower reduces. So too does an algorithm. Not physically, due to chemical reasons, the way it does in a car engine, but other reasons, because the algorithm is built on, let's say, economic trends at a particular point in time, and a climate in that time, and as we move on and things change, customer, or economies change, the algorithm needs to be refreshed. So how it's degrading, whether it's degrading at a, let's say, for example, rate of change that's slowing down vis-a-vis a rate of change that's accelerating, should be monitored as well. Typically, a lot of algorithm or monitoring oversight functions say, you know what, it had a strength of X, it now has a strength of Y, but they don't always necessarily look into the rate of change that it's degrading, right? If you've got a high blood pressure, and you will react very differently if it creeps up very slowly over time, whether it increases rapidly, right? And it's kind of like a similar concept here. I'll spend just another minute. I won't bore you with all this. Actually, I'll just spend a minute. Some of the transaction level models in banking are getting very interesting. They're looking at drivers of credit risk that you may not have expected, right? Does this person gamble? I had an analyst show me something last year saying, we saw a high incidence of credit risk or probability of default and within Bet365 users, for example, right? Or, so it's interesting, transaction level data and how they can, how that can, drive certain, default likelihoods within customers as well. So I won't spend too much time on this or this, but it's good bedtime reading for anybody who wants to fall asleep quickly. And I won't spend too much time on this. I think behavioral-based pricing is important, right? It's kind of evolved to a stage where banks are looking at, how customers react to fees, life moments, these types of things in an effort to tailor their offers and their product pricing combinations to them. I'm going to move on because we're out of time. I want to move into the Q&A. So I think the last, this quote is kind of telling, right? And it really just says, look, data and technology is moving at such a rapid pace that we have to really kind of, financial institutions have to evolve to stay competitive. Up until, well, even now, they were so way behind, let's say, the Amazons, right? The Facebooks, the, Twitters, et cetera, social media type, and also other types of companies that utilize mass levels of data at speed to interconnect customers and their wants and their needs, right? Banks have to do that. Also, to kind of like survive and to be able to compete. And this quote kind of encapsulates that whole concept, right? This is what will drive differentiation from their competitors and make them stand out. It's the usage of data, how you capture data, how you the big data agenda, then how do you use that and combine that with analytics to differentiate yourself from the competition. So that was a little bit of a discussion real quick into some of the things that are going on in the data and analytics space within banking. And with that, I think I'll take some questions. And I think we have about 10 minutes for questions. Yes?
Yes, I would be interested in the asset liability modeling slides that you moved over so quickly.
Oh, I thought I wouldn't have anybody that would be interested in that, but okay, sure. I'll go back to it. Can we put the, okay. While I'm going back to the asset liability, I'll talk to you a little bit about, so what are we trying to achieve with asset liability, right? A bank needs to understand the life of their deposit base. So when people come in and put deposits into a financial institution, it's important for a bank to understand how long those deposits will stick around for, because they utilize those deposits as a source of funding to fund their assets, right? Or what they lend out, right? And by the same, equally, they need to also understand how long their asset life, or the duration of their asset life. So asset liability modeling is expressly that. It's a type of modeling or techniques that are used to understand, what customers drive in these deposits, how long will they hang around? And what drives that, let's say, their loyalty, or the length of their let's say, tenure with the bank, right? In terms of what's going on with asset liability modeling, some of the most recent advances are in and around the space of, well, what drives a customer to invest their money in that institution, right? And it really comes down to three types of pillars, right? One is the rate of return. The other one is really the safety and security of the institution. And the third is really around the liquidity and the accessibility of the product, right, in the deposit space. So what these asset liability models strive to do is they strive to take metrics that fall under those three pillars: rate of return, safety and security of the institution, and liquidity or accessibility of the product, and derive metrics that can be modeled and explain why deposit lives are either short or long. For example, if you're a bank and you issue a deposit, let's say a savings deposit that has an interest rate that can compete with stock market returns in good times, you'll have a massive flight to quality, right? Everybody will go in there because there's a guarantee against it up to a particular threshold, right? A government guarantee against it. So what the asset liability models strive to do is, what is the interest rate of return that the bank is issuing? How does that compare with gold? How does that compare with the market, the stock market, or equities? How does it compare with bonds, etc.? Because bonds typically will offer a higher rate, but at a cost. The money is not liquid, right? Or it's illiquid rather, temporarily. So the model strives to understand the interaction around the liquidity, right? The accessibility of the deposit, the interest rate that it's operating at, coupled with the safety and security of the institution, right? So many of you might put your money with a big name institution, but you might not be so quick to put your money with a institution that doesn't have a very popular name, or is very new, for example, or, is unknown. So so the asset liability models try to take these parameters and try to derive equations representative of those parameters to explain how long deposits will last within a bank. Does that answer your question? Sorry, I think that.
Kind of. Can you show a few more slides?
Yeah, sure.
I don't want to interrupt any other questions.
So here we have an example that basically you're looking at not a deposit, but rather an asset. And so the asset liability model is trying to understand the prepayment of that asset. A very classical example is a mortgage book, right? Banks need to understand how long their mortgage books, how their asset base of their mortgage book will be around for, right? Because it's funded by, it's underpinned by deposit funds, right? So they need to so-called match fund. Otherwise, they incur what's called interest rate risk. Right? What you don't want to do is you don't want to take in deposits and use those deposits to fund a loan decision, and then your deposits exit early, and then those funds dry up. Right? That's where you face what's called duration risk. So it's important that match funding is conducted correctly within a bank, and usually that type of activity is within a treasury department, as well as analytic teams get involved as well. And here we just have a very simple example saying, you know what? Here is an expected amortization schedule of a mortgage, and we know that most mortgages pay down early. Well, why do they pay down early? Primarily because of changes in the interest rate environment. Now, we've had a very static interest rate environment over the last 8 years, I think 7 years. How long has base rate been at 50 basis points in the UK? Since 08 or 09 maybe? It's been at least 6 years, right? But why do people move and take on a new mortgage? So assets could leave, or it could be, but most often it's price competitiveness in the market, right? So what asset liability models strive to understand is who are sticky customers, who hang around and are less price sensitive, vis-a-vis those that are more price elastic and are likely to jump ship once their, let's say, 2-year fixed rate expires, and they look around again to get a better deal and they remortgage, et cetera, et cetera. So it's in that space where asset liability modeling tries to predict these lives, these product lives, so to speak. Is that okay?
George, I have a question.
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. From your experience, what lessons have you learned that you would want to share with an organisation that's perhaps less mature with big data analytics? What should they definitely be doing, and where are the pitfalls? What should they avoid?
Can you give me an example of a type of institution? What business would it be in?
Good question. Let's pick.
You mean banking, or a new challenger bank, or something like that, or
let's
or something in the pharmaceutical
banking
space,
and financial services.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I think systemic and operational risk right now is the most paramount thing, right? So having said that, how do you avoid, in the analytical space, how do you avoid incurring operational risk or systemic risk or things of that nature? It's all around control frameworks. So if I was, let's say, starting up an analytic division, let's say, in a new startup financial institution, right? I would put a premium around data capture, around control environment. And when I say control environment, I mean quality control, first and foremost, quality assurance type frameworks. So, incoming data, testing the reliability of the data, its integrity on a high frequency basis, right? Designing a battery of, let's say, tests to execute against that data, right? So really using analytics first and foremost to protect the institution from reputational risk, from operational and systemic risk, and things of that nature, I think would be the first. That would be the first. You'd want to create a series of mechanisms, safety and control mechanisms in that space. And then once that's established, right? And by the way, you can apply very advanced analytics to control and oversight type functions and mechanisms as well, right? So if you look at some of the data quality programs that some institutions have, they've got very advanced analytics against that, right? Very advanced analytics. And you need to, because you could have a metric that's coming in from a third-party supplier, a credit bureau, for example, that changes, let's say, from 1 month to the next. You see it, you need to have systems, diagnostic systems that monitor that change and say, you know what, we detect a spike in XYZ. All of a sudden, these people are deemed to be delinquent. Therefore, we will shut down their credit lines. But what if they weren't delinquent? What if it was a data input error from the bureau? Okay, and the bank went and shut down their credit lines in error. All of a sudden, you're subject to reputational risk, right? And so this is where, analytics are paramount in importance to defending against that, right? Because, you know, a lot of people think of analytics in banking, oh, you know, we're going to use them in exotic ways to find out life moments for the customer and all these things when they want, you know, if they're going to get married or if there's this, you know, going to buy a car or this or that, right? That's fine. But I think the first thing I would do is I would have a safety and control lens on. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much. Yeah. Now, my question is a little bit specific. So I would like to know whether you are applying analytics to portfolio optimizations in terms of risk and reward, applying techniques such as stochastic dominance, constraints, and all that.
So the question is if we're applying. So we are using stochastic methods in risk reward. And how are we using them? We're using them particularly in the space of modeling attrition likelihood. So if you think of, so when you say risk reward, it's basically the risk appetite of an institution against the reward that it takes by offering different product price combinations, okay? What the typical risk reward engines, analytic engines strive to do is they strive to map a P&L, you know, using advanced, or rather they strive to apply advanced analytic techniques to predict input elements of a profit and loss of a P&L. Right? Within that, one of them, and a key one, is attrition likelihood. So even though you've booked a customer, that customer may leave, right? Doesn't matter if you're a bank, or if you're a mobile phone provider, or if you're Vodafone. Vodafone does the same thing. So Vodafone has analysts that use these statistical regression techniques to say, you know what, who is going to switch and go to another provider, and what causes that switch to go from Vodafone to, let's say, O2? Are our packages not competitive, right? To answer your question more technically, we do, so in the attrition space, we say, you know what, we've booked these customers under this prevailing price product combination, under this interest rate, under this economic environment, and they exhibit these types of characteristics from a risk profiling standpoint and usage standpoint. Then their behavior is tracked through the course of time, right, using time series dynamic regression or stochastic methods, right? And you have what's called covariates within that equation that say their rate of change of attrition will change as a function of the interest rate we gave them vis-a-vis what was prevailing in the market at the time, the risk composition of the customer, et cetera. So there's a series of covariates that will, let's say, flex and bend that forward-looking estimated trajectory. So it's based on those types of methods. Does that answer your question? Okay.
One last question, George. So a lot of the, analytics that you mentioned, they're clearly competitive advantage in your case for Barclays here. How often are you? I
would say they're a competitive advantage for any financial institution that employs them.
Exactly.
So I wouldn't say they're a competitive advantage for Barclays per se. They're basically, these are trends that are in broader trends that I'm seeing in banking. Yeah, just to
My
clarify.
question is that from an industry perspective, are there areas where, for example, in your role today, you're collaborating with other banks? There are obviously instances of lost data exchanges, etc., that banks are collaborating.
There is, but primarily in the regulatory space, not so much in the. There's not a lot of collaboration in the business. I don't think you're going to find in any industry a lot of collaboration in the, let's say, non-regulatory space. So do financial institutions consult each other and have, let's say, seminars to discuss potential incoming changes that are a byproduct of legislation? Yes. The answer is yes, we do. Right? Because, I'll give you an example. European Banking Authority might want to issue new legislation around, let's say, capital levels that the bank must hold. Okay? So what they'll do is they'll issue consultation papers around that. They'll afford the opportunity for different financial institutions to discuss that, to respond in turn. And within that consultation process, banks, the BBA is a good example, British Bankers Association, right, which is basically a group of the big advanced capital banks in the UK, kind of gather together and discuss the incoming changes, with a view to, can the banks influence legislation? So yes, there is a lot of discussion from that side. But would I say that banks get together and say, hey, here's a great advanced analytic technique I'm using, why don't you use it? Absolutely not. That's not happening, no. And I wouldn't see that happening in any industry, frankly, right?
Thank you. Thank you, George, for all the contribution and insights. Appreciate you coming down.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, George. So before we start the next session, I'd just like to tell, we have 4 parallel tracks running. There is going to be a panel discussion on internal audit and how audit transformational strategies to meet increasing expectations of stakeholders. We have an expert talk in the business track 1, which is the Beat Suite 1 and 2. That's on compliance and the daily challenges of staying compliant with AML. We have an analyst presentation by Alan Rogers. This is taking place at the technology track, and that's going to be on what the board should know about IT governance. And then we also have a technology showcase and an interesting discussion on convergence of BCM and critical communications at the Beat Suite 3, and this is by the CTO of Everbridge, Imad Moleen, on mass notification and crisis planning. So those are the different sessions taking place, so please make your way to the different rooms. And then I would like to now invite on stage Chris Leisure. Chris is with MetricStream, and he has spent over the last 2.5 decades in the governance, risk, and compliance industry. And amongst the many roles he's had, he was the Director of Global Risk Technology at Deutsche Bank. In addition, he has also been involved in the GRC management roles for pharmaceutical and chemical companies as well. In the early 2000s, Chris founded a risk management consulting boutique, and within a short span of time, delivered key services to major accounts across Europe. Chris has joined MetricStream very recently as the Regional Vice President for GRC Solutions, and he's been leading the change for our GRC projects in continental Europe, especially in the financial services, retail and logistics sector, as well as pharmaceutical and chemicals. So Chris, I'd like to invite you on stage and introduce the panelists for today's internal audit panel discussion. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. And actually, what Rita did not tell you is I'm responsible for the German-French accent today in this session. And so I hope you will survive my Franglish over the next couple of minutes. And I would like to introduce our panelists today. So first, Pritish, would you like to join us here on the stage while our colleagues are getting for the microphones? So Pritish is Group Head of Internal Audit at Thomas Cook. He will say a couple of words about his current role and his current function. Next panelist will be Peter Cox. Peter, thank you very much. Peter is Director of Internal Audit at Barclays. My next panelist will be Nicholas Carter, Head of Group Audit at called Technology Services. And last but not least, Alistair is going to join us in a second. Alistair Craig is Head of Internal Audit at Morgan Sindall, and will complete our panel today. So, gentlemen, maybe we start with a short introduction about your current role, especially type of how do you understand audit today, and how your business is impacted. So, Pritish, if you'd like to start.
Good morning, everybody. Hopefully you can all hear me well and see us all here. Hope you're enjoying the conference. I'm Pritesh Dattani, Group Head of Audit at Thomas Cook PLC. I've been there about 3 months, so quite new. The business is actually going through a huge transformation, as you've probably seen throughout the last couple of years, and still isn't all the way through it, although we're making a lot of progress. And I can give you and share a lot of views around auditing in a real transformation, changing environment, and how we've perhaps set up the team as well. So our function is actually comprised of enterprise risk and audit. So we have about 10 to 12 people in audit and IT audit. Risk has got about four people there, and we work closely with them. I'll talk about that. Also, we've got compliance stroke operational health and safety, which is quite different to maybe some places, but I think it's quite something quite common you might find in large travel groups. And finally, we've got insurance in the group as well. So a lot of challenges, and happy to sort of share these with you.
Thank you, Pritish. Peter?
Hi, I'm Peter Cox. I'm a director in Barclays Internal Audit. We're a function of about 650 auditors. Of those, around 600 auditors are out in the field on a day-by-day basis, and then there are 50 staff who look after professional practices, the technology and finances of the function, etc. And I actually fall into the latter category. So for about the last 5 years, I've been in charge of the department's finances, its technology, headcount management information, etc. Barclays is a global bank, as you'll be aware. We have a retail bank, an investment bank, large presence in South Africa and in other African countries, and also a Barclaycard division as well. So a broad financial services organisation.
Thank you, Peter. Nick?
Thank you. So Nicholas Carter, Head of Audit. I've been in the role since around May, June last year. Colt Technology Services is maybe a company you haven't heard of because it's business to business. So I'll give you a little bit of a background there. It's about 5,000 employees. We've built a networking and voice business and fibre across primarily Europe. So across all the major cities, we'll have metro area networks under the ground, and we'll also have long-distance networks connecting all those cities together. Our goal is to extend beyond Europe. So towards the end of last year, we acquired KVH Japan, and we've also got capability now out in Tokyo. We've also stretched now into the Americas. So networking, voice, we've also got data centers, 20-odd data centers dotted around Europe and also into Japan. And last of all, IT services, that's actually a wind-down area because we haven't really performed in that space. And we've decided to focus on our crown jewels, which really is our network and our voice. So a lot of transformation, to echo Pritesh as well, in our organisation. We've got a new CEO coming in on the 1st of January, which we're pretty excited about. Got a lot of credentials. In terms of my personal team, we've got 10 people. That's a mix of business auditors and IT auditors. And we do a range of various audits across the organisation, financial, commercial, operational, IT, project, etc.
Hi, good morning. My name's Alistair Craig. I'm Head of Internal Audit for Morgan Sindall. We're a large UK construction business. Many of you may have come through Paddington this morning or over the last few days. If you look up at the roof at Paddington Station, platforms 1 to 4, you'll see some scaffolding. Well, that's the kind of thing we do. We do some large projects. Project size ranges from kind of a few £100,000 up to our largest project is £500 million. I suppose it's quite interesting to start with my colleagues here, but our internal audit function is 648 people less than the Barclays team. And you can do the sums, there are 2 of us. So I have some very sort of difficult issues around, obviously, resource. We're a large business. We turn over about 1.4 billion. We employ about 4,000 people. And an interesting statistic is that generally in construction, we employ a lot of subcontractors. So for every 1 person that's directly employed by Morgan Sindall, there are 10 people out working on our projects, working for subcontractors. So in reality, we've got 40,000 people that rely on our business. So we've got some interesting challenges.
Thank you, Alistair. Our key topic today is actually about audit stakeholders. When I started to work a long time ago in the audit function, where we didn't have an iPad or a PC, but rather a typewriter to write our audit reports and so on, it was clear there is an audit function. Over the last couple of months, years, this has moved a bit and so on. So my key question for you, and may I start with you, Alistair, who is actually your main key stakeholder at the moment?
Do you know what? I've been sat here for the last day and a half. I've got a whole set of notes here, and I've written down so many stakeholders you would not believe. I started off with the obvious one. It's our customers. We're a project business. We deliver projects. We've typically got maybe 300 to 400 live projects as we speak. But then I actually thought, well, you know, a lot of our customers are public sector. So we've got some really important customers like Crossrail, Network Rail, Highways England, so some really, really important customers to us. And ultimately, that's taxpayers' money. That's us. That's the people in this room. You know, we want value for money. So, you know, I could go on. We've got loads of other stakeholders, but essentially, you know, it's our customers and, to a large extent, people in this room.
I'll say that our primary stakeholder, because we are very much internal when it comes to our communications, is first and foremost the business. We're here to help the business and ultimately want that business to succeed, to grow, and to generate good profit. So that's really at the heart of my stakeholder relationships. Secondly, has to be the audit committee. The audit committee are charged to diligently oversee the organisation. And I play a key role in feeding up information, important information to them. So they're absolutely key. I'd say on personal experience, a third stakeholder that seems to have been growing in importance is the second line of defence. So our compliance teams and our other security teams around the organisation. And that's driven primarily, I would say, from increased focus on regulatory and also commercial certifications. Last of all, I'd say that quite rare, but an important stakeholder is the odd customer as well. So there are times when internal audit do get involved in specific customer communications, and we have to be very careful and clear in what we say to them to give them the assurance they need.
Hi, I've got three stakeholders listed off. The first was our audit committee and the audit committee chair. We have regular dialogue with our audit committee, and particularly the chair, Mike Ashley. You know, lots of information that gets pulled together by the audit function for his perusal. We found over the years, I think in the last 5 years particularly, I found that audit committee chairs have been more engaging and more demanding of us in terms of the information and the analysis that they're looking for. So some of those questions that Mike comes back with are quite demanding on us, and we have to respond to those quickly. Second one, we have a responsibility with the regulators. We have to deal with a large number of regulators in different geographies, and we like to have as constructive a dialogue with the regulators as we possibly can. They make demands on us. They want to know the quality of our work, and that helps us for them to be able to place some reliance on the work that we're undertaking. And the third one I've got down is executive management and the business themselves. So clearly we're serving, we have a relationship with the group chief executive and then the chief executives of each of our business units as well.
So just to concur with the panelists, to come up with really stakeholders, call it from external and internal stakeholders, really the pressure for us as a group function seems to be primarily from internal. So it's really about delivering what the board needs in terms of the CEO, CFO, audit committee, of course, in terms of there's a lot of change in consumer demands and the shift to what's happening in the external market. So the business is having to respond, and really it's the senior management team, and to echo some of my colleagues' comments, is about supporting them in how we can change our business. And how we do that, I'll probably explain through some examples later on, but they're definitely a strong pressure on us from that. Externally, we have a couple of other issues. So insurance, I mentioned. So we've got Central Bank in Ireland because we've got a big insurance company there. And as an airlines, we own the airlines business, so we always got regulatory issues from Health and Safety, Civil Aviation Authority, and other countries as well where we operate as well.
Thank you. I hear from you that you have different stakeholders at the moment. The question is for me, what is actually changing? Do you see anything changing across your stakeholders in terms of expectations and so on? We had a round table, for instance, in Paris a couple of weeks ago where we discussed about, where there is a difference between audit and quality management at some time and so on. We have also growing or increasing number of KPIs and so on, which needs to be considered in terms of the audit function and so on. We need probably also more skills depending on these expectations and so on. So the question is, how do you see at the moment the change in expectation from your stakeholders, and how does it impact you?
I'll start with that one. I'm going to touch on a couple of areas. It's definitely a theme that I've seen over the last 2 to 3 years. Construction is obviously very heavily driven by the economy. So obviously the recession has had a big impact on a lot of construction businesses. So our management team, basically they're in a sort of, they do not want any shocks. They want a no-shock environment. And you might think that's obvious, but can you imagine with sort of 300 or 400 separate projects, it only takes 1 or 2 of those projects to turn sour, and that project could potentially lose tens of millions of pounds. So they definitely want a no-shock environment. And I'll give you a practical example of that, and it'll probably might worry you, may not, but some of you might fly in and out of Heathrow. Right, may even be doing that this week. Well, over the last couple of years, Morgan Sindall actually resurfaced both of the runways at Heathrow, the north and south runways. One was done in 2013, one done in 2014. And you think that is a fairly simple operation. I'm just going to explain a little bit about a couple of the risks, just kind of real practical stuff. And this was these were projects that, if they went wrong, they would sink our business. They were absolutely critical. And it's things as simple as the work was done at night time, so the runway was closed after 11 o'clock. It was handed over to us. And then basically you had to come along and plane off with a large machine, 3 inches of tarmac. Now obviously, if you plane off too much tarmac, you have to replace it with tarmac. If you don't have enough tarmac to put back onto the runway, you've got an issue because the runway needs to reopen at 6 o'clock in the morning. So a lot of the work that we're doing in internal audit is looking at the controls on projects and trying to pick the key projects, the risky projects, and trying to sort of engender a no-risk environment. The other thing I'll just quickly touch on, one of the things that we've done really successfully is we use guest auditors. I'm sure a lot of you will use guest auditors. We run a cross-business review process under my leadership where people from one part of a business will go out and look at a specific subject in another part of the business. Works really well, really been successful. So I'd encourage you to try it. It's hard work to administer. It's like herding cats at times, but the output can be great.
Okay, so what I can add to this is, from the business, what we've seen is a change from perhaps a couple of decades back when there weren't perhaps as many cost pressures generally across business. There were more resources available. It was perhaps a necessary evil that group internal audit could come in, do an audit, be fairly theoretical, give a bunch of actions that the chaps didn't really want to do, and just let it take its course. What's really happening now is the business is coming under a lot of pressure to perform, to lower costs, and really they want help. They want help, and if someone comes along who happens to be a professional and who happens to be a thinker, then all the better, because you can get in there, you can muck in, and you can actually bring some things to the table. Not only issues, but actually bring practical means of mitigation and improved process. So the change in expectation from the business is certainly to add value, for us to partner. Seeing far more than a kind of us walk in and walk out and then 3 years later walk back in again. Far more of a partnering approach and multiple touch point approach. So they'll say, look, we'll get to this stage of maturity, but then 6 months later we want you back in so you can look at it again, and so that they can manage that properly. So that's from the business. I think from the audit committee side, I think there's, when you think of governance in general at board and audit committee levels, there's been quite a lot of pressure, and there's been some things said about, there were some stats around the average time spent by an executive before board and audit committee was about 10 minutes on all the prepared documentation, which is not a good thing. I certainly have seen the business really trying to up the level of conversation and up the level of diligence and governance at the audit committee. And that means that they want to see that we're really delivering value against the strategy, against the priorities of the business, against the principal risks. They want to connect the dots together, and they want to understand that we are actually touching all the points that need to be touched across the business. And I think also in this day of kind of information overload, the audit committee are actually wanting focus. If I think on any quarter, we can deliver up to 30 plus issues to the audit committee. They don't want to talk about the 30 issues. There might be an important issue for that small process down there because you do small audits, you do big audits, but you need to bring a balance to the conversation. So they need to know about the critical things and let us get on with the important but less critical for the business. So focus and clarity and getting rid of the noise is very important. I'll spend less time on the second line of defence. I think it's pretty clear. They just want us to kind of map into their cycles with their other auditors, like BSR, for example, and make sure that we keep to scope and deliver a good piece of work. And with our customers, that tends to be bespoke. So that's what I can add to that.
Sure. From my perspective, I'll talk about some of the things that the audit committee are asking of us at the moment. One of the major topics, and we've heard it at the conference so far, particularly this morning, is auditing culture. So we're having to think of ways that we can actually define what culture means within the organisation, and particularly how we create an audit programme around that. So some of the things that we're doing, we're looking at existing data sets, so loss events, customer complaints, etc. So existing ways of looking at the data itself to see if we can get any culture insight and any culture angle on that. But we're also trying to get more out into the field and trying to generally understand the organisation itself and the cultural feel of it. How do our staff respond to customer complaints? Are they proactive? What do we see in terms of the office environment? We got clear desk policies. Do we have posters on the walls, etc. So a variety of ways of getting into the business to try and understand how culture is manifesting itself in the business units themselves. Secondly, the audit committee are very interested in the technical competence of the department. So we are constantly challenged to make sure that we have the necessary skill sets to undertake the audits. They're particularly interested at the moment on topics such as resilience and outsourcing. So they want to make sure that we have the necessary skills to look at suppliers from the organisation and how we are addressing the controls in those areas. As a department, we're also looking to up our IT skill set. So Barclays, and I can't be sure for other banks, but I would imagine it's the same, is becoming more digital. So we are, more and more of our applications and our customer interface is through the online world. And we want to be able to be in a position where not just 100 of our auditors can audit IT projects, but that we can get to 500 and 600 of our auditors who have the necessary skill sets to feel comfortable to ask, the main questions and the first line questions that they should be asking without having to call in those more detailed IT auditors themselves. Final point from the audit committee that they're asking us for is to be proactive in rolling out the 3 lines of defence model. So we continue to try and implement 3 lines of defence across Barclays and to make sure that all of the necessary roles and the activities that people have to undertake are clearly understood. And we're right at the very top, working with the operating officer for Barclays to make sure that model is successfully embedded.
In terms of our stakeholders, I mentioned around internal key priorities, and really we're driven a lot by what's happening in the business, a strategy change, and that I guess involves looking at proactive consulting as opposed to, say, pure assurance all the time. So assurance is important, But I think if there's a choice, we'd rather want to help the business in solving an issue before it goes wrong. So I'll give you an example. Data breaches has been quite sort of a hot topic in the last few weeks in the press. So you've heard of various organisations had issues. So where we had a near miss recently, obviously nothing happened, but part of that was down to audit and advisory, we call it, because what happens is we're pretty much triggered into when something goes wrong in the business, and we're pretty much oversight or really getting involved with the people dealing with it and making sure the responses are actually correct as well, whether it's crisis management or we have the plans in place. So our stakeholders expect us to help mitigate this thing going wrong, and also to learn the lessons so that it avoids it in the future as well. So we'll produce a lessons learned document again, and then put pressure on to follow up things so that in the future this doesn't happen. So, and I've worked in business as usual environments, and I've worked in, this is really a pure transformational place, and I've seen sort of the pressure. If you've got, say, an audit plan, usually you find people are driven by the audit plan, maybe 80-20. I think in transformation, it's really the balance is almost 50-50 or tipping towards that consulting risk advisory role, really. And I see that going stronger and stronger as you go forward, because as I was kind of researching into this topic also for this conference, I found some of the things you read, like PwC's state-of-the-art profession, they're seeing these forecasts over the next 5 years. This is what the stakeholders are going to want. Proactive consulting and risk advice as we go forward as an audit's primary role.
Okay, thank you. I have actually a double questions to close this panel. In a couple of weeks is Christmas. And obviously you want to find something under the Christmas tree. So the question is, if you need something at this stage from your stakeholders, what would you like to find under the Christmas tree? That's the first part of the question. And the other part of the question is, we are going towards end of the year, and you are looking back at what you have done over the last 12 months and so on. So the question is then, what did you do in the last month that really helped your business, helped your audit function? And Alistair, would you like to start?
That's easy. I'd like another 648 internal auditors. No, I'm joking. I think the thing I'd like is, it's quite a strange one. It's our construction is quite a traditional industry, and time after time we make the same mistakes. So it's corporate memory. We need a better corporate memory in our business. And I'll give you a practical example. Pritesh is obviously going through a lot of change in his business. Well, so is our business. We probably all of our senior management team has changed in the last 18 months. So that corporate memory at the senior level has walked out of the door. And I'll give you a real live example of that from a previous employer. They built a tunnel in Egypt, in Cairo, and managed to lose a spectacular amount of money on that tunnel. They no longer do tunnels anywhere in the world. They will not do any sort of tunnelling work. So their corporate memory is live, it's still there, and the project in Cairo was 15 years ago. So we need a better corporate memory. I think what I've done over the last year, I'll just mention a couple of things, I'm conscious of the time. We are trying to be more proactive. So rather than look at a list of live projects that we got, pick out the riskiest ones and go and audit those projects, we're actually thinking, well, why are we delivering those projects in the first place? So why are we tendering for that type of work? So we're actually getting involved much earlier in the life cycle of these jobs. So we're actually looking at the tendering processes. So how is that, that job that's worth £10 million, that is something that we do not want to be doing? How have we ended up actually delivering it? So we're getting involved much more in the sort of work winning side of things, but far more proactive. And the last thing I want to mention is we are, and I'm probably looking back over my career, I've been guilty of this. The bit where you do a piece of internal audit work, you kind of, you do your working papers, and then it takes you 3 weeks to actually write the report because it's a complex area. We're being far, far quicker to give feedback to the management team and the people we've audited. Even if it's generally verbal, it's possibly even on the day that you complete the audit. And I'll give you a real live example, then I'll shut up. I do tend to go off on tangents. But we had a project that was renovating a large railway station. As I was walking onto site, you kind of met at the gatehouse and somebody takes you into the office. The job was due to finish in February of this year. And I said to the guy, do you think, would the job finish in February? And the guy went, he was an operative. He said, not a chance. Everybody knows it. It will not finish in February. Yeah, all the project reporting was saying it'll finish in February. It'll finish in February. And this is about 12 months ago. So even then they knew the project wouldn't finish on time. So we raised it with management, and then there were some adult conversations with the customer, and the job was actually 6 months late. So that feedback was given kind of almost instantaneously. It was given within 24 hours, and that was really practical feedback for the business. Good, thank you.
My thing I want under the Christmas tree is actually very similar to Alistair's. But I think there are a number of avenues group internal audit are going down at the moment in terms of fighting the good fight, should I say. And it just feels sometimes like we want to bring rigor and repeatability to our controls and our processes. But the challenge we have is that the business is going at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Okay, and so as an example, you've got major projects and programs. You want to bring standards to those programs. You want to have a proper governance model end to end. The executive agree with that and they endorse it. But then next week, there's a huge strategic Lincoln new idea initiative, product, etc., and it's 1,000,000 miles an hour. And then things get missed in terms of how you're going to get your business case properly done, etc., your proper kick-off plan. And we're back to square one. So I think under the Christmas tree, that commitment from the executive to, if we're going down the line of implementing all these standards, which we are currently, we really do need to live by them. Okay. I think in terms of the things that the introductions we've done, or successes, achievements in group internal audits, through this plan in 2015, we've really focused heavily on the strategic priorities of the business and the principal risks. And we've therefore engaged with the audit committee really, really well. We've given them levers to go back into the business and challenge to the point where the CEO has to go into the audit committee and explain why something hasn't been done. And that's uncomfortable, but that's good. Yeah. So I'm happy with that achievement. I'm also happy that we are a leading indicator on risk in terms of some of the most strategic and exciting opportunities in our business. And the example is in our network services business, which is really the lion's share of our business. We are building up a new product in the marketplace called PrismNet, and it's a fairly new project, and there's various stages of product release. And we were able to really give some great feedback on how that project's running, where the strong points are, where the areas are that need to be built up, to make sure that this really is a success, because this is baked into our business plan. And if this thing as a product flies, it's really going to do wonders for our top line and our bottom line. So I think those are the things that will make me enjoy my Christmas turkey when I think back on those successes over the year.
I'll start with actually, what we've one of the things that we've achieved this year that we're quite proud of, and then I'll come on to the Christmas present at the end. The topic that I've picked for what I think we've implemented well this year is the management control approach. So when we're sending out audit reports now, we rate them in two separate fashions. We have the standard controlled environment rating that has been on audit report front pages for many years. But this year we've rolled out successfully the management control approach as well. So we now give a rating on the proactiveness of management in their risk management and risk mitigation activities, how they interface with audit, their relationship with second line of defence and other control functions, for example. So with a lot of empirical data that we pull together, our audit teams now, on an audit-by-audit basis, provide two separate ratings for the reports. And the management control approach had quite a profound effect in terms of upping the game of management when they're receiving reports. It was very easy for them to say the controlled environment, and just sort of just is as it is. But when you're sort of giving a view on how they are actually influencing that controlled environment and the approach that they're taking, you get some different responses. Not all of which are favoured to begin with, so it's quite a difficult one to land and to land well. But we think we've done a good job with that, and we get some very positive feedback from the audit committee on that subject. So I suppose the Christmas present would be to continue working partnerially with the businesses. If we can avoid unnecessary confrontation and land audit reports quickly and get the issues out there, rather than having a to and fro for many months in terms of landing audit issues. We like that kind of approach. And the partnership approach will also help us on a point that I mentioned earlier of embedding the 3 lines of defence.
So from a personal perspective, a Christmas bonus would be nice. But on a serious note, how do we get there? I think how we get there as a business is delivering on the transformation. And what that means is whether it's the cost initiatives, whether it's the change in the customer journey, giving the customer what they want, and the end state that we want to deliver. So to give you a real example, currently I'm working closely with the business, and we're very much invited to steering committees where, for example, big change is going to be decided. And we're part of that group to observe and also provide risk insight into, for example, governance and taking lessons learned from previous and actually advising how they need to do things as a real going live. The strategy, also around the financial modelling. We've got experts of financial people in our team who can help challenges as they go along and come up with the right sort of business proposal. I know there's some conflicts there between audit, pure assurance and advisory, but we do tread that fine line and have objectivity always at our heart. And also execution, we'll also look at the execution plans. So really we're seen as part of the business and driving the change and really helping management to commit and deliver on those promises.
Thank you very much. Do we have time for some questions?
Yes, we have time for 3 questions.
Just a quick one. There's been talk of more involvement of audit in improvement, more of a consultancy type role. Do you feel this brings some sort of conflict with meeting your stakeholders of the executive team and also the regulators? And does it challenge sort of the traditional independence of internal audit?
I'll maybe start with that one, just quickly and then hand over to my colleagues. But it's a fine line. I think Pritesh described that really well a couple of minutes ago. It is a really, really fine line. For example, I worked for a business that was implementing a new finance system, and we were involved with the project team to do that. We quickly got sucked into actual doing the stuff rather than we were there to actually challenge and highlight key risks, make sure the risk management was properly covered. So it's a really fine line. On the other hand, it's really well received by the business because they want successful projects, so they like to involve internal audit. So yeah, it's a fine line. Be careful, but try and do it. It does work.
Can I go next? Actually, I was going to add. So there's instances we've actually rejected consulting work and other stuff for independence reasons. So there is a balance to be had. So whilst I've given a lot of examples of where we're helping because of the relevance to the topic of auditing transformation environment, but there are certain projects, financial controls, for example, where the business has wanted help, compliance, and we've said no, because actually I know in 6 months we're going to have to audit it. So it's not our role necessarily. They can bring a consultant from the outside and do that. And that's exactly what they've done, bring the expert in. So it is a balance, and we are driven by the business requirements. But yeah, you're right, we need to say no at certain projects. It's picking the right risks and projects at the right time. I think that's what's crucial.
I think I can add to that just in the more kind of traditional audits that we do, there's a lot of bandwidth to be more consultative and creative in the process. I ask you all to reflect on how much time we as a profession spend quantifying our issues and documenting them and making the Rolls-Royce of issue in the report versus how much time we actually spend thinking of the solution. And how many times have we been guilty of a just do it action that really doesn't give any great valuable insight back to the business. And I can certainly hold my hand up and say that's been in my past. And I want to try and get that out from my entire team, that we really give the actions and the mitigations the time they deserve as well.
And for us, our primary role remains looking at the control environment and the primary responsibility to the audit committee. We do allow for a certain level of consultant kind of work, but that's on a case-by-case basis and has to be approved by our chief internal auditor in those circumstances. But the primary goal remains the responsibility to the audit committee.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Quick question for any of you. Have you audited your internal risk program as internal oversight? Have you looked at the overall risk program for the corporation?
I'll maybe start there really quickly. We did it last year, and the way I did it was because it's construction. You talk to people and you say, "Do we have embedded risk management?" And they say, "Yeah, we do. There's risk in everything we do. Everybody manages risk." But then I did a really simple set of 10 questions. It was an anonymous questionnaire, and it was simple things like, who is responsible for risk management in Morgan Sindall? And I was hoping they would say, well, everybody. I got back, me, chief financial officer, business unit. It's just unbelievable. So some really simple 10 key questions, 70 key individuals across the business, got some really powerful data. Simple things like, have you had any risk management training in the last 12 months? And do you know what? There was about one person out of 70 that had. And yet we're trying to enforce, I've heard it mentioned several times, consistent language, risk management terminology. So I've tried it and I'm happy to share kind of whenever more information. But it's worth doing.
We haven't. That's primarily because it would be auditing myself. I've been very much involved in enterprise risk management up to this point. So no, there has been a change in structure whereby, for a while at least, I was reporting into a VP for enterprise risk and assurance, and he was driving a new enterprise risk approach, but he recently left the business. So I'm currently holding that piece again until we sort out that. But no.
We do review the various second line control functions. So we have programs where we periodically look at different parts of the risk organisation. In terms of a broader risk management, then we're kind of engaged in steering committees for the rollout of that. But on a regular audit cycle, it would be fairly regular audits of the second line of defence and the level of checking that they're providing and their governance responsibilities.
So maybe I can just add that in my previous organisations, I have audited risk management. That's because from a PLC perspective, it's combined code, Turnbull, the audit committee needs to review effectiveness, internal controls, risk management. So hence, I found some models quite interesting from IAA, and there's also a CRMA qualification if you're interested in that aspect. So it's quite, I've approached it on a maturity model, 1 to 5, looking across process, people, systems. And there's some models out there which are quite good to do it. But a lot of it's about how does it feed in for a PLC into the financial statements and the report. And then we've got the right sort of risks reported and also the mitigations. And it's about really, are we mitigating things appropriately? And also, is anything missing in the risk? That's how I would kind of go about it. I did that.
Okay. So conscious of the time, I would like to say a very big thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you very much and merci vielmals. This gentleman will be around if you want to share more experience over the next couple of minutes during the break and so on. So again, gentlemen, thank you for this absolutely very interesting discussion, and hope to see you soon at one of the next GRC events from MetricStream.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Pritesh, Peter, Nicholas, and Alistair. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, we now will be breaking into lunch. We have, so lunch is going to be there for 1 hour. So from 12:30 to 1:30, we have lunch. And during lunch, we have two interesting partner theater sessions. So there's one from Analytics Boutique. So they're into risk analytics and operational risk modeling, etc. So do attend those sessions. There's also a session by Everbridge on convergence of BCM and critical communication. So there are two partner theater sessions that will take place soon after. And then after lunch, we again have 4 breakout sessions. So we'd have Rob Halstead from Crossrail UK speaking about project risk management here. And we'll have French Caldwell speaking at the Beat Suite 1 and 2, and he will be speaking on best practices in regulatory change management. At the technology track, we have Charles Chai from one of the leading oil and gas companies here in the UK, and he will be talking about leveraging big data to manage compliance better. And we also have Bitside Technologies, who will be showcasing their platform in the application and product showcase session. So that will be soon after lunch. So those are the 4 sessions happening after lunch. So thank you, and hope to see you all back at 1:30.
The mission-critical nature of technology really has evolved to a point where companies need access to state-of-the-art technology, not just to run and manage their infrastructure, but to innovate and bring new services and goods to market.
Development cycles are shrinking. Innovation cycles are shrinking. The cloud is a perfect platform to be able to provide that flexibility, that agility, that scalability. And hosting providers need to provide the infrastructure to meet those agility requirements.
Most organizations depreciate their equipment over 3 to 5 years. What happens if you just change the whole paradigm and you don't worry about those things at all anymore? It's truly on an OpEx model. You work with your provider when it's time to get to the new piece of infrastructure, the new piece of an upgrade. To have a true partner that is doing capacity management and is working with you side by side day to day is how you're going to have a better experience for your organization.
Navisite is an organisation that provides managed services for mid to large enterprise customers, covering cloud, managed hosting, co-location and managed applications.
We're really able to provide all of those offerings in a very personalized manner with a strong managed services lens. We want
When building IT infrastructures, most organizations traditionally planned for peak capacity and accepted a degree of underutilization during slow periods. Today, given the demands to accomplish more with less while still supporting rapid deployment of test dev and production environments, it's increasingly difficult to predict compute and storage requirements cost-effectively. Navisite's Navicloud Director, a scalable infrastructure as a service platform, helps take the guesswork out of IT utilization. The platform makes it easy to extend your environment into the cloud by providing virtualized servers, storage, memory, and bandwidth on a predictable OpEx model. Navicloud Director is based on VMware's vCloud Director. While the platform's main constructs are similar, Navisite provides a robust, user-friendly interface backed by 24/7 support and comprehensive SLAs. Users can connect to Navicloud Director through any standard web browser. The home screen provides a summary of new features, access to the online help center, and support contact information. Navigating the platform is made easy by the simple menu that's always open on the left of the screen. vData centers are the highest level construct in the platform. They contain compute power, memory, storage, and bandwidth. Everything found in a traditional data center. The vData Center screen provides an overview of all vData centers and their key attributes, such as memory and CPU usage. Creating a new vData center is as simple as clicking the Create button and then following the prompts to enter a name and pick the location from which it should be provisioned, such as Navisite's Andover Cloud node. From there, users can adjust the vData Center's max number of CPUs and enter memory and storage limits. vData Center limits are not required, but they help to establish spending limits, and admins can adjust them at any time to align with business needs. The gray maximum cost box updates in real time to show the impact that resource adjustments have on max monthly cost. vData Centers are further divided into virtual applications, or VApps. VApps include everything required to power an application. For a traditional 3-tier VApp, this includes web servers, database servers, and networks. On the VApp screen, users can see a list of all VApps along with their key attributes, such as allocated storage capacity. As with vData Centers, users can create a new VApp by clicking the Create button and then following the prompts. Selecting an existing VApp displays a diagram of its networks and virtual machines, or VMs. Clicking once on a VM opens a pop-up window showing its key attributes, such as allocated resources. Clicking a second time brings up a screen that allows users to directly manage the VM's attributes. While Navicloud Director is designed to support simple, robust VM management for self-service users, Navisite's team of experts can also provide full VM management as an add-on service for an additional cost. For customers who prefer to manage their own VMs, users can power off or suspend a VM from a simple drop-down menu. On this same screen, users can tweak the VM's resource allocations, like memory, by clicking the gear icon next to the attribute and then typing a new value. CD-ROMs and other media types can be loaded via the media dropdown. Admins can also access the online server console for troubleshooting. At any time, users can review a list of VM changes from the My Tasks pop-up on the bottom right of the screen. Users can also gain further insight into a VM by viewing its performance over time in a simple chart. Viewing and altering a VM's drives is made simple through the hardware screen. Users can add new disks or delete existing disks with little more than a few clicks. They can also alter the size of an existing drive by clicking the gear icon next to its name and entering a new capacity. Behaviors are one of Navicloud Director's most powerful features. Manually configuring a VM to be accessible to the internet can be complicated. Instead, users can add the public service behavior, and a simple, step-by-step wizard will walk them through the process. To make a VM accessible to other VMs in the environment, users can add the internal service behavior. At both the VM and VApp level, users can toggle on automatic backups with optional offsite replication to protect their environment. Users can also create ad hoc VM snapshots. VM snapshots make it easier to revert back if an upgrade has an undesired outcome. Beyond Navicloud Director's primary screens, users can view the Network Overview screen, which shows how all VMs are networked together. Another view, VMs, displays a list of all the VMs in the environment. Filtering adds particular value to this view. For example, users can find all the VMs running Windows Server 2012 by searching for 2012, and can then export this list into a CSV file for further examination. While Navicloud Director comes preloaded with a selection of VM and VApp templates, users can also turn their existing VMs or VApps into custom templates. Templates save users from having to configure VMs and VApps from scratch. Everything available through NaviCloud Director is listed on a virtual rate card and billed on a point system. At the end of the month, all points accrued are converted into dollars. Within the billing section, users can view usage by month and see where points were spent from the vData Center level to a more granular level, such as a specific VM's memory allocation. To better stay on top of spending, admins can also turn on alerts to notify them if vApps exceed certain point thresholds. Even with all the functionality NaviCloud Director provides, there may be times when users will want to leverage existing tools or other aspects of VMware's vCloud Director. That's why the platform provides portal access to VMware's vCloud Director and native access to vCloud Director's API. In addition to the standard NaviCloud Director functionality, admins can enable add-ons such as cloud-to-cloud replication, backups, monitoring, and antivirus protection. Add-ons can be configured on a VM by VM or vApp by vApp basis and are designed to integrate seamlessly. For more information on Navisite's NaviCloud Director Infrastructure as a Service platform, or to schedule a live NaviCloud Director demo, please visit our website at navisite.com or contact us at webinfo@navisite.com.
The mission-critical nature of technology really has evolved to a point where companies need access to state-of-the-art technology, not just to run and manage their infrastructure, but to innovate and bring new services and goods to market.
Development cycles are shrinking. Innovation cycles are shrinking. The cloud is a perfect platform to be able to provide that flexibility, that agility, that scalability. And hosting providers need to provide the infrastructure to meet those agility requirements.
Most organizations depreciate their equipment over 3 to 5 years. What happens if you just change the whole paradigm and you don't worry about those things at all anymore? It's truly on an OpEx model. You work with your provider when it's time to get to the new piece of infrastructure, the new piece of an upgrade. To have a true partner that is doing capacity management and is working with you side by side day to day is how you're going to have a better experience for your organization.
Navisite is an organization that provides managed services for mid to large enterprise customers, covering cloud, managed hosting, co-location, and managed applications.
We're really able to provide all of those offerings in a very personalized manner with a strong managed services lens. We want to be truly a partner that they view as an extension of their team. And we have a variety of folks globally that focus on that day in and day out. We can deliver an end-to-end proposition where we're extending the benefits of the cloud over a private WAN and delivering an end-to-end SLA that takes into account latency, performance, beyond just the data security and the governance aspects.
The breadth of our services and the breadth of our portfolio solutions will alleviate those tasks from a customer's own IT group, allowing them to focus on their core competencies, their business, their strategic initiatives.
It becomes very critical for companies to not just have the right cloud strategy in place, but to enable that strategy with the right partner to unlock the full value of the cloud.
The VMware vCloud Air network is an ecosystem of nearly 4,000 service providers in over 100 countries around the globe. The breadth and depth of the vCloud Air network can address any business need, compliance requirement, data sovereignty, and vertical market. And VMware is excited to team with Navisite as a strategic member of the vCloud Air network partner community.
So Navisite and VMware have had a long-standing partnership going back over a decade. As a longtime provider of managed hosting services, Navisite has used VMware technology really since the early days in a traditional hosted way, but very early in the days of virtualization. As we went into the cloud space back in 2010, our partnership with VMware became even more significant and continues to grow today.
vCloud Air network partners like Navisite could help extend customer networks out into the cloud using similar VMware products and management tools already in use at a customer's premise. With similar tools at each end of the hybrid cloud, Navisite can assure 100% compatibility, providing customers with choice on where they run their workloads.
Navisite's deep-rooted partnership with VMware benefits our customers in a variety of ways. Not only do we leverage VMware technology and deliver services out to our customers, the access we have within the VMware organization and the early access to technologies through technology alliance partnership programs, beta programs, allows us to be first to market with many of VMware's new offerings.
Navisite has been very successful as a VMware vCloud Air network partner. In fact, they achieved the VMware Service Provider of the Year award both in the Americas region as well as globally over the years. VMware's criteria for this award is based on alignment with our hybrid cloud vision and strategy, and also the depth of adoption of our VMware products and technology, as well as the ability to deliver compelling business and value proposition around the hybrid cloud service based on the VMware platform. Navisite accelerates and executes well across all of these areas, and VMware is pleased to partner with Navisite.
As we look forward, we look at things like L2 gateway connectivity to ease seamless hybrid deployments, as well as an MSP model where Navisite can deliver managed services on top of vCloud Air itself.
VMware and Navisite are deeply engaged in a highly collaborative design win relationship that delivers true business value to our mutual customers.
As the market continues to evolve and customers look at all the different ways to deploy infrastructure and run applications, the future is very bright. Between VMware's position in the market and market leadership in virtualization, Navisite's long legacy of providing managed services, and deep partnership with VMware, the customer will have more options than ever in terms of how to go forward with their IT strategies.
Compared to physical desktops, virtual desktops can offer enhanced scalability and ease of management. Virtual desktops can also enable bring your own device initiatives and strengthen existing business continuity and disaster recovery strategies. That said, establishing an on-site virtual desktop infrastructure, or VDI, can be complicated and capital intensive. Implementation alone requires significant upfront investments, leading many organizations to question if they'll ever see a return. NaviCloud DaaS, Navisite's desktop as a service solution, provides cloud-based virtual desktops for a predictable monthly cost, all with no upfront capital expenditure. Navisite provisions and oversees everything from physical data center space to the VDI software, leveraging VMware's robust Horizon DaaS platform. Customers are only responsible for OS licenses, virtual desktop configuration and management, application provisioning, and end-user devices such as laptops and thin clients. Through an add-on service, Navisite can also provide managed OS patching. NaviCloud DaaS users can access their virtual desktops through any web browser or via an app on mobile devices. The service leverages split-level tunneling to securely connect users through unique VPN tunnel, while they otherwise continue to access the internet through their default connection. After logging in, users are either connected to their default desktop or application, or presented with a list of desktops or applications to choose from. Once loaded, a full virtual desktop looks much like a standard Windows desktop. A generous amount of cloud storage is available to every virtual desktop. While many users never exceed this storage capacity, customers can purchase additional cloud storage on a per gigabyte basis, and customers with existing SAN storage systems are free to remap them to be accessible through NaviCloud DaaS. Considering that all virtual desktops are provisioned from one of Navisite's flagship data centers, enterprise-class bandwidth also comes standard. To further empower customers, 24/7 end-user help desk support is available for purchase as an add-on through one of Navisite's trusted partners. While traditional VDI environments are often complex and difficult to master, NaviCloud DaaS is managed from just 4 concise menus. The default dashboard provides key information about users, desktops, pools, and data centers at a glance. Virtual desktop templates, known as gold patterns, help to streamline virtual desktop creation. Common gold patterns such as Windows 7 32-bit and Windows 7 64-bit come preloaded. Navisite also supports importing supplemental gold patterns from our library as well as custom gold patterns. Additionally, customers can elect to have Navisite fully manage their gold patterns through an optional add-on service. The primary construct in NaviCloud DaaS is the pool, or a collection of desktops that share the same basic properties and can be managed as a group. A series of step-by-step screens guide admins through pool creation. First, admins select the Navisite data center from which a new pool should be provisioned, and then they select a pool name and gold pattern. Using checkboxes, admins select which protocols users will be able to leverage to connect to the virtual desktops in the pool. RDP is designed for connecting via Windows or a standard browser. Lastly, admins enter the number of virtual desktops they want in the pool, and then select if the desktops should be static or dynamic. Static desktops provide an experience similar to using an individual company-provisioned laptop. Changes, such as customizations and files saved to the desktop, remain between logins. Dynamic desktops provide an experience similar to using a shared public computer to complete brief tasks. Each time users log on, the virtual desktop resets to its default state, ensuring they aren't distracted by changes made by previous users. NaviCloud DaaS can also be configured to bypass the desktop and connect users directly to specific applications. This helps prevent employees from being sidetracked by virtual desktops with functionality beyond what their roles require. After selecting the basic settings for a new virtual desktop pool, admins can either create the pool as is or configure it further through the pool customization walkthrough. On the provisions screen, admins can alter defaults such as the computer, OU, and domain. From the remote applications screen, admins can enable remote access to applications such as Internet Explorer and Microsoft Word. Admins can adjust the virtual machines that will host the pool's virtual desktops on the VM configuration screen. Pool configuration gives admins the opportunity to change the maximum and minimum number of VMs in the pool and to set the default session timeout. On the last screen of the pool customization walkthrough, admins can set the default connection protocol and select which devices will be accessible from virtual desktops within the pool. For example, printers and the clipboard can be disabled to make it harder for users to create local copies of sensitive information. Based on complexity, it takes between 30 to 90 seconds for the system to create each virtual desktop. A pop-up at the bottom of the screen makes it easy to monitor progress. When the pool is ready, admins can assign existing users and add new users through the mapping screen. New users will receive an email prompting them to create login credentials, and then they're ready to get started using their virtual desktop. Customers can extend the core functionality of NaviCloud DaaS by purchasing managed web content filtering and managed agentless antivirus protection. Both optional add-on services can provide an added layer of protection for DaaS customers and their end users. To access a free 7-day trial of NaviCloud DaaS, visit the Resource Center menu on navisite.com. For more information or to schedule a live NaviCloud DaaS demo, please contact us at webinfo@navisite.com. When building IT infrastructures, most organizations traditionally planned for peak capacity and accepted a degree of underutilization during slow periods. Today, given the demands to accomplish more with less, while still supporting rapid deployment of test dev and production environments, it's increasingly difficult to predict compute and storage requirements cost-effectively. Navisite's NaviCloud Director, a scalable infrastructure-as-a-service platform, helps take the guesswork out of IT utilization. The platform makes it easy to extend your environment into the cloud by providing virtualized servers, storage, memory, and bandwidth on a predictable OpEx model. NaviCloud Director is based on VMware's vCloud Director. While the platform's main constructs are similar, Navisite provides a robust, user-friendly interface backed by 24/7 support and comprehensive SLAs. Users can connect to NaviCloud Director through any standard web browser. The home screen provides a summary of new features, access to the online help center, and support contact information. Navigating the platform is made easy by the simple menu that's always open on the left of the screen. vData centers are the highest level construct in the platform. They contain compute power, memory, storage, and bandwidth. Everything found in a traditional data center. The vData Center screen provides an overview of all vData centers and their key attributes, such as memory and CPU usage. Creating a new vData center is as simple as clicking the Create button and then following the prompts to enter a name and pick the location from which it should be provisioned, such as Navisite's Andover Cloud node. From there, users can adjust the vData Center's max number of CPUs and enter memory and storage limits. vData Center limits are not required, but they help to establish spending limits, and admins can adjust them at any time to align with business needs. The gray maximum cost box updates in real time to show the impact that resource adjustments have on max monthly cost. vData centers are further divided into virtual applications, or VApps. vApps include everything required to power an application. For a traditional 3-tier vApp, this includes web servers, database servers, and networks. On the vApp screen, users can see a list of all vApps along with their key attributes, such as allocated storage capacity. As with vData centers, users can create a new vApp by clicking the Create button and then following the prompts. Selecting an existing vApp displays a diagram of its networks and virtual machines, or VMs. Clicking once on a VM opens a pop-up window showing its key attributes, such as allocated resources. Clicking a second time brings up a screen that allows users to directly manage the VM's attributes. While NavaCloud Director is designed to support simple, robust VM management for self-service users, Navisite's team of experts can also provide full VM management as an add-on service for an additional cost. For customers who prefer to manage their own VMs, users can power off or suspend a VM from a simple drop-down menu. On this same screen, users can tweak the VM's resource allocations, like memory, by clicking the gear icon next to the attribute and then typing a new value. CD-ROMs and other media types can be loaded via the media drop-down. Admins can also access the online server console for troubleshooting. At any time, users can review a list of VM changes from the My Tasks pop-up on the bottom right of the screen. Users can also gain further insight into a VM by viewing its performance over time in a simple chart. Viewing and altering a VM's drives is made simple through the hardware screen. Users can add new disks or delete existing disks with little more than a few clicks. They can also alter the size of an existing drive by clicking the gear icon next to its name and entering a new capacity. Behaviors are one of NavaCloud Director's most powerful features. Manually configuring a VM to be accessible to the internet can be complicated. Instead, users can add the public service behavior, and a simple, step-by-step wizard will walk them through the process. To make a VM accessible to other VMs in the environment, users can add the internal service behavior. At both the VM and vApp level, users can toggle on automatic backups with optional offsite replication to protect their environment. Users can also create ad hoc VM snapshots. VM snapshots make it easier to revert back if an upgrade has an undesired outcome. Beyond NavaCloud Director's primary screens, users can view the Network Overview screen, which shows how all VMs are networked together. Another view, VMs, displays a list of all the VMs in the environment. Filtering adds particular value to this view. For example, users can find all the VMs running Windows Server 2012 by searching for 2012. And can then export this list into a CSV file for further examination. While NavaCloud Director comes preloaded with a selection of VM and vApp templates, users can also turn their existing VMs or vApps into custom templates. Templates save users from having to configure VMs and vApps from scratch. Everything available through NavaCloud Director is listed on a virtual rate card and billed on a point system. At the end of the month, all points accrued are converted into dollars. Within the billing section, users can view usage by month and see where points were spent from the vData Center level to a more granular level, such as a specific VM's memory allocation. To better stay on top of spending, admins can also turn on alerts to notify them if vApps exceed certain point thresholds. Even with all the functionality NavaCloud Director provides, there may be times when users will want to leverage existing tools or other aspects of VMware's vCloud Director. That's why the platform provides portal access to VMware's vCloud Director and native access to vCloud Director's API. In addition to the standard NavaCloud Director functionality, admins can enable add-ons such as cloud-to-cloud replication, backups, monitoring, and antivirus protection. Add-ons can be configured on a VM by VM or vApp by vApp basis and are designed to integrate seamlessly. For more information on Navisite's NavaCloud Director Infrastructure as a Service platform, or to schedule a live NavaCloud Director demo, please visit our website at navisite.com or contact us at webinfo@navisite.com.
The mission-critical nature of technology really has evolved to a point where companies need access to state-of-the-art technology, not just to run and manage their infrastructure, but to innovate and bring new services and goods to market.
Development cycles are shrinking. Innovation cycles are shrinking. The cloud is a perfect platform to be able to provide that flexibility, that agility, that scalability. And hosting providers need to provide the infrastructure to meet those agility requirements.
Most organizations depreciate their equipment over 3 to 5 years. What happens if you just change the whole paradigm and you don't worry about those things at all anymore? It's truly on an OpEx model. You work with your provider when it's time to get to the new piece of infrastructure, the new piece of an upgrade. To have a true partner that is doing capacity management and is working with you side by side day to day is how you're going to have a better experience for your organization.
Navisite is an organization that provides managed services for mid to large enterprise customers, covering cloud, managed hosting, co-location, and managed applications.
We're really able to provide all of those offerings in a very personalized manner with a strong managed services lens. We want to be truly a partner that they view as an extension of their team. And we have a variety of folks globally that focus on that day in and day out. We can deliver an end-to-end proposition where we're extending the benefits of the cloud over a private WAN and delivering an end-to-end SLA that takes into account latency, performance, beyond just the data security and the governance aspects.
The breadth of our services and the breadth of our portfolio solutions will alleviate those tasks from a customer's own IT group, allowing them to focus on their core competencies, their business, their strategic initiatives.
It becomes very critical for companies to not just have the right cloud strategy in place, but to enable that strategy with the right partner to unlock the full value of the cloud.
The VMware vCloud Air network is an ecosystem of nearly 4,000 service providers in over 100 countries around the globe. The breadth and depth of the vCloud Air network can address any business need, compliance requirement, data sovereignty, and vertical market. And VMware is excited to team with Navisite as a strategic member of the vCloud Air network partner community.
So Navisite and VMware have had a long-standing partnership going back over a decade. As a longtime provider of managed hosting services, Navisite has used VMware technology really since the early days in a traditional hosted way, but very early in the days of virtualization. As we went into the cloud space back in 2010, our partnership with VMware became even more significant and continues to grow today.
vCloud Air network partners like Navisite could help extend customer networks out into the cloud using similar VMware products and management tools already in use at a customer's premise. With similar tools at each end of the hybrid cloud, Navisite can assure 100% compatibility, providing customers with choice on where they run their workloads.
Navisite's deep-rooted partnership with VMware benefits our customers in a variety of ways. Not only do we leverage VMware technology and deliver services out to our customers, the access we have within the VMware organization and the early access to technologies through Technology Alliance partnership programs, beta programs, allows us to be first to market with many of VMware's new offerings.
Navisite has been very successful as a VMware vCloud Air network partner. In fact, they achieved the VMware Service Provider of the Year award both in the Americas region as well as globally over the years. VMware's criteria for this award is based on alignment with our hybrid cloud vision and strategy, and also the depth of adoption of our VMware products and technology, as well as the ability to deliver compelling business and value proposition around the hybrid cloud service based on the VMware platform. Navisite accelerates and executes well across all of these areas, and VMware is pleased to partner with Navisite.
As we look forward, we look at things like L2 gateway connectivity to ease seamless hybrid deployments, as well as an MSP model where Navisite can deliver managed services on top of vCloud Air itself.
VMware and Navisite are deeply engaged in a highly collaborative design-win relationship that delivers true business value to our mutual customers.
As the market continues to evolve and customers look at all the different ways to deploy infrastructure and run applications, the future is very bright. Between VMware's position in the market and market leadership in virtualization, Navisite's long legacy of providing managed services, and deep partnership with VMware, the customer will have more options than ever in terms of how to go forward with their IT strategies.
Compared to physical desktops, virtual desktops can offer enhanced scalability and ease of management. Virtual desktops can also enable bring-your-own-device initiatives and strengthen existing business continuity and disaster recovery strategies. That said, establishing an on-site virtual desktop infrastructure, or VDI, can be complicated and capital-intensive. Implementation alone requires significant upfront investments, leading many organizations to question if they'll ever see a return. NaviCloud DaaS, Navisite's desktop-as-a-service solution, provides cloud-based virtual desktops for a predictable monthly cost, all with no upfront capital expenditure. Navisite provisions and oversees everything from physical data center space to the VDI software, leveraging VMware's robust Horizon DaaS platform. Customers are only responsible for OS licenses, virtual desktop configuration and management, application provisioning, and end-user devices, such as laptops and thin clients. Through an add-on service, Navisite can also provide managed OS patching. NaviCloud DaaS users can access their virtual desktops through any web browser or via an app on mobile devices. The service leverages split-level tunneling to securely connect users through unique VPN tunnel, while they otherwise continue to access the internet through their default connection. After logging in, users are either connected to their default desktop or application, or presented with a list of desktops or applications to choose from. Once loaded, a full virtual desktop looks much like a standard Windows desktop. A generous amount of cloud storage is available to every virtual desktop. While many users never exceed this storage capacity, customers can purchase additional cloud storage on a per gigabyte basis, and customers with existing SAN storage systems are free to remap them to be accessible through NaviCloud DaaS. Considering that all virtual desktops are provisioned from one of Navisite's flagship data centers, enterprise-class bandwidth also comes standard. To further empower customers, 24/7 end-user help desk support is available for purchase as an add-on through one of Navisite's trusted partners. While traditional VDI environments are often complex and difficult to master, NaviCloud DaaS is managed from just 4 concise menus. The default dashboard provides key information about users, desktops, pools, and data centers at a glance. Virtual desktop templates, known as gold patterns, help to streamline virtual desktop creation. Common gold patterns such as Windows 7 32-bit and Windows 7 64-bit come preloaded. Navisite also supports importing supplemental gold patterns from our library as well as custom gold patterns. Additionally, customers can elect to have Navisite fully manage their gold patterns through an optional add-on service. The primary construct in NaviCloud DaaS is the pool, or a collection of desktops that share the same basic properties and can be managed as a group. A series of step-by-step screens guide admins through pool creation. First, admins select the Navisite data center from which a new pool should be provisioned, and then they select a pool name and gold pattern. Using checkboxes, admins select which protocols users will be able to leverage to connect to the virtual desktops in the pool. RDP is designed for connecting via Windows or a standard browser. Lastly, admins enter the number of virtual desktops they want in the pool, and then select if the desktops should be static or dynamic. Static desktops provide an experience similar to using an individual company-provisioned laptop. Changes, such as customizations and files saved to the desktop, remain between logins. Dynamic desktops provide an experience similar to using a shared public computer to complete brief tasks. Each time users log on, the virtual desktop resets to its default state, ensuring they aren't distracted by changes made by previous users. NaviCloud DaaS can also be configured to bypass the desktop and connect users directly to specific applications. This helps prevent employees from being sidetracked by virtual desktops with functionality beyond what their roles require. After selecting the basic settings for a new virtual desktop pool, admins can either create the pool as is or configure it further through the pool customization walkthrough. On the provisions screen, admins can alter defaults such as the computer, OU, and domain. From the remote applications screen, admins can enable remote access to applications such as Internet Explorer and Microsoft Word. Admins can adjust the virtual machines that will host the pool's virtual desktops on the VM configuration screen. Pool configuration gives admins the opportunity to change the maximum and minimum number of VMs in the pool and to set the default session timeout. On the last screen of the pool customization walkthrough, admins can set the default connection protocol and select which devices will be accessible from virtual desktops within the pool. For example, printers and the clipboard can be disabled to make it harder for users to create local copies of sensitive information. Based on complexity, it takes between 30 to 90 seconds for the system to create each virtual desktop. A pop-up at the bottom of the screen makes it easy to monitor progress. When the pool is ready, admins can assign existing users and add new users through the mapping screen. New users will receive an email prompting them to create login credentials, and then they're ready to get started using their virtual desktop. Customers can extend the core functionality of NaviCloud DAS by purchasing Managed Web Content Filtering and Managed Agentless Antivirus Protection. Both optional add-on services can provide an added layer of protection for DAS customers and their end users. To access a free 7-day trial of NaviCloud DAS, visit the Resource Center menu on navisite.com. For more information or to schedule a live NaviCloud DAS demo, please contact us at webinfo@navisite.com. When building IT infrastructures, most organizations traditionally planned for peak capacity and accepted a degree of underutilization during slow periods. Today, given the demands to accomplish more with less, while still supporting rapid deployment of test dev and production environments, it's increasingly difficult to predict compute and storage requirements cost-effectively. Navisite's NaviCloud Director, a scalable infrastructure as a service platform, helps take the guesswork out of IT utilization. The platform makes it easy to extend your environment into the cloud by providing virtualized servers, storage, memory, and bandwidth on a predictable OpEx model. NaviCloud Director is based on VMware's vCloud Director. While the platform's main constructs are similar, Navisite provides a robust, user-friendly interface backed by 24/7 support and comprehensive SLAs. Users can connect to NaviCloud Director through any standard web browser. The home screen provides a summary of new features, access to the online help center, and support contact information. Navigating the platform is made easy by the simple menu that's always open on the left of the screen. vData centers are the highest level construct in the platform. They contain compute power, memory, storage, and bandwidth. Everything found in a traditional data center. The vData center screen provides an overview of all vData centers and their key attributes, such as memory and CPU usage. Creating a new vData center is as simple as clicking the Create button and then following the prompts to enter a name and pick the location from which it should be provisioned, such as Navisite's Andover Cloud node. From there, users can adjust the vData center's max number of CPUs and enter memory and storage limits. vData center limits are not required, but they help to establish spending limits, and admins can adjust them at any time to align with business needs. The gray maximum cost box updates in real time to show the impact that resource adjustments have on max monthly cost. vData centers are further divided into virtual applications, or VApps. VApps include everything required to power an application. For a traditional 3-tier VApp, this includes web servers, database servers, and networks. On the VApp screen, users can see a list of all VApps along with their key attributes, such as allocated storage capacity. As with vData centers, users can create a new VApp by clicking the Create button and then following the prompts. Selecting an existing VApp displays a diagram of its networks and virtual machines, or VMs. Clicking once on a VM opens a pop-up window showing its key attributes, such as allocated resources. Clicking a second time brings up a screen that allows users to directly manage the VM's attributes. While NaviCloud Director is designed to support simple, robust VM management for self-service users, Navisite's team of experts can also provide full VM management as an add-on service for an additional cost. For customers who prefer to manage their own VMs, users can power off or suspend a VM from a simple drop-down menu. On this same screen, users can tweak the VM's resource allocations, like memory, by clicking the gear icon next to the attribute and then typing a new value. CD-ROMs and other media types can be loaded via the media dropdown. Admins can also access the online server console for troubleshooting. At any time, users can review a list of VM changes from the My Tasks pop-up on the bottom right of the screen. Users can also gain further insight into a VM by viewing its performance over time in a simple chart. Viewing and altering a VM's drives is made simple through the hardware screen. Users can add new disks or delete existing disks with little more than a few clicks. They can also alter the size of an existing drive by clicking the gear icon next to its name and entering a new capacity. Behaviors are one of NaviCloud Director's most powerful features. Manually configuring a VM to be accessible to the internet can be complicated. Instead, users can add the public service behavior, and a simple, step-by-step wizard will walk them through the process. To make a VM accessible to other VMs in the environment, users can add the internal service behavior. At both the VM and vApp level, users can toggle on automatic backups with optional offsite replication to protect their environment. Users can also create ad hoc VM snapshots. VM snapshots make it easier to revert back if an upgrade has an undesired outcome. Beyond NaviCloud Director's primary screens, users can view the Network Overview screen, which shows how all VMs are networked together. Another view, VMs, displays a list of all the VMs in the environment. Filtering adds particular value to this view. For example, users can find all the VMs running Windows Server 2012 by searching for 2012, and can then export this list into a CSV file for further examination. While NaviCloud Director comes preloaded with a selection of VM and vApp templates, users can also turn their existing VMs or vApps into custom templates. Templates save users from having to configure VMs and vApps from scratch. Everything available through NaviCloud Director is listed on a virtual rate card and billed on a point system. At the end of the month, all points accrued are converted into dollars. Within the billing section, users can view usage by month and see where points were spent from the vData Center level to a more granular level, such as a specific VM's memory allocation. To better stay on top of spending, admins can also turn on alerts to notify them if vApps exceed certain point thresholds. Even with all the functionality NaviCloud Director provides, there may be times when users will want to leverage existing tools or other aspects of VMware's vCloud Director. That's why the platform provides portal access to VMware's vCloud Director and native access to vCloud Director's API. In addition to the standard NaviCloud Director functionality, admins can enable add-ons such as cloud-to-cloud replication, backups, monitoring, and antivirus protection. Add-ons can be configured on a VM by VM or vApp by vApp basis and are designed to integrate seamlessly. For more information on Navisite's NaviCloud Director Infrastructure as a Service platform, or to schedule a live NaviCloud Director demo, please visit our website at navisite.com or contact us at webinfo@navisite.com.
The mission-critical nature of technology really has evolved to a point where companies need access to state-of-the-art technology, not just to run and manage their infrastructure, but to innovate and bring new services and goods to market.
Development cycles are shrinking. Innovation cycles are shrinking. The cloud is a perfect platform to be able to provide that flexibility, that agility, that scalability. And hosting providers need to provide the infrastructure to meet those agility requirements.
Most organizations depreciate their equipment over 3 to 5 years. What happens if you just change the whole paradigm and don't worry about those things at all anymore? It's truly on an OpEx model. You work with your provider when it's time to get to the new piece of infrastructure, the new piece of an upgrade. To have a true partner that is doing capacity management and is working with you side by side day to day is how you're going to have a better experience for your organization.
Navisite is an organization that provides managed services for mid to large enterprise customers, covering cloud, managed hosting, co-location, and managed applications.
We're really able to provide all of those offerings in a very personalized manner with a strong managed services lens. We want to be truly a partner that they view as an extension of their team. And we have a variety of folks globally that focus on that day in and day out. We can deliver an end-to-end proposition where we're extending the benefits of the cloud over a private WAN and delivering an end-to-end SLA that takes into account latency, performance, beyond just the data security and the governance aspects.
The breadth of our services and the breadth of our portfolio solutions will alleviate those tasks from a customer's own IT group, allowing them to focus on their core competencies, their business, their strategic initiatives.
It becomes very critical for companies to not just have the right cloud strategy in place, but to enable that strategy with the right partner to unlock the full value of the cloud.
The VMware vCloud Air network is an ecosystem of nearly 4,000 service providers in over 100 countries around the globe. The breadth and depth of the vCloud Air network can address any business need, compliance requirement, data sovereignty, and vertical market. And VMware is excited to team with Navisite as a strategic member of the vCloud Air network partner community.
So Navisite and VMware have had a long-standing partnership going back over a decade. As a longtime provider of managed hosting services, Navisite has used VMware technology really since the early days in a traditional hosted way, but very early in the days of virtualization. As we went into the cloud space back in 2010, our partnership with VMware became even more significant and continues to grow today.
vCloud Air network partners like Navisite could help extend customer networks out into the cloud using similar VMware products and management tools already in use at a customer's premise. With similar tools at each end of the hybrid cloud, Navisite can assure 100% compatibility, providing customers with choice on where they run their workloads.
Navisite's deep-rooted partnership with VMware benefits our customers in a variety of ways. Not only do we leverage VMware technology and deliver services out to our customers, the access we have within the VMware organization and the early access to technologies through Technology Alliance partnership programs, beta programs, allows us to be first to market with many of VMware's new offerings.
Navisite has been very successful as a VMware vCloud Air network partner. In fact, they achieved the VMware Service Provider of the Year award both in the Americas region as well as globally over the years. VMware's criteria for this award is based on alignment with our hybrid cloud vision and strategy, and also the depth of adoption of our VMware products and technology, as well as the ability to deliver compelling business and value proposition around the hybrid cloud service based on the VMware platform. Navisite accelerates and executes well across all of these areas, and VMware is pleased to partner with Navisite.
As we look forward, we look at things like L2 gateway connectivity to ease seamless hybrid deployments, as well as an MSP model where Navisite can deliver managed services on top of vCloud Air itself.
VMware and Navisite are deeply engaged in a highly collaborative design-win relationship that delivers true business value to our reachable customers.
As the market continues to evolve and customers look at all the different ways to deploy infrastructure and run applications, the future is very bright. Between VMware's position in the market and market leadership in virtualization, Navisite's long legacy of providing managed services, and deep partnership with VMware, the customer will have more options than ever in terms of how to go forward with their IT strategies.
Compared to physical desktops, virtual desktops can offer enhanced scalability and ease of management. Virtual desktops can also enable bring your own device initiatives and strengthen existing business continuity and disaster recovery strategies. That said, establishing an on-site virtual desktop infrastructure, or VDI, can be complicated and capital intensive. Implementation alone requires significant upfront investments, leading many organizations to question if they'll ever see a return. NaviCloud DaaS, Navisite's desktop-as-a-service solution, provides cloud-based virtual desktops for a predictable monthly cost, all with no upfront capital expenditure. Navisite provisions and oversees everything from physical data center space to the VDI software, leveraging VMware's robust Horizon DaaS platform. Customers are only responsible for OS licenses, virtual desktop configuration and management, application provisioning, and end-user devices such as laptops and thin clients. Through an add-on service, Navisite can also provide managed OS patching. NaviCloud DaaS users can access their virtual desktops through any web browser or via an app on mobile devices. The service leverages split-level tunneling to securely connect users through unique VPN tunnel, while they otherwise continue to access the internet through their default connection. After logging in, users are either connected to their default desktop or application, or presented with a list of desktops or applications to choose from. Once loaded, a full virtual desktop looks much like a standard Windows desktop. A generous amount of cloud storage is available to every virtual desktop. While many users never exceed this storage capacity, customers can purchase additional cloud storage on a per gigabyte basis, and customers with existing SAN storage systems are free to remap them to be accessible through NaviCloud DaaS. Considering that all virtual desktops are provisioned from one of Navisite's flagship data centers, enterprise-class bandwidth also comes standard. To further empower customers, 24/7 end-user help desk support is available for purchase as an add-on through one of Navisite's trusted partners. While traditional VDI environments are often complex and difficult to master, NaviCloud DaaS is managed from just 4 concise menus. The default dashboard provides key information about users, desktops, pools, and data centers at a glance. Virtual desktop templates, known as gold patterns, help to streamline virtual desktop creation. Common gold patterns such as Windows 7 32-bit and Windows 7 64-bit come preloaded. Navisite also supports importing supplemental gold patterns from our library as well as custom gold patterns. Additionally, customers can elect to have Navisite fully manage their gold patterns through an optional add-on service. The primary construct in NaviCloud DaaS is the pool, or a collection of desktops that share the same basic properties and can be managed as a group. A series of step-by-step screens guide admins through pool creation. First, admins select the Navisite data center from which a new pool should be provisioned, and then they select a pool name and gold pattern. Using checkboxes, admins select which protocols users will be able to leverage to connect to the virtual desktops in the pool. RDP is designed for connecting via Windows or a standard browser. Lastly, admins enter the number of virtual desktops they want in the pool, and then select if the desktops should be static or dynamic. Static desktops provide an experience similar to using an individual company-provisioned laptop. Changes, such as customizations and files saved to the desktop, remain between logins. Dynamic desktops provide an experience similar to using a shared public computer to complete brief tasks. Each time users log on, the virtual desktop resets to its default state, ensuring they aren't distracted by changes made by previous users. NaviCloud DaaS can also be configured to bypass the desktop and connect users directly to specific applications. This helps prevent employees from being sidetracked by virtual desktops with functionality beyond what their roles require. After selecting the basic settings for a new virtual desktop pool, admins can either create the pool as is or configure it further through the pool customization walkthrough. On the provisions screen, admins can alter defaults such as the computer, OU, and domain. From the remote applications screen, admins can enable remote access to applications such as Internet Explorer and Microsoft Word. Admins can adjust the virtual machines that will host the pool's virtual desktops on the VM configuration screen. Pool configuration gives admins the opportunity to change the maximum and minimum number of VMs in the pool and to set the default session timeout. On the last screen of the pool customization walkthrough, admins can set the default connection protocol and select which devices will be accessible from virtual desktops within the pool. For example, printers and the clipboard can be disabled to make it harder for users to create local copies of sensitive information. Based on complexity, it takes between 30 to 90 seconds for the system to create each virtual desktop. A pop-up at the bottom of the screen makes it easy to monitor progress.
Welcome back, everyone. It's now my pleasure to invite Rob Halstead to the stage. Rob has been the head of risk management for Crossrail since 2009, which is the largest infrastructure project currently being delivered in Europe. During that period, Rob has led the development and implementation of a comprehensive risk management framework, developing the policy, process, systems and tools required to effectively manage risk on this infrastructure mega project. Prior to joining Crossrail, Rob worked in various risk management roles at London Underground and Network Rail. Rob has an engineering background and is a member of the Institute of Risk Management. Rob, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me, even if it is the sort of graveyard slot after lunch. I hope everybody's awake. And but a bit of a change, really, a change of gear in terms of a case study, really, from our project. As the introduction said, I've kind of been around on Crossrail for 6.5 years now, and put in place what you might recognise as enterprise risk management, but very specifically on our kind of project, it's really a sort of an overgrown instance of project risk management. So hopefully it'll be a bit different to what we've been hearing about this morning, and hopefully it'll be of interest and some use to you. So in terms of the sort of topics of what I'm going to cover, a little bit about what is Crossrail. I heard over lunch that there are some people who still haven't been inconvenienced by our work sites or haven't seen our hoardings up, so I will just explain a little bit about what we are doing. And then a little bit about the risk management challenges. I think it's just interesting to share some of the challenges that we have in the works that we're involved in, because they're quite different, as I say, to some of the challenges we've been hearing about earlier on. And then I'm going to just leave you with a few conclusions. So Crossrail is a new railway, essentially, it's we are in the middle of building that new railway. It will run 100 kilometres from the east to the west, essentially linking up the overground main lines with some tunnels that run directly under the centre of London. In fact, I was kind of surprised to see that they actually run about 100 metres from here. If you go outside, the tunnels sort of 40 metres down, just around the corner between coming from Paddington on the way to Bond Street. The thing about this railway is it's quite different to anything we've got in the UK at the moment. It's going to be mainline rail vehicles, but running at a sort of tube train kind of service frequency. That's 24 trains an hour in each direction. And the trains are 200 metres long, carry 1,200 passengers, and over the year that means 200 million passenger journeys. It's quite different to anything we've got at the moment in London. And Crossrail, when it opens, will add 10% to London's rail capacity. As the introduction said, we are technically, I think, now Europe's largest infrastructure project now being delivered, because there are some other big projects stacking up behind us, HS2, Crossrail 2, some nuclear stuff. But at the time that these slides were written, we were the biggest infrastructure project, and we are sort of in delivery. £14.8 billion worth of funding, the vast majority of it public funding, coming from local and central government. And we serve 38 stations, and we'll come on to some of the statistics. A pretty significant program, unlike anything that's been bigger than anything that's ever been delivered before, with all the sort of scale and complexity that brings. So in terms of the why Crossrail, at the time, again, that we sort of pushed the button on the go button on Crossrail 2009, the employment and the sort of the story was a big one. They were going into recession. Obviously, the idea of investing in infrastructure was kind of quite new and novel at the time, and so the sort of the employment and the investment in infrastructure argument was, has been a strong one and a good one. A good decision that was made back then in 2009. As I've already said, 24 trains per hour. This kind of metro service that we've not really got anything similar in the UK. 200 million passenger journeys per year, and overall, and the combination of the service and where it sort of serves gives significant benefits to the UK economy. This £42 billion is a sort of calculation based on journey time and various other kind of economic metrics, but there's also, in addition to that, a significant regeneration benefit that's happening all across the line, from the sort of the M4 corridor in the west through places like Ealing and the West End, City, and all out to the east. Significant regeneration benefits, which is actually a sort of an argument that's been recognised and is going to be used to justify and fund some future projects. So that's a big benefit. This is the route. As I say, it kind of runs east to west broadly across London, and the pink section in the middle is the tunnel section underneath the centre. Our organisation is responsible for delivering the whole thing, delivering the infrastructure, delivering the rolling stock, delivering the organisation that will run this new railway, and coordinating all the efforts involved in doing that. As part of that, we have Network Rail, who are the UK rail infrastructure maintainer, and they are upgrading their existing infrastructure to the west and the east, with about £2 billion worth of work. Sort of all the detail is there, but a significant chunk of our overall programme is being delivered through Network Rail, and we're reliant on them to deliver that. I guess wanted to talk a little bit about the tunnelling, the risk management challenges, and obviously the main and most obvious one is the sort of tunnelling challenge. Sort of providing this railway through central London has required an unprecedented level of tunnelling activity through the centre of the city all at one go, and there's some interesting risk story, I think, for us in that. This is one of our tunnel boring machines as it's being lowered down one of the shafts to the east of London before it made before it started tunnelling through and creating the railway tunnels. I've really put that construction on a staggering scale. We've got, I think, 26 miles, 42 kilometres of running tunnel, which is the tunnel bored tunnel running across the centre of the city. If you've got sharp eyes, you can see that we go below some of the tube lines and we go above some of the underground lines. We also go close to Network Rail infrastructure. We go underneath the river at one point and underneath the docks to the east near Canary Wharf. This is between 30 and 40 metres down below the city. And really sort of a real technical challenge, as I say, construction that we haven't really seen in London for a long time. And really, in terms of the key questions, I suppose, looking back to 2009, there were some key questions, and that was about how are we going to make sure that we can do this safely. I've just picked out two little news stories there. The top one was in Cologne in 2009, when a similar project actually resulted in the collapse of the city library and archives. A significant building which was completely lost in the sort of catastrophic failure of a tunnel underneath. That was being constructed, and this was like right at the time that we were in the process of designing and developing and putting in place the processes for delivering the works and managing the risk. And so this example was something that we really sort of took to our heart as being something we absolutely needed to prevent. And it's not, 2009 isn't that long ago, but we're still having problems. I don't know if anybody's aware of the Hong Kong example, where the Mass Transit Railway of Hong Kong, I think 2014, they had a problem where they actually lost their TBM, their tunnel boring machine, down the tunnel, and had sort of significant problems with it that actually resulted in a 2-year delay to their program with all the attendant cost. So these risks are real, and these risks are, are sort of genuine and present in the works that we do. So the three things we were asking for is, first of all, can we do this safely? Second of all, how do we deal with obstructions underground? How do we essentially maintain our own program and maintain the program of the overall the overall sort of delivery of Crossrail? And the third thing is, how do we avoid damage to buildings and surfaces on the surface? Because doing tunnelling work underneath is actually quite disruptive or can be quite disruptive to activities on the surface. And so we needed to be aware and do an awful lot of communication and work with all the property owners and asset owners along the line of route to work with them and make sure that they were not affected by our tunnelling works. This is just a graphic that I've put up. If anybody knows the Liverpool Street area, the Crossrail station is the one in the sort of bluey green at the bottom there. It actually links Moorgate and Liverpool Street. The tunnels, the thick tunnels there you can see are the station tunnels, and it'll sit underneath all the existing tube infrastructure. So it's just, again, a different size and scale to what we're used to as we travel around the transport infrastructure in London at the moment. I think the good thing for us is that risk management is sort of at the heart of tunnelling, and the tunnelling experts and organisations and specialists that you get in are very, very concerned about risk management. Clearly, it's fundamental what they're doing. But the whole sort of delivery of those tunnels is about risk management. It's about diverting and protecting any utilities that might be sort of on or near the surface that might be affected. It's about treating the ground, and if anybody saw the BBC series last year about Crossrail, you would have seen the way that we have had to treat the ground, and those sort of blue and pink little meshes there are where we've actually pumped in sort of significant amounts of concrete effectively to hold the ground while we tunnel underneath it. We've also a tremendous amount of monitoring that goes on. And monitoring of buildings and structures on the surface so that we can control in very real time what the effects are of our tunnelling that's going on underneath underneath the ground. And the little on the sort of bottom graphic there, the yellow line shows the predicted levels of loss, which is about 10 millimeters on the surface. The prediction is that the surface will drop by 10 millimeters or around that as we tunnel through. And the dots there show the actual losses, and we're measuring this kind of stuff all the time. So a tremendous amount of real, day-to-day embedded true risk management that's going on. And then we get a bit more to the sort of process and the sort of policies part. The AIB, the Association of British Insurers, Code of Practice, and about enforcing and really mandating risk management to be happening on our works. And really then the overall sort of mechanisms and people, process and culture that surround it, and the constant kind of focus on, what are the risks, what are we doing about it, and making sure we follow through and take those actions. So I think a really good story on the tunnelling. That's just a picture of some of the utilities that we've had to deal with underneath. That's actually, I think, near Liverpool Street, or outside Liverpool Street Station, a real web of existing assets underneath the ground. A couple of pictures here about the tunnelling, the different tunnelling methodologies. That's clearly a sort of a running tunnel where the trains travel, and that's done with a relatively controllable process. These tunnel boring machines, which is a kind of a production process. The larger tunnels that you see for platforms and for circulation areas and for escalators are done using a technique called sprayed concrete lining, which is effectively excavating underneath and then quick drying cement to basically hold the structure and create the structure as you're going along. Significantly less controlled, significantly more movement if you don't do it right. And this again was something that featured in the BBC series last year, The Eye of the Needle, where the TBM is actually the Crossrail tunnel is actually the yellow tunnel that sort of sticks out of the top graphic there. And they're able to drive these tunnel boring machines. It's 1,000 tons of machinery. It's 150 meters long, and you're able to drive it through a gap that leaves 800 mils above the running northern line, which is the pink tube below, and 300 mils below the escalator shaft of the new Tottenham Court Road station. Incredible accuracy, driving what you might imagine is a reasonably blunt instrument, driving with incredible accuracy through infrastructure that already exists without affecting any of the existing operations that were going on at the time. And if you've not seen those documentaries and you're interested in that kind of thing, they are available on YouTube. I think just quite a fascinating watch if you're into that kind of thing. And the good news for us is that we've now finished all of our running tunnels, so all the train tunnels are all in place. This graphic shows the different drives that we did of the tunnel boring machines, and that's 43 kilometres, about 26 miles worth of running tunnel complete. We are well on with the station tunnels, but not complete, and there's some significant work still going on around Liverpool Street, Whitechapel, Bond Street. If you're ever in those areas and you see the Crossrail hoardings, there's some significant tunnelling going on still in those areas. So I guess that's the tunnelling kind of story, and I just wanted to give you a bit of insight into the kind of things that we're doing underground. And the other sort of main heading of risk management really is about the overall programme management. We've got £14.8 billion worth of work. You can't deliver that yourself. You have to create an organisation to deliver it. You have to engage a supply chain to deliver. And really what I wanted to talk about a little bit was the sort of the governance and the structures that we put in place and the process that we put in place to manage and deliver that. One of the interesting things about our organisation, that slide's not come out very well. One of the interesting things about our organisation is it has been created with one objective in mind, and that is to deliver our project, to deliver the infrastructure. And as I said at the start, the flavour of risk management that we use is effectively a project risk management process, which is sort of overgrown to support what we are as a sort of corporate entity. This has some positives and it has some negatives, and we were having a sort of interesting discussion about this over lunch. What we all have on the left-hand side is a clear objective and a shared vision about what we're delivering. Everybody in the organisation, whether it's in the sort of design team or the delivery team or the HR team or the communications team, everybody understands what they're there to deliver, and they all know their part and what their work is there to do, and that's kind of quite helpful in terms of you can go to any part of the organisation, you can focus everybody back onto a shared set of objectives. There's also quite a strong management framework. Most of our sort of risk work is focused in on the delivery sort of organisations, and they're used to sort of using the project management techniques and project management frameworks to deliver their work, and risk management is part of that. Some people even say that sort of project management is part of risk management, but there's some good behaviours there that you can sort of tap into and adopt and use really to get everybody thinking in a consistent way about risk and about how we're managing it. We've got known dimensions, so typically we look at cost, time and quality, and generally we can focus in and quantify our risks down to known dimensions, which makes it an awful lot easier to have some sort of discussions about cost-benefit ratios of doing certain risk activities or making certain decisions. And there is a general culture of problem solving, as you might expect from an organisation that is predominantly engineering-led. Everybody wants to get in and solve problems, and so we can use that as far to sort of configure our risk management process to support that. But there are some negatives, and as I say, it's not come out quite right on the right-hand side there. In terms of our organisation, we'll see in a minute, it's quite a unique governance. It's been created for this one purpose, so there is no precedent about how we work and our structures, and that gives us some challenges. It's a very dynamic risk profile. So the risks we were worrying about 3 years when we had at the height of tunnelling are not the risks we're worrying about now with most of our tunnelling complete. it's quite a transitory organisation as well. So we have experts coming in to do their bit and then roll off, and different people coming on all the time. And so that is quite a challenge in terms of trying to build a culture that is sort of consistent and works and constantly sort of thinks about risk. We're having to work all the time to make sure that that culture is in there. And we have a lot of diverse corporate cultures as well. As I say, you can't create an organisation to deliver this size of project overnight. And we've got a lot of partners, what we're now calling extended enterprise, in terms of lots of different organisations with different approaches and attitudes to managing risk. And so that's quite challenging. And then the last bit that's not quite come on there is the rather ominously described end effect, which is basically that, as I say, our organisation will cease to exist once we've delivered the railway. The main central section opens in 2018, so we are now just about 3 years away from the end. And as you might imagine, there's quite a lot of risk towards the end of a project like ours, at the same time that you're actually approaching sort of having to sort of wrap up and close down an organisation. So there's some interesting challenges there. I mentioned about the organisation and the governance before, and we sit, Crossrail Limited is the sort of little purple box on top of the green section there. We've got two sponsors. We've got essentially central government with the Department for Transport and local government with Transport for London. And they work together remarkably well, as it happens, in terms of they balance each other and sort of they work very well together. But they do at times have slightly different objectives. We sit in the middle as Crossrail Limited, and we're effectively delivering everything that's in the green box there. And one of the interesting things is, as I mentioned before, is that we are a sort of a separate entity. We've been created as a separate entity with our own independent board, with non-execs and execs following sort of good corporate governance processes. And that gives us some autonomy. That gives us the ability to sort of to manage the change, really, that may otherwise flow down from other organisations, that we can actually put a ring around what we're delivering and actually sort of control any change. So that's actually been a very good sort of learning, I think, with this project that probably will go on to some other projects. Within the box, there's a number of different delivery organisations, which we'll come on to in a minute. And then to the right-hand side, just the sort of recognition that along that line of route, we have to deal with individuals and organisations and local authorities and different sort of political representatives across all those boroughs. I think there's 18 different boroughs and councils there that all have to be consulted and worked with and all have their slightly different way of doing things. So that has presented some challenges. But as I say, it's a big project, and we've sort of engaged the whole of the industry in delivering it. Our organisation sits in the middle there and is sort of conducting the orchestra, if you like. We've got a number of delivery partners, big American companies like CH2M Hill and Bechtel, if you know those organisations, who are involved in the sort of delivery, supporting us to deliver, and a whole range of Tier 1 contractors, including Morgan Sindall, who we heard from earlier on, delivering different parts of the work. So, as you can imagine, all those different organisations, and also our industry partners, the London Undergrounds, the Network Rails, the various other organisations, all with slightly different approaches and aspirations and expectations when it comes to managing risk and different risk appetites. And a sort of quite a challenging environment to deliver in. That's a kind of map of our contracts. I think there are 140 main works contracts there, and that is how you deliver £14.8 billion of the work. A lot of sort of contracts have been let. Some of them, the biggest ones, are up to £1 billion, but a whole range of size of contract. We're working across 40 work sites. We are at least within London, so we're relatively local and we don't have international sort of challenges. But 10,000 suppliers and a sort of 1 million activity schedule. So it's just a sense of the kind of size and the scale of what we are delivering. That's our tone from the top. We've had very good support from all of our our executive, Andrew Wolstenholme, who became the chief executive in 2011, and his predecessors have always been very, very supportive and strong about risk management, and really that has been an enormous help in making sure that the whole organisation adopts and engages in the activity that we're trying to sort of engender across the place. And this really describes the kind of world that I live in, and the sort of the different risks that we have to sort of deal with. Clearly, it's an engineering-led project. So, and the process of engineering and design is ultimately about reducing uncertainty and providing certainty and mitigating risk, and very much, good engagement from the engineers and the designers all across the program, and a very, very much an involvement in the risk management process. The commercial team primarily looking at how we transfer risk into our supply chain, what risks we transfer, what risks we retain, how we deal with other third parties, all those other different parties that we looked at earlier, and really understanding that risk allocation has been very, very much key in the way that we've actually gone into the market. I'll come back to finance in a minute, but essentially delivery, what we do for them is to help them deliver their objectives and basically support them to identify their risks and sort of make sure we avoid nasty surprises. And it's really about getting them to adopt the good thinking and the good processes of looking ahead, making the assessments and taking some action to avoid their risks. And then finance. One of the things on a project like ours is a significant proportion of the £14.8 billion funding is set aside for risk, is set aside for uncertainty, that at the start of the project, there are things you cannot answer. You haven't got a detailed design. There are some things you don't know about. You don't know what's in the ground. And the finance, one of the key things the finances people are interested in is, what is this going to cost? And so we do quite a lot of work to actually assess and quantify our risk using stochastic processes, as mentioned earlier on, and play that into our financial forecasts. And then at the bottom, how we've summarised all that, and a bit of how we sort of sell ourselves into the organisation is really we do three things: we support delivery. We provide assurance, and we inform decision making. And really those three things are sort of sum up all the activities we're doing. And that's, as I say, define the way we approach the organisation. I think I wasn't going to dwell on this slide, but we've established a risk hierarchy, and I think most people will recognise that. I think the key thing for me is it gets the right people thinking about the right risks at the right time. We've got board members who've come from an engineering background who would love to talk about the widgets at Tottenham Court Road or the ground conditions at Bond Street or whatever, but actually, they're on the board, they're there to manage the strategic risks, and the hierarchy, getting the right information to them, getting the right risks and having the right discussions at the right level is actually key, I think, to getting them engaged and keeping them engaged. And then the chart to the left just shows how we sort of engage with the existing governance of the organisation and making sure that sort of risk is a key part of all the discussions that we have at all the different levels of the organisation. And a little bit about strategic risks. Again, my slide's gone a bit haywire there, but we've had some success, I think. We've had a good tone from the top, as I say, from the outset. The senior team recognise that on a project like this, and goodness knows we've had enough big projects in the UK that have not ended up successfully. On a project like this, it's imperative to manage your risk, and the way that we've kept them engaged is to get them managing strategic risks, to understand the risk appetite of the organisation, and to review what our strategic risks are on a regular basis. And as I say, we've had some success at that. But ultimately, for me, it's keep it simple. It is at the heart of what we're doing. It's a very simple process of thinking ahead, of making some assessment of what you can and can't do and what you can and can't influence, and then making some response. And that's the sort of one of the slides that I put in every presentation, no matter who I'm presenting to, is just back to basics, keep it simple. I've got a little slide in here about the rolling stock, which is being delivered through Bombardier. Sort of good progress, and we'll see the first trains out on in the east, going out to Shenfield in 2017. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, that's something to look forward to. So in conclusion, I'll take a few questions if we've got a bit of time. I just wanted to sort of outline some of our key risk areas, some of our governance complexities and some of the stakeholders that we have to deal with. I think one of these points is an understanding of risk is really helpful actually in clarifying what all these different parties are doing, and it, sort of experience to me is it's been a really helpful exercise to get people to understand what their risks are and in so clarify what their roles and responsibilities are and really hammer home what we're expecting from them. As we've already said, the objectives of risk management are to support delivery, make sure we don't have any nasty surprises, provide assurance to all those people that are looking in on us, from our own internal audits and assurance to external auditors to local government, central government. There's an awful lot of focus on what we're doing, and having a good risk management process and good evidence and good supporting evidence provides them with assurance. And then informed decision making. For me, that's one of the key things. That's where having a good understanding of our risk and being able to some extent quantify it and be able to play into those key decisions is actually really, really important. But at the heart of it, what I've been trying to do for the last 6.5 years is just keep it simple. And I think that's a sort of a key message. So I think I've got just about 7 minutes to answer any questions, if there are any, from the floor. This gentleman here.
One of the things you mentioned in the financial budget, there's an amount of buffer for unknowns.
Yeah.
And to me, it seems like that's very wise. Also, in terms of time to complete.
Sure.
Can you tell us anything about the size of those buffers that were designed in?
Well, I think it's probably the question that I get asked most often, I guess, and it's because it is something of a talking point on major projects. The size of contingency that is put into the budget, and I think there's probably a couple of reasons for that. One of them is that in the UK certainly, and perhaps less so internationally, but we have a history of major projects overrunning significantly. So it's really important to make that assessment very early on, and to give yourself a fighting chance of being able to deliver within. I think when I came on board in 2009, that was the point that we went from being a sort of a paper project, if you like, a development project, to being a delivery project. We changed the organisation. We changed the organisation, and we sort of we had a reasonably good level of design information. And I think at that stage we were kind of running about 30% of our overall cost was sort of identified against certain risk areas. And that sort of, as I say, gives you a fighting chance of being able to deliver the project and get all the way to the end, within the budget. So I think that's, it's very difficult because a lot of it depends on what your assumptions are in your costs and how, what assumptions you've made and where you are with design maturity and that kind of thing. But I think, on Crossrail, we were talking about 30% at the sort of point that we hit delivery, which was not sort of unreasonable for a project like that, but I know that other projects, particularly High Speed 2, are getting a lot of scrutiny about the contingency that they're carrying, because that's, it's a big project and the contingency runs into sort of many billions of pounds. So it's obviously important. Any other questions?
Two tactical risks. One is the getting air into the air exchange into the tunnel, and the second one is in your construction where you're down below 30 to 40 meters. Are you having to do something to avoid the bends?
I don't think that the latter problem. There's a problem in terms of the bends. Certainly, the ventilation strategy is a key part of what we have to deliver, and it's very significant actually. I mean, I'd not actually worked on a project as of this nature before I started in 2009, and it is a fundamental part of how we're delivering. It defines where the shafts are that sort of come back up to the surface. It defines how we configure the tunnels. It defines how we configure the stations. So ventilation strategy is very significant. in terms of, there are risks associated with it, and that's where we are at the moment. We are sort of at the point of finding out whether it's going to work or not. But certainly, yeah, it's a critical risk, and also during the works as well, because we've got 26 miles of tunnels completed, but there's only certain areas it's safe for an operative to go in, and so safe for an individual to go in, because if there's no active ventilation down there, then it's not a safe place to be. So no, it is a significant risk area, and one that we've got people who are working it.
One question, you mentioned the risk appetite. How did you find risk appetite in such a project, and how cascaded it down? And second point, you mentioned to find the right risks. How do you do that?
To find the right risks?
Right risks, yes.
So I think in terms of risk appetite, it has been quite difficult in terms of trying to define, because we have no appetite for risk. I mean, the nature of our project, we're different to many other organisations here, where they can go and find risk, and to price that correctly, can result in a profit and a competitive advantage. We are faced with a lot of uncertainty and risk, and our job is to try and eliminate that as we go through until we've got something that we've built. So it is something that has been difficult to define. We have a statement that we've agreed with our board, and that really picks out certain categories of risk and our attitude and appetite for those categories of risk. So, for instance, as you might expect from a project like ours, we have absolutely no appetite for safety risk, and there's just no discussion about that. We'll do whatever we can to mitigate safety risk. However, other areas like development risk, we've made certain decisions to avoid leading edge technology and go for more tried and tested technology, because we're trying to avoid development risk. And things like that we have sort of defined with our board at a relatively early stage. So it's a tricky concept to get, but one that we did do some work on it. I wouldn't sort of put it as a key part of our sort of successes, but it's certainly something that we've had to look at, definitely. I thought I was going to get off lightly today, but obviously.
Thanks. Given that this project is going to deliver a piece of infrastructure that's going to last for many decades, if not the next century, how serious a consideration has there needed to be around climate change, rising water levels, etc.?
Yeah, so as you say, it's a significant piece of infrastructure. And we are significant in the overall kind of Transport for London piece. We actually are sort of wholly owned subsidiary of Transport for London. So when you look at London's infrastructure and London's response to climate change, we're a sort of significant piece of that. We have done a couple of studies in the 6 years that I've been with the project, looking at our climate change risks, and there have been a number of decisions made, particularly with regards to some of the the rolling stock specification, that were changed and adapted to sort of put additional mitigation in for future warming, in the tunnels particularly. So, we've had a couple of looks at it, and we have made some changes as a result. There's always more that you could do, and it's one subject where it's a case of who quite knows what's going to happen. But it's something that we've definitely looked at. Have we got time for one more question, are we? Quick one.
So given the fact that there were at least issues in 2 other markets with arguably similar projects, how did you address those risks to make sure that you weren't going to encounter the same thing? And secondly, undertaking such a large project in a very developed, mature city, are other markets across the world coming to you on risk management to see how they can do a similar project?
Yeah, I mean, definitely the latter. Because in our world it is quite a big name, and we do an awful lot of work with projects from all around the world to share our learning and share what we've done. In terms of the I guess the two examples that I put up were just examples of why it's important to really embed risk management into the project. I mean, certainly the Cologne example was an area where they'd done all the right things, they'd put all the right monitoring in place, but it wasn't being used, and there wasn't the controls in place that was going to be reviewing that regularly, especially I think because it was right at the end of the project and a lot of the people had already demobilized. So it's kind of, they're really just examples where you need to do things properly. You need to put the right controls in and adhere to them. And for me as a risk, as the sort of risk champion in the organisation, I can use those examples to say, look, this is what might happen if we stop doing all this stuff. So I'm not sure about specifics, technical changes that we made, but just in terms of the process and the culture that we've put in place, those are key examples that we use to sort of to further our objectives in the risk team. So. Okay, I think that's probably all we've got time for. Thank you very much. You've been a very lively audience.
We'll just take about 5 minutes and then we'll start with our next session. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome back, everyone who's joining us live on the website at which we're streaming all of these sessions. I'm delighted to invite Torsten Eidman to the stage. Torsten is an information security officer at Sterolution with more than 10 years of experience in information security management, IT governance, risk management, and compliance. He holds the CISSP certificate and studied business information systems at the Dual University of Mannheim, Germany. His skills and expertise include developing and implementing the IT security management from scratch, covering the creation and implementation of IT security policies, security processes and guidelines, implementing business continuity and disaster recovery procedures as well. It's also worth mentioning he's a big Star Wars fan like myself. Torsten, thank you very much and welcome to the stage.
Yes, thank you very much for the short introduction. As you mentioned before, my name is Torsten Eidman. I'm working for Sterolution. I'm there responsible for the information security management. And in the next few minutes, 40 minutes, I will explain you a little bit about the implementation of our IT GRC, IT Governance, Risk and Compliance program, especially the company risk management program, and how we were able to maximize the business performance based on that program. Don't worry, I will not read the agenda at all, but just that you have a quick overview. So first of all, I will explain a little bit what is Stylution doing, because I think most of you haven't heard of that company. So we'll talk a little about key facts, what are we producing, who our customers are, and then I will jump directly into our enterprise risk control program we have implemented in the last years, together with MetricStream as our partner. And I will explain a little bit how our organization is implemented, how we are managing risks, especially IT risks, and so on. Good. What is Stylution? So Stylution is a company which is born 3 years ago. It's a joint venture company of BASF and INEOS, so a chemical company. And we are more or less doing the following. We are producing something like this, plastics. But not plastics like this pencil. So we're producing the products our customers are buying to produce these kind of applications, for example. So Stylution is around about 3,100 employees strong. We are in 9 countries. We have research and development centers all around the world. We are the #1 global leader in plastics, called Styrenics. And we have many patents, what you see on the screen. We are selling, or out of our products, we can produce many other products. We have many customers around the world. And revenue over 5.4 billion euro. How does it look like? So what is plastic for us? Plastic is, and you see it on the screen, pearls, liquids. So our customers buying these products from us in full tanks, ships, trucks, and they are producing their own products. And it's a very spread environment you can produce with our products. So it can be automotive, can be household, electrical, electronic stuff, can be also, this could be our plastics. As you know, plastic is everywhere in our world. Without plastics, we're not able to live anymore. So you find it more or less everywhere. And of course, we also have risks. Risk of not able to produce, not able to deliver the products to the customers, so that they are not able to produce their products. So these were more or less the key facts about our company. If you have more questions, we can discuss later, of course, after the session, or if we have some time. Now we'll jump into our risk and control program we have implemented in the last years. As mentioned before, Stylution was a joint venture of 2 companies. And during this joint venture, they have decided to implement a risk and control program, so based on the joint venture contract. So their plan was to implement in 2 years a full risk and control program, to have the first audits, to implement an application. So mentioned before, we have implemented MetricStream, to document all this information, to do assessments and so on. So the program which has been established was based on 2 modules. Module 1 was the risk and control assessment and implementation. So all important departments and pillars have been asked to identify their key risks, to identify key controls, to mitigate any kind of risks, to implement the controls and to have them audited as well. As you see on the screen, we have implemented a full organization during that time, based on, or not based, based on the department's finance, compliance, the operations, strategic, also IT, and the business side, so the business and departments. Also what is new, you don't see it on the slide, is that we also have the human resource department now on board of our risk management. And during the implementation, during the identification of all risks and controls, of course, it was also necessary to implement a whole organization, risk management organization, structures, guidelines, policies, handbooks, how to do it, that the people are all on the same level and understand how to think about risks, and so on. The project took around about 1 year. Half of that time was the implementation together with Metric Stream, and the other time before was the preparation together with the consultant company. Afterwards, now everything has been implemented. Of course, steady state, we are operational with our risk management process, but we have different tasks which are coming regularly, especially the risk assessments we're doing on a half-year basis. We're doing permanent risk and control improvements. So all departments, everyone who's involved in the risk management program is asked to improve their own risks. So they have to identify new risks. On a daily basis, they have to think, what risks do we have? Are we running into new risks if we open, for example, our company for a new market, and so on and so on. Of course, I'm talking about IT risks because I'm from the IT department, and especially in IT, we also have many new risks. So we implement new services, IT services for the business side. We're opening new locations, we're closing locations, and then we have the IT stuff. We have to implement our communication, our network, and so on. So there's a permanent change in the IT environment. This is the reason why we have to permanently improve that. And last but not least, what is very important and also necessary are the yearly audits, which will be performed, not just in IT, also in the other departments which are involved in the risk and control program. And by now we have done two yearly control audits. The last one has been finished this October. And currently we're waiting for the final results and the final report for the IT department. How does our organization look like? So Styrolution, around about 3,000 people working for this company, is a medium-sized company. So we have defined a risk management organization which is not too big for us. So we have defined, as mentioned before, the standard pillars: finance, compliance, operational, strategic department, business, and IT, plus HR is a new pillar. And they are all reporting their risk controls, their current status, to the risk coordinator, who's part of the risk management committee. And everything then goes up to the CEO and to all managers, to all vice presidents we have. In parallel, of course, we have now also implemented a new department, our internal audit team, which is brand new more or less, so now operating half a year. And they are helping to do also risk assessments and internal audits. What was also part of the implementation of our risk management? Of course, we have had to design roles and responsibilities, as mentioned before. So first, identify the departments who should be involved in that program. Secondly, reporting structures, monitoring, who's monitoring it, who will report to whom. How does the control framework looks like? So what kind of policies do we need to implement to publish to all employees worldwide? So what comes out was a handbook, plus training guidelines and trainings for all employees involved. And of course, plus the technology support, which is, as mentioned before, twice, where we have Metric Stream on board, who are helping us with the processes as well as with the application platform. And all of that, we are following the PDCA cycle, so plan, do, check, act cycle, so to have a permanent improvement of that process. As mentioned before, to identify risks, to analyze them, to assess them, to manage them as well, and of course to report, monitor, and audit them. Step number 4. Now jumping a little bit into the IT environment. As mentioned before, we have, or the company has designed or defined not to document all kind of risks the company has. We have defined to only document, assess, identify key risks for us. So the main risks which are important to run the business, so that the customers are getting our products that we can sell our products that from IT side, that we can provide the IT services, for example. And what you see on the screen, that it's just an extract. We have identified for the IT department these most critical key risks we have. So here I'm talking about IT business continuity and disaster recovery, information security management, so the policy management and data protection, what is important especially in Germany, also in the other European countries where we are operating. Access control, identity access management, legal regulatory compliance, threat and vulnerability management, and change management, just to name some of them. And in the beginning, before we had MetricStream in place, we were working with Excel. So we have had many Excel sheets in place, not just for IT, also for the other departments as well. And in this Excel sheet, we have documented everything, so all risks, all controls, also how long does it take to implement the controls, how much does it cost, think about projects. As you know, the company is, as the risk and control program has been established, the company was more or less brand new, so around about 1.5 years old. So nobody has done any of these projects before, everything from scratch. So now I'm jumping a little bit into some results. I'm able to show you that. Some results from our IT risks. This is a screenshot from MetricStream called heat map, which shows some of our main key risks and the information, how does it change from last year to this year. As mentioned before, we're doing the risk assessments twice a year. And here you see the results from last year's risk assessment and this year's risk assessment. And there have been some slight changes. So you see here on the x-axis the impact, on the y-axis the likelihood of a risk. And it looks very good because the likelihood is medium. We don't have a very high impact. But this has changed. So in 2013 we had a very high impact, more likelihood for our risks, because since that time we have implemented many new IT infrastructures, services, thinking about IT business continuity management, and so on and so on. And that's the reason why we had this decrease of the likelihood that a risk can occur, that something bad can happen to us. The next slide you see, it's more or less very similar. I think I will more or less skip that because it's confusing a little bit. Because the first slide shows the inherent risk, so risk without controls in place. The residual risks are the risks with our controls in place. But as you know, the risk assessment we're doing is not quantitative, so we don't know exactly what happens or how much does it cost if this IT service doesn't work. And for example, our SAP system is not accessible anymore. We're doing it qualitative. This means that we think that this will be the likelihood and the impact. Because, as mentioned before, the company is brand new, and by now we didn't have many impacts or many risks occurred or came up by now, thank God. Good. So we had here also, we have here some changes from 2014 to 2015, what is good for us, positive changes. So we'll see what is coming next. Good, just to explain you on this slide, don't worry, I'm not reading it to you. Just to explain you that this is part from our risk management methodology, from our risk management handbook. So we have defined for different pillars and different, for different pillars, what does the impact, or how does an impact look like? When is it a low, medium, high, or very high impact? and what must happen. For the finance, it's mostly easier. So we have the EBITDA, for example. We have a high impact or very high impact if we are losing such amount of euros or US dollars a year, or for a special case or an incident. We have then operational impacts, regulatory impacts, and strategic impacts. For IT department, we are more or less in the operational impact. So here we're talking about availability of services, problems we have to provide our IT services, for example. Similar to the likelihood, so also low, medium, high, a very high likelihood. And we have created a special description for IT, because IT is a little special to other departments. Because in IT, the environment is changing very fast. We are under attacks from hackers or internal, external attacks. So we have defined that very high or also a low impact, a low likelihood for IT. This can happen much more often than for the business side. So that's the reason why we have business and IT likelihood description. And by now it's working good, and we've decided that correctly for us. Now I'm jumping into the latest results of our internal control audit, which has been performed in October this year. We had this time 23 mitigating measures controls in place for this audit. And during I'm speaking now, these 5 rated implementation progress controls, that information is not correct anymore. They have changed that to 1 because of internal discussions. You know, the auditors are sending you the results, then you start discussion with them, and then you decide together, okay, they had the wrong view and so on. So from our side, we are more or less 100% covered, so only 1 of the controls was during the audit not 100% implemented, and they said, okay, it's implementation in progress. By all of the mitigating measures we have implemented, we didn't have any design ineffectiveness or operating ineffectiveness rated by the auditors, what is good for us. In the past, so talking about last year, more or less 50% of the controls were not in place, or they were ineffective, especially the design or the operational part. In the next slides, I will explain you what happened. Why has this changed? Because at all for IT, we have many challenges. As mentioned before, the IT environment is changing a lot. The business side is deciding, hey, we need new services, we want new application, and IT needs to adapt that, implement that into the environment. Also think about the security, of course, we need to implement new security appliances, infrastructure to protect ourselves internally and externally. We have to do trainings, we have to adapt them, we have to change it. So our challenges, especially for the risk and control program, is that we have to permanently improve our identified risks, controls, the descriptions of that, also the test cases for the internal and external auditors. Because we also had the case that during implementation of a control, the company decided not to go right, to go left. Thinking about the company is really new, and many processes are not set up correctly yet, also from the business side. So there are many improvement potentials, many improvement projects running. And this is the real challenge also for IT. And all is coming with risks, especially for IT, for the IT environment. Yes, third but not least, positive, negative budget adjustments. Of course, this is coming together with the business decisions to say, okay, we want this new, or we don't want this process anymore. So please deactivate that, and we have to rebuild or to change the environment. And so this is, one of these challenges I mentioned before. Especially, what have we learned in the last 2 years running our risk management program? We had to accept that we need to be flexible a little bit. Of course, by now we are more or less settled, so we have identified the key risks and controls. But based on that fast-moving environment in our company, we have to accept that we have to be flexible to all kind of adjustments. And as mentioned before, we have to correct it. We have to change the risks and controls descriptions. We have to think about new risks, coming with new services the company provides to the customers, for example, or building new locations with new production environment, new machines, and so on. So it's a never-ending story, but that's our job for IT, of course. And yes. Good. What are the benefits we have gained, or we have now, or we see from the risk and control program? First of all, the company decided to implement an internal audit team to provide this service internally and faster than before. Was a very good decision, because before that we only had the external auditors doing the internal audits for us, and now we are much more flexible, and this team will also grow in the future. And by now we don't have someone who's doing IT internal audits, so I'm not more or less auditing myself, so the IT department. So for IT we don't have anyone yet, but this will change hopefully in the next future. And the most important benefits, not just for IT, also for the business side, is that this following the PDCA cycle, so plan, do, check, act. So to have this life cycle of risks and controls. And the people are starting to think about what risks do I have when I'm looking for a new service I provide to the customers, or a new IT services we provide to the internal customers. So it's like, it's not like a vision the people have, so they are thinking more in this risk environment. This is like a culture which is now coming up a little bit. Of course, this will take time, but by now I see this this positive benefit, so that the department are really thinking about risks and controls and how to mitigate them, how to reduce it, and they are talking about that. So they are also contacting myself, for example. They're contacting me, asking, "Hey, we want to implement this new IT service together with you. What do you think about the risks?" And of course, then I have a palette of information for them. Think about compliance topics, regulatory topics, information security, so IT security, data protection, and so on and so on. So all is coming together, so hand in hand, more or less. And I see that this is growing as a kind of culture in our company. And of course, just thinking about IT and the IT security status based on that internal risk management program, I have seen, and it's not just a feeling, I've seen a real big increase of IT security. Because, as mentioned before, the people are thinking also in IT department more in this risk culture. And we're talking. They're talking to me. They're asking me. They're coming to me and say, "Hey, I see their risks," or they're contacting me saying, "Hey, there's something suspicious going on. Could be an incident, something like this." So it's not just that we've implemented these processes. It's more or less proactive. It's not only reactive. Of course, many of the IT processes are running reactive. Something happens, we have to react. But the people are thinking more proactively. And of course, just one example you see on the screen. It's a very small example of our data backup procedure we had before we have implemented the risk management for the IT department. Before, of course, we have done data backups. So we've done the backups of all data from all kind of departments, from the file servers and so on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, monthly basis. And it looks like that this process is working fine. Until something happened. So a system decided not to work anymore. It was completely down, like fired down, and we lost all the data on the system and said, "Hey, we have a backup, just restore the data." It worked fine. but there were a lot of data was missing. And the problem was not that the system was not acting incorrectly, it was the process. So the people were doing what they have been told, but they haven't think about, hey, we have a new department, just check if they are part of the backup, for example. So there was no improvement they had implemented. And the first audit we had on our controls brought this to light. So they said, okay, show me this and do a recovery test. We've done that. And then, of course, we had the incident before. And they have audited that. They have audited us. And then they said, hey, it looks good, your process and everything, but it's not operating effectiveness. So it's not effective what you're doing. So we have improved that. Think about documentation. We are regularly on the monthly basis now auditing that topic, for example. This is just a small starting point we have set. It's just a backup topic. But an example where I can explain based on the risk management and the controls we've implemented, which were working fine, but they haven't followed everything what has been defined at that point. And yes, the control audit brought this to light. What was good for us to see it, of course not good for the report because we got a nice red light for that, but that's life, of course. And yeah, this is part of this improvement potential I see and we have seen in the past. Yeah, I think I mentioned that before a couple of times. We're doing these regular risk assessments, improving our implemented controls, changing them, changing the description, changing the content, bringing them together, separating them depending on the topics we are implementing, if there are new IT services coming and so on. And of course, it's very important also to identify new key risks. And this is all part of this life cycle we have implemented, and we try to live as good as possible. But by now, it's working good. Good. I think it's, yeah, last but not least, the last slide from my side. I've put there some advices to you. If you're thinking about to implement a risk management program, or if you're still running one, maybe then this information is not so sufficient for you, but if you're thinking about to implement it or to improve it, I think number one advice from my side is you should think pragmatic. Of course, maybe our company has this, we had a special situation, so everything was new, everything from scratch. So we have implemented everything together. So having a metric stream as a system for documentation and supporting us, plus the whole risk management program. But what I've learned that it doesn't make sense to try to implement everything with one click. That's not working. So it takes a lot of time to implement that, and many, more or less, I'm talking about 2 years now what we are doing, or since we're doing that, and to have this iteration, so this improvement process. And now I think from IT side, I can only talk about now IT side. I could say that we are running into a green lights for the audits, what is good. But I think that's not so very important. The most important thing is when you're running a risk management program, you should not run it for the auditors or for the CEO. You should run it for your own, for your department, for your responsible area. This is very key because otherwise you're just documenting the stuff for someone else just to have it, and then you're not living it. So this is the most important message from my side to you, that you're thinking, or that you should live it together with your employees, with your colleagues. So I think this is very key for this. And of course you need to be realistic, yeah? As mentioned before, not everything is like Rome wasn't built in a day. So, and this I will say also especially for IT, will never stop. So it's a permanent process, permanent improvement process, like IT security management as well. Yeah? So the world is not standing still, so it's changing, moving a lot. And so I think this is very important for all of us to have that implemented in our brain when you want to think or when you want to live that risk management. Good. I think that's it from my side. First of all, thank you very much. I think we have 5 minutes for some questions. Yes, please.
Hi, Thorsten.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Thanks very much. That was very interesting. A couple of things I wanted to pick up on from the presentation. One was amongst the IT risk types that you described, one particular category was legal and regulatory. I wondered if you have a compliance view against particular standards that you've decided to adhere to, like ISO 27000 series, for example, as in that category, and whether you just didn't put standards compliance. And on the benefits, most of those that you've talked about, I mean, it's perfectly understandable in terms of increased capability and perhaps respect from the business and buy-in from the business to the IT service. But were there any financial metrics around benefits, such as the cost that it took to implement the program, to set up and implement the program, against a particular increase in any financial metrics?
So first of all, we have this as one of the key risks, so the regulatory compliance part. And yes, we are following some of the international standards, ISO standards. Of course, we have to follow the local laws, especially also for IT. So the whole program was established from the finance department. So they have more or less, they were running the show, how to say it. And of course, they are also monitoring their own risks, their own key risks they have in their pillar. Also thinking about compliance and so on. How to answer the question correctly? I'm not sure if how to say it. So, as you know, I'm talking from IT side. So I mentioned the IT benefits. From now, I'm not aware of any financial benefits. Of course, think about customers, and we also have customers. They like having certificates. We're certified for the quality management and so on. And one of the main reasons to implement the risk and control program at Styrolution was also based on the contract of the joint venture. So the joint venture company, so talking about BASF at that time and INEOS, they have decided that this program is very important to implement for the company, thinking about any future partner who will be able to buy Styrolution, because they try to, joint venture can be one of them who is buying the other part, or they both sell it to someone else who's able to buy such a big company. So I don't think so that they were not focusing on financial benefits, especially on that. The main benefits were safety, security, to reduce the risks for production operations, but not to reduce, of course, to reduce also finance risk as well. Yes, that's true. But there were no objectives to say we want to save that amount of money in that period of time. So they were just thinking about the operational risks. Okay. Any more questions? No? Then thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thorsten. So we'll be starting the next session in a couple of minutes, and that will be the panel discussion on regulatory compliance. Thank you.
Joining us for this session. I'm pleased to be joined by my esteemed colleagues, and what I'll do is just introduce them one by one. I'll call out their names and ask them to introduce themselves. So maybe I can start with yourself, Jacqueline, if you can introduce yourself.
Yep. Hello, everyone. I'm Jacqueline Barrett. I'm the Group Risk and Compliance Director at Vodafone. So I'll say a little bit about me and a little bit about Vodafone. So I've been 5 years in my current role, but 1 year as the Director of Risk. It's a global role. I report to the General Counsel and Company Secretary for most of it, but on risk I report direct to the CFO. I'm a lawyer by background, although I do very little law now, if I was to be honest with you. About Vodafone. So Vodafone's a 30-year-old company. We now call ourselves Unified Comms, not mobile telecommunications, because you have fixed and mobile. We operate in 24 plus markets around the world. We have about 100,000 employees, 25,000 contractors. In terms of revenue, £42 billion last year, 11.9 billion EBITDA, so a relatively big company with some sizable risks.
Excellent, thank you very much. I'm also joined by Rory Conway, who's Head of Compliance for MetLife Europe.
Thank you, yes. Thanks to everybody for being here today. Head of Compliance for MetLife Europe, an Irish domiciled insurance company, part of the MetLife Group, set up in Ireland, regulated in Ireland, but operating across 13 markets in the European Union. Also a lawyer, and agree, not much time to do much practicing of law anymore. From a regulatory change pace perspective, I'll speak about this a little bit later on with the group, but it's one of the key challenges for us is keeping and monitoring changes as they impact around 12 different countries in Europe. So obviously from an Irish perspective, we have to keep on top of the prudential requirements, but for the other countries, we have to keep on top of the consumer regulation, and that can be quite tricky and quite challenging.
Excellent, thank you, Rory. Also Mark Everold, who's Global Head of Regulatory Affairs and Risk Assessment. Mark, you're going to tell us you're also an ex-lawyer as well?
Almost. I did do a law degree, but I didn't follow through. Honestly, it's not a theme you'll hopefully find in terms of my career. I work in regulatory affairs and policy at HSBC Group. HSBC operates in around 73 countries. We have 250,000 employees. Regulatory affairs and policy is an area that helps the organisation manage its engagement with regulators, deal with regulatory change, and also govern compliance policy globally. So obviously very interested in this panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you. And last but not least, Caroline Aglatina, I hope I said that correctly, Senior Compliance Officer for Societe Generale.
Yes, hi everyone. So I have a first degree in accounting, economy and management, and I hold several positions in various banks and financial industry, mainly in external audit, internal controls and compliance. And I'm actually coordinating a big AML project for compliance at the head office of Societe Generale.
Excellent, thank you very much. So the main topic that we're going to focus on today as part of this panel is keeping pace with regulatory change. So we know there's a lot that goes on outside, externally, with regulators and standards and issuing bodies, etc. So, you know, it's up to firms like ourselves to keep track of those. And what we want to really kind of run through today are a couple of questions around how do we do that, and what makes a successful compliance regime to tackle that specific issue and problem. So the first question that I wanted to kind of pose is, what does compliance mean in the context of our industries? We have 3 individuals that are part of the financial services sector. Another one, I can't say the word telecoms anymore. You've used
Unified Comms.
Unified Comms. So, I mean, maybe we'll kick off, Mark, with yourself. And you know, what does compliance mean for yourself and your business?
So I guess firstly, I'd start by saying, obviously financial services is a heavily regulated business. So we have many rules and regulations. They can range from high-level principles, so for example in the UK context, things like treating customers fairly, to much more detailed requirements, so things which can be, you know, very prescriptive around transaction reporting and those types of things. So what does compliance mean? Well, taking a simple view, some may say literal view, compliance means operating, but also being able to demonstrate that you're operating in compliance with the spirit and letter of each of those rules and regulations, whilst also getting appropriate outcomes for customers. Now obviously, in reality, that things are much more complicated than that. For example, if you take financial products in the retail market, in addition to being very important to consumers, things like mortgages can run for 20, 30 years. Things like pensions, life insurance can literally last a lifetime. So, it's realistic that over those timescales, actually, the rules and regulation, also needs of individual consumers, can actually change significantly. So, I guess back to financial services, the other point I'd make is that in addition to being relevant, compliance being relevant to regulated firms, it's also relevant to individual employees and people who work in financial services. So increasingly there's an expectation that when things go wrong, individuals are to blame and ultimately they should be held to account. So again in the UK next year there's a new individual accountability regime. There are already examples of people being excluded from financial services. Historically that's been on the back of very poor personal conduct or negligent management. However, with these types of changes coming in, we can expect that to increase over time. I think in terms of the business we do, it can actually span multiple geographies and therefore multiple legal and regulatory regimes. In addition, there are many new regulations which are extraterritorial in nature. So some mentioned in the earlier session upstairs on change include Dodd-Frank from the US, Volcker, FATCA, and in the European context, things such as MiFID II and also MAR. So obviously, implementing such change requires quite a bit of effective coordination across both multiple geographies and also business lines across the organisation. It won't have missed your attention. There's also been significant regulatory censure in financial services over the last 10 years. And in fact, any analysis of fines or remediation programs show that that's significantly increased over the last 10 years. So therefore, in summary, compliance remains a top priority for financial services businesses, and is also one that is consuming, a significant amount of senior management time and attention. Anyway, I think that's enough from financial services, Deepak. I'll probably just ask Jacqueline from a Vodafone perspective about how this is.
Okay, how's compliance viewed in Vodafone? I would say 5 years ago, probably when I took on the role, if I look at it from a high level, I'd say compliance was seen more as a kind of a housekeeping aspect. I think now it's more seen as a differentiator and does give you a strategic advantage. So I think in my company, in terms of the tone and attitude towards compliance, I think just as it's changed in the market, it's changed internally too. We've been influenced by that. In terms of the areas that we would look at, we're probably, I wouldn't say whether we're probably not as regulated in the same way that financial services are, but we are regulated. You need a license to operate a mobile telecommunications business in each of the markets we operate in. But ours is quite a complex business now. So I would say the sorts of things that we're looking at now can be anything from conflict minerals. That's really understanding the supply chain that's in your, what things go into your handsets, into your mobile phones, making sure there are no aspects of that contain, no aspects in your supply chain that are including any of those substances. It's largely US driven that shouldn't be in there, to modern slavery, to the same health and safety issues, etc. that other companies face. So quite a complex environment, and when you operate in sort of 24 plus markets, including parts of Africa and Asia, then I think from a regulatory perspective, it is a complex environment, and it's probably about how well connected you are. So it's important to us too. I think very important, and I don't think there's any sector that's represented in the room that wouldn't say it wasn't important in the 21st century.
No, I agree. And in terms of, I mean, one of the key things that we hear a lot from a lot of our clients is, how do you keep up with all this change? How do you keep up with all, you talk about local regulators and then the kind of global regulators, etc., supernatural regulators. So Caroline, I suppose a question from yourself, from in a financial services point of view, I read recently that a global financial services firm has to manage an average of 110 regulatory updates on a daily basis. So, I mean, how does that happen within a firm like yours?
That may be possible. That may be even more than that, actually. It's really a lot of effort. It's a day-to-day program. In firms like ours, in fact, we have effectively to deal with changing of regulation over, I would say, more than 80 countries. On a day-to-day basis and over around 5 to 6, 8 big activities. So it's really now one of the subject and the activities that is taking the most time. It's time consuming also because we have very, very few help from the technology right now, knowing that also the regulators are, of course, we are dealing with different regulators, also with different kind of texts. So it can be rules, can be decrees, can be laws, can be just recommendations. It's coming from everywhere at any time. And actually, it's very, very time-consuming and manual.
I suppose, Rory, from a point of view where you have a European enterprise of a larger US firm, how does that work with yourselves?
Again, very, very difficult. I would say it's the quantity of regulatory changes can be overwhelming at times, and one of the key things that we need to get better at, I think, in financial services, is identifying what are the kind of key priority ones, what are the keyly impactful ones, and being involved in steering regulatory or governmental policy on that. I mean, one thing I've noticed is a number of years ago, if we had this conversation, one of the key gaps people would have identified is an inability to see regulatory change happening. I do think we have made substantial improvements in that, and my own feeling now is if you're involved in compliance in a regulated industry in Europe, you do tend to see everything coming. You have the sources are there now. The regulators are better at telling you what's happening. Our lawyers are better at telling us what's happening. We have other third-party advisors who are good and better at telling us what's happening. So I think we can see it coming now, but we're still a little bit reactive. So it will be. I think we can improve in terms of how we engage with regulators to help them decide where to focus, and we can certainly be better at gauging the impact of regulatory change on business before it's too late.
Yeah, interesting. And actually that comes on to our third topic is, how do you influence that? So we talk about having the myriad of regulations that we need to adhere to as organisations. How do you physically influence those? Maybe yourself, Rory.
Is that for me?
Yeah.
So there's a couple of ways. I think the first and easiest way, I think, to influence is to utilise any opportunity that the regulators or legislators give us to get involved in that process. So if we, like Mark earlier on Mark Stewart was saying how 20 years ago there's very little in the way of financial regulation. Now, of course, we have this overwhelming amount. More recently, regulators have have embraced our views a little bit better, I think, than they have in the past. So there's consultation processes now on most of the key regulatory pieces. It's a developing process. It's something that the regulators are getting better at. It's something I think that the industry is getting better at as well. Mm-hmm. I think it's key to get involved in those processes. If I could say a couple of things around consultation processes, I mean, sometimes I think one of the mistakes that's made is it tends to be left to the bigger players in the market to really run with the consultation process. And there's a number of reasons for that. One is they have the resource for it. It's also kind of seen to be a kind of a nice to have, to be involved in consultation, as a, whereas there's other more important things to be doing. And also they're perceived as being more impacted by bigger change. The drawback is that some of the smaller players in the markets, then their voices don't get heard. And I'm not sure there's such an excuse for that anymore, because we have good industry groups in most places in Europe who should represent the smaller players as well. And if they're not representing the smaller players, then that's a criticism that should be brought to them. And again, where there's a consultation process offered, not to get involved then opens you to the criticism later on of, well, we did give you the opportunity to steer this. You can't start saying now that it's having a detrimental, unfair impact on you or your customers. So I do think it's important that we ramp up our efforts to get involved in consultation, be that with the use of industry groups, which can help a lot. I think one of the other key things is to prioritise, which I mentioned as well. I mean, you can't get involved in everything. We don't have the resource to get in, to influence all regulatory change. So we need to pick and choose what are the key things that we can really make an impact on. And then in terms of the process, we need to remember that obviously the regulator is a key stakeholder of ours. So we should treat the consultation process just like any process we're involved with key stakeholders. So it has to be one where we're open and transparent. It has to be one where we meet deadlines, meet timescales, give the regulator the opportunity to really consider what we're saying, make it clear to them. And on the other side, they should also continue to redouble their efforts to make the consultation process more transparent. One issue, we had a very good experience in Ireland on our recent changes to our corporate governance code, where the central bank was very engaged with the various regulated entities, and some good changes were implemented. But where it just fell down just at the end was the things that weren't changed, we never really got a good explanation as to why. So we made these arguments which we thought were robust and meaningful. Effectively, for whatever reason, they were discounted within the four walls of the regulator, and we didn't hear why. And that would have helped, I think, for future consultation efforts. So both sides need to continue to improve. I think it's a really significant development and something we should welcome, that we're being involved more in consultation. We need to use it more effectively, and hope the regulator comes along and also helps us use it more effectively in the future too.
Yeah. And is it as prescriptive, Jacqueline, in terms of the kind of non-financial services side of regulation?
We have a team in Vodafone that looks specifically at sort of regulatory change and liaises direct with governments around the world on that. And yeah, we are severely impacted, and our CEO often speaks about the impact of regulation, or rather over-regulation, on our business, particularly in the EU. We see different styles of regulation, of course, across our whole footprint. So we are heavily engaged, and I agree with what my colleague here says, that quite frankly, I think at all levels you've got to be engaged, and there's really no excuse not to be, particularly when it can have such an adverse impact on your business. And I think, certainly from a risk perspective, I think underestimating the impact of some regulatory change can itself be a risk. So it's better off to be involved and to help shape that, and to see your regulator as a true number one stakeholder, I think, is really important.
Yeah. I mean, one observation I'd make is the amount of influence that can happen actually pre-consultation rather than once the formal consultation process has actually kicked off. I think oftentimes you see, I guess, less movement once actually things have been set out, which actually means, I guess, a focus on the deeper horizon is actually much more important. Understanding, and I think to your point, Rory, around prioritisation, being clear on which developments are most likely to have a material impact, and then focus efforts on those.
Yeah. And one of the other things that we hear a lot about is, cultural fit. So a question that we get asked a lot is, how does culture fit into the whole kind of compliance equation? Caroline, maybe that's a question.
Yeah, in fact, I think definitely culture is a key element in compliance, of compliance. But I would say not culture of compliance, but rather culture has to deal with three, I think, essential elements, which are the first one is the quality of delivery. The second one would be the integrity of the processes. And the third one would be the ethic, in fact, in behaviors. I think that for me, these three key elements are really the basement of the culture, and they help in making understand why compliance is there and almost why regulation is there too. That's for me really key. Is in order to promote the culture inside the company, is to promote, in fact, the understanding of the employees on why we ask them to follow rules. And I saw it really, I see it every day. The first thing, when instead of asking someone just follow the rules and that's the rule, just follow it, and I check if you followed the rule. The first thing is, okay, what do you want to do? This. So you have this rule. Do you know why this rule is in place? And most of the time, the people just said, why? Because it's a rule. No, you have always a reason why, or several reasons. So as soon as the people understand the reasons and the basement of a rule and the various possibilities of not following the rules, what would be the risk of not following this rule, then they change the behavior and they just understand, and it helps, in fact, the culture. So, and I can see that I saw that very, very often, and so that's essentially what I'm trying to promote in general.
And we see that a lot with, one of the other gentlemen earlier on, Rob Hanser, talked about the tone at the top.
Yeah.
I mean, we see that quite a lot now, but, if we look back a number of years, was that there, the kind of tone at the top and the kind of culture, or is that something you see that's quite new?
I think CEOs and boards are more attuned to it because globally there's more of a sense of, with some big corporate scandals, boards and I think, as I say, CEOs are looking at this. But for me, it's a very hot topic in compliance circles at the moment. I think it's one of those things that people, as Mark was saying this morning, and he was talking about culture and why it's important to regulators. And I think it is one of those things that it's important, but defining it and measuring it is still really impossible. Yeah. The Big Four are constantly telling me that, quite frankly, they do know how to do it, but I've not yet seen anyone who can do it accurately. There's lots of levers for it and lots of indicators, and Mark talked about how quickly bad news gets up or issues are escalated as one of the kind of metrics for whether or not you have a good or a bad culture. Mm-hmm. And I think it is a challenging area. Everyone knows it's important, but again, when you're in an organisation, how you can influence the culture and how you can measure it, I think are some of the things that people in my position are focusing a lot on.
One thing I was struck by this morning listening to Mark was, on a couple of occasions he kind of said, it's not about the sanctions, it's not about the sanctions. Right? And I know what he means, because I have a concern that a lot of the kind of better behaviours we're seeing now have been forced upon people because of sanctions. It's more of a kind of a stick more than a carrot approach. And I just wonder if there's ever a sense that risk of sanction begins to come down again. What's that going to mean for people? Are people really bought into that concept yet? And I don't think we're all there yet. Mm-hmm.
No, but
at a senior management level.
But I think he was right. I think the culture, when he talked about how when he's investigating, how the response from the body, the entity that you're investigating, is part of what determines, quite frankly, the outcome. So for me, the culture bit is really important because it's not about, I think, just links to your profit margin, it's your employee satisfaction, it's your investor confidence, but it's also the response from enforcement bodies. So it's a really serious topic, but I still think, instead of having a kind of a clear way in which you can improve your culture if you think it needs to be improved, or measuring it, I think is still pretty hard. If anyone in the room has cracked it, happy to see you outside afterwards.
I agree, and I suppose that kind of comes on to the last thing that we were discussing is the regimes are getting more and more lengthy. We're getting hit by more and more regulations on a daily basis. How do you combat compliance fatigue? I think that's also, all of us are facing these on a daily basis. But how would you, maybe Jacqueline, that's a question for yourself. How do you combat that?
I think the starting point is, for me, is understanding it's all about human behaviour. And I think the behavioural science bit is actually quite important. You're dealing with human beings at the end of the day, so you have to understand how human beings work. And I know my own interest levels, and when I'm quite frankly bored with something, or the messaging isn't working. So I think it's understanding how you engage with people, and that's just a journey, not a destination. So my first degree was actually in psychology, my second degree was law, and I think my first degree is far more relevant in this field than the second. So I think it's really being in tune with that. Having a high degree of emotional intelligence helps, but really tuning into the communication bit, effectively communicating with your stakeholder group, and then constantly challenging yourself about whether those messages are landing effectively is what I think is how I try and tackle compliance fatigue.
Is that any different with yourself, Jacqueline or Mark?
I guess one thing is around this prioritisation question, actually, and I think although it's very difficult not to do mandatory things, ultimately there has to be a focus on the things which are most important and are most going to move the needle. But I think the expectation, we all live busy lives, we have, that is the reality of the marketplace that we operate in.
And just to close off, if you were to give 3 tips to the audience on what makes a successful compliance program, what would they be? Maybe if we can kind of work away from the left to the right, as it were, my left to the right.
Okay, communication, I'd almost say, is the number one, or 3. But if communication was my first one, effective communication. My second one would be having the right team in both compliance and risk. Mm-hmm. That does include people who have a high degree of EI. And the third one, never be complacent.
Sorry, what was the third one?
Never be complacent.
Yes, okay. So for myself, specifically in relation to the pace of regulatory change, I would say first line involvement is really important. Compliance, we're great at interpreting regulation, I think, but in terms of impact, not so great. So make sure you've got first line involvement. Accountability is key for all compliance programs. Mm-hmm. Somebody needs to be seen to be accountable, somebody needs to lead it, and somebody needs to be responsible. And finally then, in terms of regulatory development, consultation, get involved early. Indeed, pre-consultation period is absolutely right, Mark. If you can influence regulators even before they get to putting pen to paper, all the better. But do get engaged.
Interesting, Mark.
I think you said first line. I would echo that. I would probably go a little bit further and actually say ownership. Actually, in the first line, if there's no point. You can have the best compliance department in the world, but if that's just 1% of your people or whatever, then forget it. So it has to focus on the first line, getting it right, judgment, those types of things. I think the other thing would be, focus on the people. So I think we heard around fatigue, we heard around culture. I mean, people are, obviously a central part of that. I think increasingly, I'm going to say the ability of technology to support as well. I'll throw you on there, Deepak, if you don't mind. given we're here, and nobody's mentioned it yet.
Excellent.
Yeah, don't pay me. We've got rules.
I'll pay you with beers afterwards. And Caroline, yourself?
Yeah, actually, some of them were already said. So it's communication. Yeah, I would add. Helping also people to understand really why we're here, and also ownership. So
yeah, interesting. And that's a good point really to open up, I think. I mean, we would love to have questions from yourself, but does anybody agree or disagree with the kind of 3 points that everybody's kind of as their main three topics for a good compliance regime? Everyone's very quiet. Oh, we have somebody on the left.
Something that's probably really difficult to do, and it has to do with communication, is the ability to quickly contextualize the regulation into the pieces that matter. So it's like there's so much that gets communicated. It's how do you quickly do that? I think the example that was heard yesterday that would really resonated to me was that as you walk into a building, in your role, being able to have the contextual information of what's important in that setting to you is like the epitome of what we need to get to. So it's like not just the regulation, but contextualizing it in the communication.
Yeah.
I think a relevant point there is actually where you've got overlapping regulation. So basically the same thing. You know, there's only so many surgeons can turn up. I wish I could think of a better cliche than that one, but you know, you can't. You have to think more thematically around the execution. And I think in the change space, that's where so much effort in the analysis has to come in understanding the wider portfolio of change that's happening, which bits are changing, and how do you bring together, you know, appropriate programs to execute those changes. So there shouldn't be a one-to-one mapping between every regulatory change or not. I think, sorry, go to questions, I'm sure.
Do we have any other questions for the panel? Got one on the left. One there.
One of the challenges I see in this space as I research it is the fact that, well, there's no global source of regulations, and the regulators are all over the map. I mean, some have RSS feeds, some do not. What really needs to happen, I don't know if you've seen any traction in this, is some type of XML standard for overall regulatory, for regulators to issue regulations in, and even updates and things like enforcement actions and things. So there's a standardized way to be able to integrate this and route this into systems and be able to tag it for review to the right subject matter expert. Any thoughts on that?
I'm sure it'd be very helpful. I guess there's the point around how realistic that is, and the extent to which organisations like ours can influence that agenda. I mean, we were actually anticipating there'd be, I guess, better providers of that regulatory change information. We've heard in some other sessions that there are providers. However, there isn't, as far as we can tell, you know, a really reliable enough source of structured information around regulatory change, which then moves you into the space of saying, well, you know, do you buy it or do you actually have to build it yourself?
In that context, we do have XBRL for business reporting. I mean, I think it's something that is doable.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, it's doable. I guess it's like adopting any common standard. And I think, you know, if you could agree a common standard like that, maybe more actual regulation could be common, actually. And some of those things happen. So, for example, in the prudential arena around capital, there are, in fact, you know, cross-governmental initiatives that ultimately agree those things. I guess regulation actually a much broader range of that. Yeah, but I agree it would be very helpful.
Yeah, and I think one of the other issues is there's so many local regulations per country, etc. It's whether they're all going to come together and agree, you know, one standard, as it were. I think we see many firms using RSS feeds, or law firms and other content providers. There is no consistency at the moment, and it would be great to get to that point.
Yeah.
Do any of you have a change control board for regulations coming in? So one of the questions of when a regulation comes in, then you need to change the policy that it might impact. Does anyone have a change control board that actually does that and looks at impact of policies?
That's a really good question.
We don't.
I think we don't have a single one that covers everything, but we would have I guess a mechanism which would, you know, clump together changes that have a similar impact. But in terms of, you know, one big change board that covers absolutely everything, I think there's probably an application of materiality. In fact, so where there's things that are very material to the organisation, then yes, they will come together as a level, but, you know, not absolutely everything everywhere.
Yeah. Same for us. For on our high-risk policies, of which we have 10 globally, anything that impacts them, yes, there'd be a way of capturing that. Of the 100 and plus others, I would say not. So I think it's a risk-based approach on that. Yeah.
Interesting.
At the same time.
Any other questions from the group? No, I think we're getting to the end of the day now. I think most people's it's time for a coffee. But no, really appreciate your time. Thank you very much for joining us. And again, if you've got any other questions around the topic, hopefully you'll be around for the next couple of hours until the end. So really want to thank the panel. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Just 2 sessions to go on the 2015 European GRC Summit, and it's my pleasure to welcome back French Caldwell to the stage, our Chief Evangelist. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Steve. It's great to have those of you who have, traveled with us on our journey throughout these last 2 days, still here. You are going to have the benefit of going home and talking and telling people what's coming next. What's going to come next due to all of these new disruptive technologies and disruptive business models that your companies are facing. So the presentation you're about to see is based on research that I've done over the last 2 years, not just through MetricStream or through my previous employer, Gartner, but also through Northeastern University. So I'm a researcher there as well. What we've done is take a close look at the impact of disruptive technology on how public policy is made. The actual how we are going to govern ourselves when technology moves faster than the regulators can keep up with. So let's take a look. This young lady lives just a few miles from where I grew up. She's in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, named Sarah Cavanaugh. She's 15 years old. Last year, she was out playing in the yard with her younger brother. It was a hot day, and I can tell you, growing up in southern Mississippi, you really get sweaty and thirsty when you're playing outside in the summertime. So Sarah and her brother went into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator. She got out a bottle of Gatorade, and she was looking at the label on the bottle and said, this has brominated vegetable oil in it. What is that? BVO. So she did her research, and she found out that BVO is an emulsifier, keeps the ingredients from settling out, but it was approved for use as a fire retardant. So Sarah says, little brother, we're drinking fire retardant. Sarah decided that she wanted to change that. So she went and she put a petition on change.org, petitioning PepsiCo to remove BVO from Gatorade. At first, no one paid much attention. But she shortly had 200,000 signatures on her petition on change.org. And what did PepsiCo do? PepsiCo removed BVO from Gatorade. And Coca-Cola followed shortly thereafter when Sarah had 60,000 signatures on a petition to Coca-Cola to remove BVO from Powerade. And a short while later, both PepsiCo and Coca-Cola announced they were removing BVO from all drinks, all beverages worldwide. 15-year-old young girl from Mississippi. A few years ago, what would she have done if she really wanted to get BVO out of her favorite sports drinks? She would have taken up a petition at her local high school, maybe. Mailed that petition to her congressman, who would have then sent it over to the Food and Drug Administration, the regulator. And the regulator would have said, oh, we've looked into it, it's perfectly safe. And the congressman would have said, Sarah Cavanaugh, what a great citizen you are. You are a model of civic participation. Please accept this certificate from me. And if Sarah really wanted to get BVO out of her favorite sports drinks, she would have gone to university, gotten a law degree, right? Gone to work for some food advocacy organization and lobbied her congressman and the Food and Drug Administration for 30 years, at which point maybe her grandchildren would not have had to have BVO in their favorite sports drink. She did it in 2 months. Disintermediated all the policymakers, even the special interest groups. She disintermediated them all. She changed public policy without having to go through the traditional rule-making process. And that's happening again and again and again and again. It's not just companies that are affected, governments are affected. A few years ago, after the financial crisis, the Austrian financial minister said, you know what? There's certain things we just have to cut back on. We're implementing austerity measures. And one of those austerity measures is we're going to pull our 16 million euro contribution to CERN. We're going to pull that 16 million euro contribution to CERN. Within 2 weeks, there were 32,000 signatures on a change.org petition. And the Austrian chancellor said, reverse the decision of the financial minister. No one had to wait for an election. I mean, in the past, you would have had to wait until the next parliamentary election. And if you really, really cared about the funding for CERN, you would have gotten out there with the special interest groups and lobbied, and you would have made it an issue in all the different political races. And maybe one party would support you and another wouldn't. And possibly you may have gotten enough people voted in to reverse this decision. Likely it would not have ever happened, right? For an issue that's relatively small. It's only 2% of CERN's funding. But the people of Austria are very proud of their contribution to the world of physics. For a country of 8 million people, they're making a difference through their funding of CERN. They're proud of it. And they reversed it. Didn't follow any type of democratic process. They just did it using social media. So we can see politicians are being disintermediated, regulators are being disintermediated, special interest groups are being disintermediated. So what's this say about how we're going to manage public policy in the future? So that's why I decided to actually do a little bit of study on. Here is the traditional public policy process. If we go back to the late 1970s, early 1980s, there was a gentleman by the name of Howard Chase. And Howard Chase wrote a book discussing on issue management. He meant public policy issue management. And his thesis, his hypothesis was that how well our companies manage the response to public policy concerns would matter as much on the bottom line as did how well we manage our company finances. Well, he was way ahead of his time. And we've certainly seen that public policy issues today have an extraordinarily big impact on our stakeholders and our stakeholders' opinions of our companies. People make decisions now around interacting with our organizations based on what they perceive that our true corporate values are. And Howard Chase saw this 30, 40 years ago. Well, what he said is that you have this issues power curve. And looking at the issues power curve, an issue starts out, a new public policy issue starts out at a very low level, and only a few people in special interest groups are interested. Some companies may begin to take action, but most will wait until there are some big event that results in a demand for some type of legislative response, at which then companies will begin to lobby and try to pressure the regulators to create regulations that don't hurt them too much. By that time, though, it is too late to satisfy the public that you're really going to do something as an industry. Here's what's really going on. It's not a smooth curve. Actually, there's usually some type of industry event, some major issue, 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, whatever, raises the profile of a particular public policy issue. The first time it happens, we may be able to manage it. And the second time, it actually gets up to where it's a high enough risk because of the increasing concerns of the public that we may have to make some public statements. And the third time, it may happen that we now have to get a crisis communications firm, these specialists in PR, to come in and help us manage the issue. But finally, it gets to the point where the legislatures, the parliamentarians, and the regulators are going to take some action on our industry. Here's what's happening, though, with social media. With social media, we can all of a sudden have so much attention to an issue in such a rapid pace that some action has to happen very, very quickly. And we'll often see legislative or regulatory actions that don't seem to be very well thought out, that are really, overreactive to the situation. Now, that's why I looked at this and said, well, social media for the public policy process is really a disruptive technology. It enables people to go direct, bypassing the regulators, bypassing the legislatures, go direct to a company or an industry or to a government and demand change, bypassing the traditional players in the public policy process. How did we get to this point, though? Disruptive technology back many, many years ago when the term was first used by Clayton Christensen at Harvard, at the Harvard Business School, really dealt with technology, new technology that would come along and that would offer some type of new value that the current technology did not satisfy. Clayton Christensen's case study on disruptive technology focused on hard drives and mainframes. And he said that, hey, what's going on here? We have these large hard drives and these big mainframe computers, and yet along comes a smaller, more compact hard drive that does not have as much capacity and does not perform as well, but enables people to create personal computers. Did IBM jump right into the personal computer space, though? No. They protected their old value network with the hard drives. And other people began to make the personal computers, which underperformed the mainframes. No one using a mainframe wanted to buy a personal computer, right? They just didn't. So IBM and others would protect their current customers and hold on to their current customers and let all these startups go out and sell all the personal computers. But once personal computers began to catch on and they began to improve in their performance, all of a sudden IBM said, hey, I have to get involved here. Well, Christensen didn't really account for the whole concept, though, of a business model. He really was looking at the technology, not at business models. But over time, we began to see that it's not really the technology that's disruptive itself. It is the technology enables us to do something we couldn't do before and create a business model that puts the competition at a major disadvantage. Walmart is an example of that. Both Walmart and Kmart in the 1960s pioneered discount retailing. They went after the low end. They were selling plastic stuff and detergents and household items and paper towels, all the low end of retail, really cheap clothing that no one really wanted to buy except people who couldn't afford anything else, right? The major retailers said, all right, they may be going after the low end. We don't make much money there anyway. Let them have it. We're going to stick with the high end of retailing. We're going to sell the big appliances and the washing machines, the dryers. We're going to sell the designer fashions. Let Walmart, let Kmart have that. And they did. So they took it. They created a whole new value network in discount retailing. But then they began to offer higher end goods. And Walmart in particular said, we can even do it better than Kmart. We can offer service with a smile. We're going to have greeters at the front. And we're going to find a way to bring in those high-end goods and offer them at a discount price that makes us the number one in retailing, whether it's high-end, low-end, medium, or whatever. And how did they do this? Through technology. Through information technology, they were able to sit there and get rid of, essentially eliminate the warehouse. When suppliers' trucks would show up at a Walmart distribution center, they would do something called cross-ramping. They would take it right off the truck from the supplier, move it onto trucks that were going to the stores, no inventory in between, and they were able to do this because through information technology, they knew what was coming to them. They made their suppliers follow their standards, tell them what was coming. They knew what the stores needed. They monitored the shelves through information technology and were able to move the goods from the truck to the store with almost no time in between. A whole new business model enabled through information technology. So disruptive technology is a misnomer in a way. It's really disruptive business models we're looking at. Here's another example of disruption. Look at this. Just in the last few years, take a look at the value network for personal computers versus smartphones. Our whole lives are in these devices right now. We've got, a smartphone has become a platform. Like the skyscraper and the office building was the platform that formed in the early 20th century that enabled financial engineering that transformed the world. This is the platform for the 21st century that is now transforming the world. Information technology that touches everything that we do. And smartphones themselves and tablets themselves are soon to be displaced by information technology that's embedded in everything. So we're now seeing that disruptive technology enables new business models that transform how we do things. And that's happening to our businesses. Some of you earlier today were at a session where I talked about peer-to-peer lending or Airbnb, things like that. These new models that are enabled through this platform right here, these new business models that are enabled through this are crushing old legacy business models. Don't be sorry for this London taxi driver. Worry about what's happening to your company. And the regulators are not going to protect you. They're trying. They can't keep up. They can't move fast enough to keep up with the changes in the business models. The old regulations don't work for the new business models. Uber, Airbnb, Lending Club, other companies are taking advantage of this. I was in Madrid recently where Uber has been banned, but there are half a dozen personal transportation apps that haven't. You can't stop them. This coming is coming to you, so you have to be ready. You have to adopt and have your companies begin to adopt initiatives over to the side, away from your main business model. that enable you to respond. And from a regulatory standpoint, you need to keep track of the rules and regulations that are going to emerge because, by the way, Uber's only going to get away with this for so long. Airbnb will only get away with it for so long. Google only gets away for so long before the regulators catch up and begin to put new rules and new regulations that impact these new business models. But through all of these cases, we can come up with a definition of disruptive technology. It's one that changes the performance expectations for competition. So, in other words, it's a whole new playing field. You're not playing on the same pitch anymore. It's a new pitch. New rules, new game. And it's characterized by the convergence of two or more existing technologies. Right here, we have converged the cell phone and the web and a number of other technologies, which in turn enable a new business model and makes redundant all of the legacy investments of displaced competitors. By the way, technology these days is becoming very personal, right? Anyone can be a lender. Anyone. Don't have to be a bank to be a lender. Anyone can be a pilot. Anyone can have a drone. I think we gave some drones away here. Anyone can be an author. So we are changing the whole basis of competition, and the old rules do not apply. Now, I wanted to test this whole idea, by the way, of social media and the impact that social media is having on public policy and public policy debate. If you really think, how far is it really going? When I've seen very recently over the last couple of years where every time there's a new election, people say, oh, look at what Twitter's doing, or look at Facebook. This politician's moving ahead, or this referendum issue is trending on Facebook or trending on Twitter. How much attention should you be paying to this? Let's take a look. Certainly, if you were in the Arab Spring, you may have thought that Twitter really caused a lot of change. I can tell you from a number of academic studies that it's debatable as to whether Twitter had a real effect or not. What is known is that social media did enable some social amplification of events that helped to draw more people out on the streets. That is true, but it is still questionable as to whether the events would have happened anyway or not. So what we really needed to study this is a really well-bounded issue, where you had a single issue on a democratic ballot, and the Scottish independence referendum presented such a case. We were able to then take 1.6 million tweets that were generated by people in Scotland within the geographic boundaries of Scotland and process those using Metric Stream's social media risk management analytics tool. And analyze all of those tweets to determine did Twitter really have an effect on the outcome of the election, or did it not? Now, we all know that Twitter was, that the number of tweets for the vote no were much higher than for vote yes or better together, right? But still, was there an impact? Was there something underneath the covers that we could discern from all of those tweets that might have indicated that, hey, the real outcome of the election, sort of further devolution to Edinburgh, was actually being talked about, being discussed on Twitter? Is Twitter the new forum? Or social media the new deliberative forum where democracy will move and begin to use social media instead of the ballot box, perhaps? Well, we looked at 1.6 million tweets over a period of 40 days, from August 12th to September 22nd, 4 days after, or September 21st, 3 days after the referendum. This is sort of the trend line on the tweets. As you can see, it built up, and it built up very rapidly. The peak date there, that's September 18th. That's the date of the referendum. 1.6 million tweets. There were a lot more than that, by the way, but these are the ones that were within the boundary, generated by people who live within the boundaries of Scotland. Took me a few months to get Twitter to give me the data, by the way. Now, analyzing these tweets, you can see the biggest curve, the tallest curve, the curve with the most volume here. These are tweets that dealt with IndieRef, just the IndieRef hashtag, hashtag IndieRef. Independent, they did not include people saying, hey, I'm a vote yes, or I'm a vote no, or I'm a better together. This is just pure IndieRef with no indication whatsoever as to which side of the issue they stood, at least by the hashtags. All right? If you look at pure vote yes, that's the next largest groups, the red line. And you can see that's a pretty large number. But the largest number, by the way, are those who didn't indicate whether they're going to vote yes or vote no by the hashtag. Interesting right there. Because what did we read in the paper? Right? What did we read in the paper? That vote yes greatly exceeded vote no, right? Dramatically. But if you look at it, IndieRef exceeded both of them. And then there were a few not sure. Then dove into this and said, really, how many people were actually discussing devolution? And if you look at this, the top line there, it's hard to read. There's 600 tweets is the maximum number right there. So you go back here and you're talking about hundreds of thousands, and you look at this and there's maybe 600. In other words, not even within the margin of error was devolution a topic. Even though the politicians from the three major UK parties were all out talking about devolution, weren't they? Right up until 2 days before the vote, when they made the big vow for further devolution on September 16th. Devolution wasn't even an issue. No one on Twitter was talking about it. That's what this says. Independence was an issue. It was measurable. You can see that, so that this is the independence, where the keyword independence or the keyword independent was used. It was used and it was within a measurable, statistically measurable population of the tweets. And you can see people who within IndieRef mention those keywords. People within the vote yes and the vote no all mention the keyword around independent or independence. So independence sentiment was measurable. Devolution sentiment was not. By the way, this is from the Dining Commons at Twitter headquarters in California, not too far from MetricStream's headquarters. So they post up their most popular hashtags. And this was taken by the CEO of Twitter on September 18th, and this was the most popular hashtag at the time in the Twitterverse, IndieRef. So Twitter declared Scotland independent. Any Scots in here, by the way? Sorry. Yeah, right. So, as we know, Twitter was absolutely wrong. And so what can we learn from this? What we can learn, by the way, is that sometimes there are social storms out there that we may want to pay attention to, but do we want to make corporate policy on the basis of them? I would look and even say, I would even venture to say, that the big vow 2 days before the referendum may not have been necessary. That may not have actually been necessary. It was pretty clear that the spiral of silence, a phenomena that basically says those of us whose opinions we don't want to be shouted down, we're maybe in the majority, but we're not sure. We're more comfortable with the status quo versus those who are seeking a radical change, who may be louder. we may keep quiet. We may not say much. We don't want to get in a big argument. We are just want to be quiet. And this happens, by the way, it's known as the spiral of silence. It's a phenomena that has been seen on public policy issues and studied since the 1970s. And the spiral of silence is sometimes called the silent majority. So be careful. This is the warning. If you find yourself in the middle of a social storm, you need to do additional analysis beyond social media before you decide how you're going to respond. But you do need to be able to respond quickly. All right. We have seen, though, that social media is being used to disrupt the public policy process. It's being used to create what is essentially the same impact as a new rule or regulation would have, in a much quicker time frame and a much shorter time frame. This is the normal process by which our companies might manage a public policy issue. We would say, hey, we're going to be the green company. We're going to build green buildings. All of our buildings are going to use sustainable materials. We're going to have sustainable practices, and we would make that an issue. We would engage with the special interest and other influencers and bloggers. And we would engage in their networks, and we would monitor. But this is what happens with a social storm. Some big issue happens, we have a plane crash, we have a meltdown, we have Cecil the Lion shot, and all of a sudden, we have this social amplification effect. We have to be able to respond quickly. This is not like dealing with the regulatory change process. I talked to several issues managers, and they told me you need to be able to respond within hours when you get caught in a social storm. You need your general counsel on speed dial. Otherwise, it can have the same impact as a new rule or regulation, but it can happen within days or weeks. Recommendations: have a social media engagement strategy and monitor for issues, for public policy issues that are relevant to your strategy, and also monitor the rest of the other people in your industry. If the risk event happens to them, it can still have an impact on you. Prepare for social storms and have an emergency response capability. If you're in the government, start increasing your understanding of disruptive technology. If you want to keep up with the new business models, you're going to have to do that. And start incorporating social technology into how you make rules. Bring people into the rulemaking process, not just corporations. Start using forums that allow you to judge to actually engage people. And this may mean some changes to the rules and how rules are made. And by the way, if you're that kind of secret, radical, revolutionary change agent, consider using social technology to impact the change that you want through government or through industry. All right? Well, thank you. I don't know, we may have a couple of minutes for questions. If not, then I'll invite our COO, Gaurav Kapoor, up here to do the closing. Anybody have a question on this? Anyone? Okay, good luck.
They're going to tweet the questions.
Okay, yeah. Just send them to hashtag GRC Summit.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, French. So, we're at the closing. First, let me thank everybody who's still in the room first, and all the people who actually came, over the last 2 days. I know people have traveled from actually across the world, not just Europe, to be here. Special thanks to our speakers. Special thanks to our partners who made the summit possible. And very importantly, special thanks to the organizers, from our team and people who've helped out to make this summit successful, in our opinion. A couple of key announcements here. First is, save the date. This is, as I'd mentioned in the morning, this is a continued process for us. It's not just 1 or 2 days of the summit. We do this, thrice a year, and then there's a very large number of online forums that we have our customers participate in. please join some of those special interest groups. And it's interesting. It brings together people with a more finite set of common thinking onto the platform. So please participate in that. There are a few key themes that came out of the summit. We actually polled not just our staff, but also some of our customers and partners and others, to get the top 10 themes. We just want to highlight that. So, good. So the biggest risk, to global economies isn't China, it's actually EU, warns Roger Boodle. He said that on the first day, and there was a lot of elaboration on this. Make sure, this was an interesting one, make sure you surround yourself with a team that can perform in a crisis, advises Bruce Mann. Shelley had pointed out a GRC culture is set from the top and driven down by leaders, and we had quite a few conversations even today from Mark Stewart that it has to really drill down into the organization, not just be at the top of the leadership funnel, if you will. Reputational risk is about 3 factors: getting something embarrassingly wrong, someone finding out about it, and how do you communicate the situation to external parties. This came from the Chief Risk Officer of the Global Fund, Cees Klumper. He's here. Thank you. The future of GRC has never been more exciting and full of possibilities. According to a panel of, not surprisingly, leading GRC analysts, and Brenda, our SVP, who conducted that panel, it came out pretty strongly there. MetricStream is making GRC simple, says Piyush Pant, and we are really committed to this. We understand this is one of the impediments of GRC being successful over the next several years and decades. We are committed to enabling and empowering the world's largest community of GRC leaders. We do believe, and we have started the process a few years back, and there's a lot of adoption here. Without a GRC culture, there is a cost. It came out today, this morning from Mark. The 9th thing, GRC is really about who we are as a company. Bell's here still? Yes? Thank you. And then prepare for the social storm, because with disruptive technologies, the regulators aren't keeping up and companies are on their own. This came through the tweet into the presentation just now. So, just one thing before, we wanted to have, we started the day, if you remember, with the GRC promise. Some of you were here, some not. I'd like to actually just invite the entire MetricStream team who's made this possible to just come on stage. It'll take a minute, but we wanted to get the team up here. And a big round of applause. I'm going to request the audience as well to applaud the team who's put this together. Thank you. So I'm not going to individually introduce, but French has led, along with Reza, the entire summit. I saw Brenda here. Brenda, you got to come up. Chris Lazar, who's based out of our Frankfurt office. Steve, everybody knows. He's been the MC and he's based out of Madrid. French, we know. Molly, who's heads up PR, and she's responsible for a big part of this event as well. Vibhav, who's part of a product marketing. Chris Leong, based out of London as part of a services group. Aarti is here. She's part of a customer advocacy group, helping a lot with the customer, both the customer adoption, the SIGs, and the GRC journeys. Jonas is here. Jonas is part of our professional services group based out of our Netherlands office. Brenda Boltwood, most of you know her. She's based out of DC, but probably spends half her life in Europe. Claudio, he's based out of our Italy, Milan office. And Aarti, I'm sorry. Yeah, so she's actually responsible for a lot of our inside sales effort, out of the Bangalore office, but is very closely, responsible for our partner and our inside sales effort for the European region. Very instrumental in getting a lot of our partners right here. So this is the team, and I will actually ask, since French did the opening, I'm going to ask Molly to actually take the lead on the pledge. And we'd request you one last time to stand up. And some of you know this, but go ahead. Molly and French, go ahead.
Go ahead, stand up, everyone. Time to do the GRC promise. Molly, if you'll lead us in it.
Go ahead and
hands over your heart or like this. If you're a conscientious objector, you can just cross your arms. All right.
The GRC promise. Okay, I promise.
I promise.
To do my best
to do my best.
To preserve our corporate integrity.
To preserve our corporate integrity.
To protect our reputation and brand.
To protect our reputation and brand.
And to provide the regulatory and risk intelligence needed for exceptional business performance.
And to provide the regulatory and risk intelligence needed for exceptional business performance. Very good. Thank
Bravo.
you. Very good.
And with this, we are closing the GRC Summit for this year. And we look forward to seeing you soon, not just at the summits, but otherwise as well. Thank you, and thank you once again for coming here.